Chapter 1602. Dang. Heaven abandoning Supreme Being also suffered a blow. A streak of primal chaos flew over, hacking down on his weapon, making his body stagger, shatter an expanse of the starry sky as he backed up extremely far. Reincarnation, light and darkness, heaven abandoning Supreme Being. All three of them suffered serious injuries. Stone Emperor and Divine Ruins Lord both shivered inwardly. This type of method was just too powerful. Wusher. Reincarnation Lord cried out loudly, his face full of anger. That palm was too vicious and ruthless, directly landing on his body. The pain and suffering of the flesh were far inferior to the humiliation he felt in his mind. This was a type of contempt and humiliation. It was as if a resounding slap landed on his face, solid and firm, making his hair stand on end. He was just too unwilling to accept this. He released a light shout, and then his entire body turned into a streak of flowing light, rushing over murderously. Endless ancient divine force surged, wishing to destroy Yi Fan and that artifact. Light and darkness Supreme Being was also furious. His body was trampled on by another. What kind of face did he have left? A divine staff appeared in his right hand. It was extremely short, less than a foot, forged from Tao Tribulation gold. It was resplendent and dazzling to the point where even the stellar streams lost color. Meanwhile, an ancient shield appeared in his left hand. It was entirely pitch black, forged from black gold. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was a black hole. Kill. The light staff and dark shield collided. Light and darkness sang together, as if an ancient immortal scripture was being chanted by gods and devils. It was deafening, ringing through the cosmos. Divine chains of order flew out streak after streak, all of them sparkling like stars, rushing towards Yi Fan. These were the imperial Tao natural laws produced by the light and darkness immortal scripture, displaying power that could erase the world of mortals. The two great Supreme Beings slaughtered their way over together. Yi Fan naturally felt waves of killing intent assault his body. Even someone as powerful as his divine body felt all of the fine hairs on his body stand on end. This was an instinctive reaction. However, he didn't feel any fear. The artifact in his hands released Kung Chang sounds, releasing streak after streak of divine laws. Then, a pair of fists rushed out, collapsing the starry sky. Emperor Tao natural laws surged, stopping the two great Supreme Beings. Hongwang. It was as if primal chaos wind and thunder were ringing. The noise was loud and the astral winds were fierce. It was as if a world was being created. Many stars in the distance were directly turned into fine powder. Large areas of the star domain dimmed. When the Emperor Fist attacked, the great winds it produced were this domineering. It really was worthy of great Emperor Wusher's reputation, facing two great Supreme Beings head-on, blasting them back. The Book of Sealing is like the rebirth of Wusher. The Stone Emperor's expression was gloomy as he coldly stared ahead. There was no true great Emperor Wusher descending into this world. That was just an immortal scripture. In Yi Fan's hands, it automatically launched an attack. The natural laws that flew out materialized, as if a real person appeared. It was a stone book. When it first appeared, it was incomparably large, but now, it was only a foot in length. It was simple and crude, but chaotic energy curled about it. It had already been opened. This was the Wusher scripture. Yi Fan had seen it before, and was fortunate enough to learn an unmatched divine technique from it. He never expected that it would appear and fly into his hands. The outside was simple and crude, but the inside was a boundless world. It released immortal splendor. This was too shocking. The thing great Emperor Wusher left behind was actually this. Not only did it record everything he learned, it even sealed his Emperor Tao strength, truly reappearing. Engrave my name on the Three Realms monument. Write life and death on the path of reincarnation. I will grant you death. Reincarnation Supreme Being's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He actually chanted an incantation. Normally, Supreme Beings wouldn't do this when they fought, because it was too complicated. However, he chanted it seriously, all for the sake of obtaining even greater power. This was a type of strange natural law divine force, the embodiment of his will and great Tao. It rushed out from the crown of his head, turning into strand after strand of terrifying demonic light, shattering the starry sky. With a light wing sound, the demonic light turned into clearly visible ancient characters one after another. This kind of curse-like light flew up, directly rushing towards Yifan. It would kill gods and Buddhas in its way. At this moment, in the distance, a quasi-emperor of an unknown race cried out. He rushed over from the depths of the star domain, but he didn't even get close. His body and soul directly exploded, dying a violent death. What a pity, what a pity! This could be considered a hero, but he died in vain. It could be seen just how terrifying Reincarnation Supreme Being's natural law attack was. It was separated by the starry sky, separated by an endless distance. Yet it still harvested such a powerful life form. Yifan naturally encountered great danger. All of the golden and green fur on his body stood on end. This was an inauspicious sign of a great divine physique. However, he didn't encounter a disaster. The precious bottle in his left hand automatically flew out several dozen drops of blood, landing on the Wuxia scripture, causing the primal chaos mist to rise. With a sonorous sound, the Wuxia scripture turned over a new page. Then, a type of Emperor Dao Law flew out, turning into a mighty divine statue. It seemed as if it had crossed through the endless primordial era of the universe, arriving from the source of the creation of the world. He took a step out, directly releasing a Dao shout from his mouth, shaking the stars in the sky until they fell. The great Dao mourned, rising and falling under his feet, and all the natural laws trembled. This divine statue was formed from symbols to begin with, and it opposed the ancient characters Reincarnation Supreme Being struck out with tit for tat. They first collided, releasing light that attacked dozens of star domains, spreading into the cosmos. Then, it was ruthless obliteration. He shattered the incantation characters of Reincarnation Supreme Being, and the symbols exploded one after another in the void. In the end, this divine statue rushed over, releasing a world-shaking roar. Time passes. His entire body seemed to be crushing down on Reincarnation Supreme Being's body. One could clearly see the long river of time surging. Reincarnation Supreme Being was on the verge of collapse under the obliteration of time, almost exploding. This was the power of the long river of time. His body was almost weathered away, as if he was a rock that had stood towering for endless time. He finally couldn't hold on any longer, and was about to collapse, reaching the end of his life. "Break for me!" Paragon of Samsara let out a loud cry, and a stream of blood essence gushed out from the top of his head, cleansing his body, scattering all the laws and the final illusory image of the deity statue. He trudged out with great difficulty, staggering. This time he suffered a great loss again. This left everyone shocked. It wasn't because of Wuxia's return. It was just a scripture. Yet it was already this unimaginable. Without a doubt, every single scripture engraved in this ancient scripture could be displayed through Emperor blood. This was precisely what great Emperor Wuxia had left behind. Even though he was already powerless to do anything else, this immortal scripture was truly powerful, possessing the power he had when he was alive. At this moment, Yifan came to a sudden realization. No wonder this stone scripture couldn't be opened in the past. This sealed the offensive methods of great Emperor Wuxia, so it couldn't be casually flipped through, or else one might directly be blasted into smithereens. Even though this result was shocking, as ancient supreme beings, they naturally wouldn't cower because of this. They attacked together. However, Yifan wasn't the only one here. There were many Emperor weapons, as well as the Void and the Eternal Universe. Heaven Abandoning Supreme Being spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was restricted by the Void Emperor, and almost hacked apart. The Stone Emperor's great halberd of eternity descended, forcibly shattering that area, allowing him to break free. At this moment, this place entered a chaotic battle. No one could look down on the Void and the Eternal Universe. Even though the Emperor's Tao was flawed, and he wasn't the great Emperor of the past, he still brought about the same pressure. Meanwhile, the offensive power of the scripture in Yifan's hands was truly too great, making people feel restraining fear. It preserved the laws of great Emperor Wuxia when he was alive, as if he was the one using them. Even ancient supreme beings weren't willing to casually fight to the death. That was the terrifying divine law of a peak great emperor. Even the Lord of Samsara and Light and Darkness Supreme Being had suffered greatly. They didn't know how Wuxia did it. Every page of the scripture was a type of attack. It was truly unimaginable and puzzling. It definitely wasn't as simple as activating the emperor's blood. That stone scripture definitely had Wusher's undying imprint. And it also had a transcendental Tao fruit. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Walala! The stone scripture continuously flipped, and laws shot out one after another. Yi Fan targeted one person and focused all his attacks on Samsara Supreme Being, wanting to concentrate all of his power to kill him. It was because he knew that there weren't many chances left. Within the bottle in his left hand, the blood was quickly being consumed. The great Tao fragments contained in the emperor's blood were the foundation of the Wusher scripture. Kill! Shouted Yi Fan. Seeing that the blood was decreasing, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He was prepared to attack regardless of the price, and the green copper cauldron could be thrown out at any moment. Samsara Supreme Being coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He was forced into a rage out of humiliation. Even an ant dared to fight against him. There was no end to this. He couldn't kill him instantly. Today was truly a day of humiliation for him. But he really couldn't move it. He had no way to break through the Wusher scripture. This was a power that hadn't severed itself. Although it was somewhat lacking over the years, it still sent him flying several times, and he almost died on the spot. Especially in the end, when the stone scripture flipped over the forbidden chapter. Wusher's secret technique was used, and everything about Samsara Supreme Being was beaten back to its original state. Even a portion of his cultivation was almost cut off. What? This caused everyone to be moved. You all have angered me. Samsara Supreme Being roared. His words weren't directed at Yi Fan, but at the void before, as well as the current Wusher scripture. It shook the mountains and rivers. Are you angered? Go to hell! Yi Fan shouted. The immortal power unleashed by the Wusher scripture was even more terrifying. A single move, Wusher, was repeatedly unleashed, causing the Samsara Supreme Being who was rushing over to tremble violently. Blood splashed everywhere. In fact, his immortal foundation almost shattered. This made everyone shocked. It was just a scripture, yet the art sealed within was actually so powerful. Boom! The void slaughtered over, directly dealing a heavy blow. He didn't care about the price, wanting to kill Samsara Supreme Being. He endured a strike from the Stone Emperor's halberd, his back dripping with blood. Ah! Samsara Supreme Being screamed, suffering heavy injuries. The void immortal mirror suppressed down, directly blasting his body apart, almost causing him to explode. At the same time, the void emperor's palm slashed down, almost decapitating him. Only a layer of bloody skin remained on his neck, not falling off. Boom! The Lord of the Divine Ruins slaughtered over. The light and darkness Supreme Being followed. Hung Yu came to the rescue. The Stone Emperor blocked, and the heaven-abandoning sovereign slaughtered over. This place was blasted apart, completely erupting with chaos. The Samsara Supreme Being was at the center of the waves of attacks, suffering injuries he couldn't endure. His head finally fell off. The Void Emperor was expressionless, slamming out a palm. However, Yi Fan didn't stop, rushing over. The Wusher scripture in his hand shone with boundless light, raining down, sweeping over his body. No! Samsara Supreme Being roared. His head separated from his body. The secret art of the Wusher Great Emperor as well as the Void Emperor's palm pressed down together, scaring him so badly his soul scattered. He was a supreme being who had lived through the endless ages, unrivaled under the heavens. But at this moment, he also tasted the aura of death. He had never felt such a tremor before. He slaughtered his way up to the sovereign realm, but he had never experienced such despair before. He had always fought his way up to the Emperor realm. However, today he felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. He was going to die, unable to resist this secret art. You forced me to this extent. He roared in anger. His head shone, erupting with a world-shaking might, shaking the entire cosmos. A true great emperor has appeared, sublimated to the extreme, about to return to the emperor position. All life in the cosmos was in despair. Meanwhile, the ancient supreme being's expressions were strange, all of them backing up. As for Yi Fan and the Void Emperor, they bore the brunt of the attack, about to face the awakened great emperor. That head shone, auspicious brilliance shining in 10,000 streaks, pulling his body over. The Samsara master didn't care about the consequences, wishing to recover to his peak and kill the enemy, even if he had to die afterwards. You won't be able to return. The Void Emperor spoke. Endless divine chains of order flew out from within his body. This was his cultivation, essence, energy, and soul. Endless splendor scattered down, forming a mysterious formation, crushing down, isolating heaven and earth, almost forcibly cutting off the Samsara master. Hong. Right at this moment, Yi Fan took action. His eyes felt like they were going to split apart. He knew the consequences of the Void Emperor's actions, that he would be crippled and die afterwards. He scattered Wu Shi's blood over the green copper cauldron, and then he directly smashed it outwards. The Void Emperor understood, also activating a wave of power, adding it to the green copper cauldron, shocking the supreme beings until they all quickly backed up, giving up on the Samsara master. Hong. The green copper cauldron smashed into the Samsara supreme being's resplendent head, directly exploding. Chapter 1603. Ah! The Lord of Samsara screamed miserably. His head exploded. The skull of a supreme being exploded, indicating that his immortal foundation had been shattered. He was someone who had achieved the Tao, someone who would be annihilated in this world, becoming the dust of history. At the same time, the green cauldron also exploded, transforming into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. It had also exploded. It was stained with the blood of great Emperor Wu Shi, and was originally an immortal artifact. Even though it was damaged, its power was still boundless and unfathomable. In addition to the Void Emperor and Yi Fan controlling it together, its divine might was even more unrivaled. However, after it smashed into the head of a supreme being, its body also disintegrated. From a certain aspect, one could see how unrivaled the past emperors and emperors were. Even though they were injured, they were still so powerful that no one dared to believe it. This was a third of the immortal ascension cauldron. It wasn't easy to gather all of it, yet it was destroyed in this battle. However, Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. As long as he could kill a supreme being, let alone the green cauldron, even if his own body exploded, it didn't matter. The terrifying green immortal rain scattered in all directions. The Void Emperor staggered, a few fragments penetrating his body, causing him to be dripping with blood. Yi Fan was shocked. The Void Emperor actually couldn't evade it. Clearly, he paid a great price to prevent the Samsara sovereign from ascending to the peak. Now his true body was crippled, and he was about to die. This caused him to feel a wave of fear. It wasn't for himself, but for the myriad of lives. If even the Void Emperor didn't have the strength to fight, then there really was no hope. Dazzling light erupted. After the head of the Lord of Samsara exploded, it turned into a ball of fire that burned fiercely. It tore through the dark cosmos, making this place seem incomparably terrifying. Had a true supreme martial artist died? This was definitely a major event that would shake the ages. Someone killed such a character. This was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. His radiance would shine through the ages, forever being remembered. This type of event was too great, shocking everyone. Dark Era, killing a supreme being, bathing in the glory of his blood. This was destined to break through eternity, forever remembered. However, the Void Great Emperor's own condition was extremely terrible. For the sake of stopping the other party from returning to the imperial path, too many of his Tao skills and vital energy formed divine chains of order flew out. That was the fragment of the great path in his blood. It was the essence substance that allowed him to live and become powerful in this world. It was also the reason why he was able to fight this battle. He had consumed too much. His body staggered, and he couldn't stand steadily. Everything he did was for the sake of killing Paragon of Samsara. He had no choice. Great Emperor! Yi Fan cried out in grief. If Meng Qi did not stop the master of Samsara from ascending to the highest level, the entire world would have to submit to him, and no one would be able to keep him in check. Although he would eventually die, the destruction he had caused was enough to destroy all hope. Don't worry. Su Kong stabilized his body and mind and straightened his back once more. Although he could not hide his exhaustion, his eyes shone brightly once more. His battle intent surged as he stared ahead. Reincarnation Supreme Being's head was shattered, and his body was also in tatters. However, at this time, he trembled and stood up. He released a cold voice and said, "You want to kill me? It won't be that easy." His primordial spirit was in his torso, and it wasn't completely destroyed. Previously, when he said he wanted to ascend to the highest level, it was just a bluff. It was actually just a ploy to escape by abandoning his head. Su Kong, you're finished. For the sake of dealing with me and stopping me from returning to the imperial throne, you've already destroyed yourself. How much longer can you fight for? The master of Samsara's smile was extremely cruel. Yi Fan's heart went cold. He had been deceived. He clearly saw him ascend to the highest level. If he didn't stop him, he would become a true emperor. Who would have thought that this wasn't true? Were all ancient supreme beings this powerful? It made one feel despair. Even after paying such a great price, they still couldn't kill him. How were they supposed to fight? At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was filled with haze. This was the first time he felt gloomy. The entire world was this cold and bitter. Not even a single supreme being was killed. Unwillingness, anger, and gloominess weren't enough to express his emotions. However, this was the cruel reality. Every single ancient supreme being was unrivaled and difficult to kill. What do you take me for? You all are just an ant, a void corpse that isn't even a great emperor. Yet you want to kill me? Go cultivate for another 100,000 years. The master of Samsara reconstructed his head. His primordial spirit's flame flourished, blazing fiercely. He looked down on everything under the heavens, standing in the starry sky, making one feel despair. I'm unwilling. Yi Fan cried out loudly. What is a supreme being? Unmatched under the heavens, matchless and unmatched. Someone who had previously ruled the universe. It's still not enough for you all to kill me. The master of Samsara mocked. Then let's go again. Yi Fan roared angrily. With the Wuxia scripture in hand, he shook off a bit of the blood in the precious bottle. He was about to fight a decisive battle against him, not hesitating to take him down with him. However, right at this moment, the Void Emperor shook his head and said, "There's no need." You, Paragon of Samsara suddenly roared. He could sense that something was off. The essence, energy, soul, and cultivation of the Void Arch had yet to dissipate. They were not destroyed by the explosion just now. They were still attached to his bones. Ah! The Reincarnation Supreme Being screamed miserably. The Void Emperor's immortal realm in the sky trembled. It had dyed itself with the blood of more than one Supreme Being. Even if it couldn't be said to have done so since the ancient times, it wasn't too far off. At this time, it turned into a sun that descended, resonating with the void Tao and vital energy in the Reincarnation Supreme Being's bones. The master of Samsara screamed miserably, struggling with everything he had, but he couldn't change anything. Not even the Supreme Beings in the distance came over to rescue him, because they knew that he was finished. It was impossible for him to forcefully advance to the extreme. His primordial spirit was still partially shattered by the green copper cauldron just now. At this time, his body was filled with the Tao laws of the void. The immortal mirror trembled. With a pu sound, the master of Samsara's body and mind both trembled. He began to break apart, and then he began to burn, completely exploding. This time, he truly died. The primordial spirit turned into powder. The last bit of essence blood in his body rushed out, scattering down, landing on the Emperor mirror. Another type of Emperor blood was added to the ancient mirror, and it was completely devoured. The divine mirror became more and more simple and unadorned, possessing an indescribable type of charm. In the distance, the Supreme Beings all felt their hearts go cold. They saw someone at the same cultivation level break apart and be killed. For them, this was a type of shock. They were all those who achieved the Tao, previously unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. Yet today there were two people who decided victory and defeat, deciding life and death. It left everyone greatly shaken. After the ancient wasteland war, another Supreme Being was killed like this. That ancient mirror is becoming more and more mysterious. I feel like it has a chance of breaking into the immortal domain. The Stone Emperor's way of looking at things was quite unique. What others paid attention to was the void itself. Yet he stared at that ancient mirror. The Void Emperor's body swayed. It was as if he immediately aged 10,000 years. Even his eyes became a bit dim. He fought a great battle against 5 supreme beings, and then he killed the master of samsara. The price he paid was just too great. Now a large half of his cultivation disappeared, his essence energy empty. He already couldn't hold on any longer, unable to continue fighting. Now, I want to see what you can still use to fight. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being said coldly. The great Supreme Beings pressed forward. At this time, Hongyu Great Emperor also closed in while fighting, wishing to face the enemy together with the Void. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Roar! Yi Fan roared angrily. The Wuxia scripture in his hands quickly swept out with radiance, aiming at the people in front of him. Wuxia's natural laws covered the heavens, hacking towards the ancient supreme beings. Use your natural laws and power to kill the enemy. Don't waste a single drop for me. Soon, I will return to the eternal silence of the Void. The Void Emperor calmly said. Yi Fan felt bitter inside, feeling like he was powerless to reverse the situation. This type of conclusion was hard for him to accept. Why was killing a supreme being so difficult? They were all former emperors and emperors, so it is normal for them to fight bitterly. Void's hands were stained with the blood of supreme beings throughout his life. Dying in battle is destined, and it is also the best ending. Void said. For the sake of the common people, what is wrong with bathing in their blood? This is a glory that will shake the ages, something that will be remembered for all eternity. Yi Fan loudly roared. Send Void on his way. The supreme beings coldly said, pressing forward murderously. This was the most terrifying great battle. Yi Fan fought until now, with the identity of an ant. Yet he was able to obtain such results. It was worth it. He delivered an extremely crucial blow for the death of the reincarnation supreme being. That was why at this time, he truly didn't fear anything. Even if he died in battle immediately, it didn't matter. He charged forward with everything he had. In his hands, the Wuxia scripture shone, becoming dazzling. All types of Emperor Dao laws danced about, blasting the great supreme beings until their blood splashed 10,000 feet into the air. Meanwhile, Hongyu Great Emperor was even more so in a dangerous situation of life and death. They fought intensely, and Void was already injured, making the pressure Hongyu faced even greater. At this time, the Emperor weapons also went crazy, all of them rushing over. This place sank into the most terrifying battle and chaos. It was a tragic sight to behold. That was Emperor blood fluttering about, dyeing the cosmos red. Don't waste even the slightest bit of power because of me. The Void Great Emperor reminded again. Yi Fan still had one thing he wanted to use, but he endured it. He sent Void with tears in his eyes, knowing that this mighty emperor was about to die. Void, what else can you use to fight now? The Light and Darkness Supreme Being sneered. Stone Emperor was even more direct. The great halberd in his hand directly slashed down, wanting to personally cut off the Void Great Emperor's head, settling the grudge between Undying Mountain and Void from the Desolate Era. My blood has dried up, my spirit has weakened, but I still have my Dao bones. Why would I fear a battle? Void roared in anger. This roar contained the unyieldingness and unwillingness of a human emperor. He needed the power of the Desolate Era, but unfortunately, this was no longer the Desolate Era. He no longer had that kind of combat strength. Boom. At this moment, the Void Great Emperor's flesh split open. Sparkling Dao bones flew out one after another, turning into inextinguishable immortal light that flew towards the 4 supreme beings. The Emperor bones were like weapons, especially with the inextinguishable imprint of the Void Great Emperor carved on them. They were filled with unwillingness and unyielding roars. His bones were all shining and burning. One after another, they were like Emperor weapons that rushed towards the Stone Emperor, Light and Darkness Supreme Being, and the others. This was a battle where he refused to submit to fate. This was the final attack of a great emperor. Even though he could no longer hold on, he still resolutely and decisively took out his Dao bones. His blood had already been drained. In the end, even his Dao bones were sacrificed, and he died in battle without a trace of strength left. This place entered a great era of destruction. Everything was shattered. All types of light danced about, and immortal Dao laws trembled. Several supreme beings roared in anger, blocking the final attack of the Void Great Emperor before he died. The sparkling Dao bones exploded, burning into ashes. Ah! Yi Fan roared, doing everything he could to kill. Eternal Space Great Emperor was even more so, fighting a bloody battle. This place was dyed red with blood. The four great supreme beings were all dyed in blood, injured by the Emperor bones. They frantically retaliated, wishing to devour the last bit of the Void Great Emperor's flesh. The immortal mirror wailed, watching as the Void Great Emperor fell powerlessly. It erupted with dazzling light, releasing waves of sorrowful sounds. It was almost as if it was protecting itself, attacking here. This intense battle made heaven and earth collapse. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Stone Emperor was almost beaten into ruin, his primordial spirit seriously injured. Light and Darkness Supreme Being's arm also fell off. Divine Ruins Lord and Heaven Abandoning Supreme Being's weapons were broken. It was just too miserable. No one expected that the instant the Void Great Emperor fell on his back, that mirror and his Dao bones would have such unmatched divine abilities, seriously injuring more than one supreme being. It was as if it was infected by immortal Dao laws. At this moment, the Emperor bone was completely shattered, and half of the mirror also shattered. It couldn't endure the attacks of the four supreme beings. While breaking their weapons, it itself was also half destroyed. The mirror was sparkling and translucent. Half of its fragments landed on the Void Great Emperor's body, while the other half maintained the mirror form, still releasing undying radiance. It released woo-woo sounds of grief. Right now, all creatures in the cosmos were greatly shaken. Because of the will force of all life, they understood the result. There wasn't a single person who wasn't in grief. Hateful. Why didn't they return us a peak Void Great Emperor? Letting him drag his ruined body through this type of battle, that was completely impossible to win. The Void Great Emperor died in battle. The heavens have no eyes. In the cosmos, cries of grief sounded from countless star domains. 10,000 creatures wept in grief. At this moment, voices rang through the heavens above and earth below, sounds of grief everywhere. On the battlefield, the half of the Void Mirror rose and fell, protecting the Void Great Emperor's corpse. It headed into the depths of the cosmos, the woo-woo sounds making one's heart feel dismal, incomparably bitter. They couldn't help but shed tears. The supreme beings felt restraining fear towards that mirror, not immediately chasing after it. They watched from the distance. The Void Great Emperor's blood-soaked corpse wasn't that complete, only half of it remaining. It was because the Void Great Emperor's bones had pretty much all flown out, used to kill the enemy. Now that it lacked support, the original Emperor body was already a bit deformed, riddled with scars, flesh badly mangled. Recalling the desolate era, the extraordinary years he fought alone, his life full of ups and downs. Even though he fought all the way to the 7 great life-restricted regions, he himself also shed blood for 10,000 years, all the way until he grew old, all the way until he died in battle. He fought his entire life in bloody battles, his blood scattered in the various great life-restricted regions, leaving behind his illustrious achievements, but also buried the rest of his life. In the end, in his declining years, he still fought even to the point of death, burying himself in the starry sky, still experiencing blood and flames in his own funeral song, dragging 2 supreme beings down the path of death with him. This was the Void Great Emperor's life. He didn't live a second life, spending his entire life quelling darkness chaos, all the way until he died in battle. Now in this life, after being called out by all life, he appeared again. Fought. In the end he no longer had his past fighting strength, but just like before he used up his final bit of strength. His blood already flowed out, his Dao bones exploding. Just like that. He died in battle. It ended just like that. The half-ruined mirror accompanied the Void Great Emperor's ruined body, leaving into the distance, buried in the boundless void. Chapter 1604. The broken mirror and the void ended just like that. The cold starry space, the dark universe, was dyed with the Emperor's blood. The broken bones of the great Emperor hung there, cold and desolate. He had toiled his entire life. Finally this day arrived. He no longer needed to fight a bloody battle. He no longer needed to rush about. He could enter eternal slumber. Arg! Yi Fan screamed, his voice shaking the entire universe. He was filled with sorrow and anger. His eyes turned red, but he couldn't change anything. He was powerless to reverse the situation. This was the ending of a human emperor. In the depths of the universe, tens of thousands of spirits wailed. Through the will energy of all living beings, many people knew about this. Their hearts were filled with bitterness and bitterness. Such an ending truly made them sigh. Great Emperor, little ancestor. Another person roared in the depths of the universe. Ji Haoyue's body trembled. He gritted his teeth as tears of blood flowed down his face. The final battle, the final battle. He bled so much just like that, even his Dao bones were sacrificed. Sounds of mourning rang out from the various regions. Yi Fan mumbled. At the final moment, he clearly saw a few people. The broken body belonged to the Void Emperor, Ji Zi, and the Yellow Emperor. He was filled with hatred and let out a long howl of grief. Things ended just like that. How could he accept this? Such sorrow caused everyone to feel deep despair. A revered great emperor had fallen just like that. The 8 desolates trembled. The universe resonated, and the 10,000 Daros trembled. The void is finally dead. The light and darkness paragon spoke emotionlessly. Kill. When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, what else could he do? He could only fight, using the enemy's blood as a sacrifice to the void. The remnant seals in the void had yet to dissipate. When they saw and heard the word kill, all of them roared in anger. Kill. The tremors caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The light and darkness paragon, who was the first to arrive, trembled violently. He was struck by a powerful killing intent, and was flung through the air. A crack appeared on his immortal foundation. He had suffered a great loss. This result caused the others to be shocked. Their expressions changed. However, the light and darkness paragon stabilized himself. His expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even the combined power of all living beings was unable to kill him. He was truly too powerful, and one could imagine how difficult it was to get rid of him. Unfortunately, the Void Great Emperor's imprint scattered, and the willpower that rushed over from anger also disappeared, unable to continue attacking. Just a bug, jumping around until now. Even the void has died, so what is the point of you living? We will harvest your life. The Lord of the Divine Ruins also spoke, walking forward. Boom. An even more miserable great battle erupted. For great supreme beings took action, pressing forward murderously. Yi Fan went all out. He was an ant, far inferior to supreme beings. It was as if he was looking up at a giant dragon, but now that he had the chance to fight, he was already unafraid of death, no longer caring about his life. Meanwhile, Hengyu Great Sovereign's entire body flowed with light, slowly burning. That was the source of an emperor. He was going to risk his life to carry out the final bloody battle, using up his last bit of strength in this darkness chaos. The word Great Emperor was as heavy as a mountain. Yi Fan howled in grief. He saw the slowly shining Hengyu, and he choked with sobs, unable to speak. He knew that another respectable person was about to leave. Hong. In the depths of the cosmos, on a floating shattered continent, Sacred Prince roared angrily. This was the burial ground of the battle-sacred ape bloodline. He frantically entered, raising the immortal iron rod, hoping to find the Sacred Emperor killing formation. Unfortunately, the formation was already damaged. In the end, he released a roar, flinging out the immortal iron rod, bringing the incomplete formation into the starry sky. In the void, Ji Zi's ruined body drifted about in the darkness of the cosmos, as well as Yi Fan's roar. They were all sensed by Sacred Prince. His hair stood up in anger, wishing to go mad. The immortal iron rod left his hand, carrying his grief and anger. He asked the deity in the rod to bring the killing formation over, to fight until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ow! This was a world-shocking roar, shaking up all of the existences in Origin ancient mind that had never appeared in the world, waking them up. They released divine light, looking towards the resplendent immortal iron rod in the cosmos. That pitch-black iron rod released endless streaks of auspicious multicolored light, endless strands of immortal light erupting with heaven overflowing might, rushing towards the battlefield. The most terrifying thing was that behind that iron rod was a golden figure, incomparably dignified, domineering under the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. It was as if the Emperor of Fighting in his prime had been reborn. In that instant, the immortal iron rod brought the killing formation to the cosmos battlefield. It hacked down, directly aiming at the supreme being who was currently hunting down Yi Fan. A furious roar shaking the starry sky. Dang! Light and darkness supreme being, and the others originally wanted to get rid of Yi Fan. Turn the ant into dust sooner, because great Emperor Wu Shi's blood was about to run out. However, at this time, the immortal iron rod smashed down, completely unexpected to everyone. It was extremely special. With a honglong sound, it smashed apart the magical staff in light and darkness supreme being's hands that had been shattered by the void mirror, directly smashing into his body, almost directly hacking him in half. A chunk of his skull even shattered, half of his face badly mangled, bones broken, blood dripping out, the scene too horrible to endure. Emperor of Fighting! The four paragons were all shocked. They could naturally tell that this wasn't merely the might of the immortal iron rod. Behind it, there was a gigantic holy ape. His entire body was covered in resplendent fur. He stood tall in the starry space, resembling a towering pillar of the heavens. His eyes were as deep as the sea. He was the one who smashed down with the rod. The light and darkness supreme being groaned in misery. An expression of pain appeared on his face. That strike earlier was more severe than he had imagined, actually injuring his immortal foundation, causing terrifying cracks to appear on it. To paragons, this was the most terrifying thing. For the sake of longevity, they had to ensure that their immortal foundation would remain undying. They must not suffer such a calamity. So this is actually the case. This is the battle intent left behind by the Emperor of Fighting after he transformed into a war immortal. It actually hasn't dissipated yet, and it's still contained within the immortal iron rod. The Stone Emperor coldly spoke. This caused everyone to be shocked. Back then, the Emperor of Fighting was too tyrannical. In the end, he didn't have a good ending, directly exploding to death when he transformed into a war immortal. That kind of battle intent was naturally extremely powerful. No wonder the instant it appeared, it almost killed the light and darkness paragon, even injuring his immortal foundation. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Back then, he had once seen this Saint Emperor's body. It manifested when the victorious Buddha brought the immortal iron rod to the origin ancient mind to retrieve the life stone. The heaven-abandoning paragon coldly laughed. It's truly powerful, and he didn't even self-destruct. But in the end, it's merely a battle intent. It can only manifest a few times before it is completely destroyed. Bzz, the holy ape swept out with its iron rod as a formation behind it flew out and exploded, attacking the Stone Emperor and the other paragons. This place erupted into a commotion once more. Initially, the Hengyu Immortal Emperor and Yi Fan were already in a disadvantageous position under the powerful attacks of the four paragons. But now, there were signs of the situation turning around. The battlefield was in an uproar. The blood of paragons splattered as the sound of bones breaking rang out. Sadly, that inextinguishable battle intent of the Saint Emperor only lasted for a few moments before vanishing. Also, the damaged formation was shattered, no longer existing. Only an immortal iron rod remained, radiating auspicious light. In the end, he wasn't the Emperor of Fighting. It was merely a battle intent that injured the paragons. Now he himself had died, no longer able to exist in this world. Everything returned to the starting point. The amount of Wu Shi's sovereign blood in Yi Fan's hand grew lesser and lesser, about to dry up. The might of the secret art unleashed by Wu Shi was also weakening. Although it sent paragons flying and caused them to bleed, it was no longer as imposing as before. As for the Hengyu Immortal Emperor, he was too fatigued. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was ultimately no longer the him of the past. He lacked the unparalleled combat prowess of the past and fought bitterly. His sovereign blood was burning and his body glowed with light. He was fighting with his life on the line. Evidently, he had a goal. At the very least, he wanted to bring a paragon along with him to die. Even if he had no way to completely quell the chaos of the darkness, he wanted to reduce the number of paragons alive to the minimum. This was a sorrowful choice, but also the cruel reality. He was no longer the same as before. He was powerless to quell all the chaos, and could only do his best to reduce the amount of blood in the world. The two of them were on the verge of collapse, about to die at any moment. But at this moment, the collective power of the Emperor weapons erupted once more, disregarding the consequences, even if it might injure the deities within. The death of the great Emperor, the shattering of the void mirror, the sad song after sad song caused them to descend into a frenzy. The situation on the battlefield changed. The immortal foundation of the light and darkness sovereign is cracked. Today, I will do my best to bring him along with me. The calm voice of the Hongyu immortal emperor rang out in Yi Fan's ears. This caused his heart to sink as he felt a kind of pain. Clearly, this great emperor didn't have much life left and couldn't hold on anymore. He wanted to use his last bit of strength to kill a paragon. Maybe I can allow the great emperor to have some strength left to kill one more paragon. Yi Fan replied. He needed an opportunity. He wanted to wait for the paragon to be exhausted, and let down his guard. Rumble. The Wuxia scripture rumbled, blasting out beam after beam of light. As for the blood in the bottle in Yi Fan's hand, it had already reached the bottom, and was about to dry up. Even ants want to look up to the world of the heavenly dragon? This isn't overestimating one's capabilities, but rather, it's lamentable. The light and darkness sovereign arrived, shifting positions with the other paragons. He finally came to kill Yi Fan once more. At this moment his entire body was covered in blood and injuries. His essence energy was severely depleted, and there were cracks on his immortal foundation. If he didn't die, he would undoubtedly be in the greatest danger. Because he needed to repair his immortal foundation, the number of living beings he needed to devour would be the greatest. He had to kill them all. Yi Fan used the Wuxia scripture in his hand to attack with all his might. After that, the light in his eyes suddenly erupted as 81 great banners flew out, shaking the starry space. At this moment, the heavens and earth collapsed, ghosts wailed and gods howled. The stars were like candles that were extinguished by a gust of wind. The entire starry space turned dark. Undying Heavenly Emperor. The master of the divine ruins cried out in shock. How could it be his emperor-grade forbidden weapon? Even the stone emperor was stunned, a heavy expression on his face. Everyone was stunned. The fame of the undying Heavenly Emperor was too great, shaking the ancient eras. He was an existence that was worshipped by many great races in the cosmos after the ancient emperors. No one rushed over to stop him. They didn't want to invite trouble onto themselves. This was an emperor-grade forbidden weapon. It existed precisely for the sake of destruction. The so-called forbidden weapons were weapons that could only be used once or a few times. Different levels meant different levels of power. They were destined to be completely destroyed in battle. If one wanted to kill, they had to destroy themselves first. What kind of character was the undying Heavenly Emperor? The emperor-grade forbidden weapon he left behind was naturally world-shocking. Its power couldn't compare to the damaged green copper cauldron from not long ago. But the divine might it released definitely wouldn't be much weaker. At this moment, the light and darkness sovereign's entire body was covered in injuries. Even his bones were broken. If he were to face such an attack again, he would naturally be in a dangerous situation. Moreover, his immortal foundation had cracks. It was difficult for him to ascend to the peak in a short period of time. What a pity! Yi Fan sighed silently. These great banners were cracked and could only be used once. If they could be used a few more times, it would be enough to cause an ancient supreme being to suffer unbearable injuries. Roar! The eternal universe immortal emperor transformed into a beam of fire as he flew over. His entire body was burning. He was going all out, giving it his all. The flames engulfed the light and darkness sovereign. The stone emperor coldly stood at the side. The lord of the divine ruins and the heaven-abandoning paragon didn't help because they knew that the light and darkness sovereign was finished. His immortal foundation had been ignited by the eternal universe immortal emperor. No one would be able to save him. Anyone who went up would only invite trouble to themselves. The three paragons no longer looked at the eternal universe immortal emperor and the light and darkness sovereign. They only coldly stared at Yi Fan. Right now, only an ant remained. There was no one else who could obstruct their footsteps. The void has died, The eternal universe immortal emperor will die as well. Vent your sorrow and pain to your heart's content before offering your sacrifice. The Lord of the Divine Ruins spoke, his voice filled with disdain. He was looking down on Qin Wentian. Because of his strength, he could do whatever he wanted in this world. The void has died. The eternal universe immortal emperor will die as well. Now I no longer feel sorrow, only battle intent. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Yi Fan's voice was cold. There were no more tears, he couldn't even express his sorrow. Right now he could only fight. Chapter 1605. This is the coldest joke I've ever heard. A speck of dust wants to fill the sea. A stalk of grass wants to split the heavens. How lamentable. The Lord of the Divine Ruins shook his head. He took a step forward and attacked Yi Fan. Even though he was covered in blood and the attacks from the Emperor weapon became more and more ferocious, he had already made up his mind to eliminate Yi Fan. The Eternal Universe General was dead. No one could control this battlefield anymore. Now it was time for the curtains to fall. Next would be the Dark Feast, the time for them to roam the cosmos. Yi Fan was no longer angry, he also forgot about the pain. There was only battle intent in his heart. For the last time, the Wuxia scripture in his hand flipped, the Emperor Dao Laws rushing forward. Also his immortal foundation shone. Preparing to borrow the last bit of the Dao evolution immortal robe, to explode his grand completion saint body before his life ended. Using his body to shatter and his bones to fight against the Supreme. Boom! At the side, the flames of the eternal universe great Dao burned, causing that place to boil. The light and darkness sovereign screamed miserably, powerless to struggle as his immortal foundation exploded. No, I'm unwilling. I haven't even seen the immortal realms yet, and I still want to live for eternity. He roared in anger, like he had lost his mind. Sadly, the ending was already set. It was impossible to change. Within the flames, the Supreme's body shattered, becoming tribulation dust. His immortal foundation also shattered, turning into light and rain. The Stone Emperor and the heaven-abandoning sovereign saw all of this without any fluctuations. One of the lords of the Samsara had already died. At this point, no matter who died, they wouldn't be moved. They killed their way to the throne of the Emperor path, invincible in the heavens and earth. After that, they experienced several chaos throughout the ages. Their hearts had long since turned cold, let alone a supreme who was unrelated to them. Even their own flesh and blood wouldn't make them frown. The remaining Wuxia blood in Yi Fan's hand could only be measured by how many drops it was left. Cracks appeared on the body of the bottle. The Lord of the Divine Ruins' palm struck over, shaking him. At this moment, the power of the Wuxia scripture was far inferior to before. What should he do? How should he fight? Finally, at the last moment, Yi Fan could only rely on the flesh and blood of his divine physique, which was known to be able to challenge a great emperor. If he really exploded, blood would definitely dye the blue sky, and the enemy would suffer heavy injuries. The moment he was about to go all out, the world suddenly exploded. A giant monument struck over. The Lord of the Divine Ruins sneered. Without even looking, he slapped forward, causing it to explode. However, right at this time, an aura that left even supreme beings horrified spread. Endless strands of immortal light surged, submerging this place. Immortal Ascension Steel. They knew what this was, and there was a type of powerful divine force sealed within. When the monument exploded, it would naturally injure them. Supremacy Samsara flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was just a stone steel, yet it had actually caused him to be drenched in blood. Although it was difficult to kill him, he was still in a rather sorry state. Boom. Another monolith flew over. It was just as large and majestic. Let's see how many steels you still have. This time he flicked his finger. Even from far away, that enormous steel exploded, unable to approach. The 6 paths of reincarnation steel was destroyed. However, a type of boundless fist intent suddenly covered heaven and earth, shaking the starry sky. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist source fist intent, an unmatched secret technique. Hongwang. The fist intent was unmatched, connecting the heavens and earth, actually resonating with Yi Fan, causing the flesh and blood in his body to boil. He temporarily abandoned the Wuxia scripture and directly rushed over. All of the blood vessels in his body surged, battle intent surging into the heavens. The divine physique and the source fist intent had a special connection. Dong. Yi Fan's fist split the boundless starry sky, striking out berserk, directly attacking fiercely. His fists resonated with the source, releasing the most powerful attack power of this body, as if the true divine physique had been revived. Every single fist drew blood, directly penetrating the Lord of the Divine Ruin's body. Even his imperial Tao laws were scattered. What was this? Everyone was shocked. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist was a technique recorded on the path of immortality, but it actually resonated with the divine physique, activating every inch of his flesh and blood. At this time, Yi Fan was like an unrivaled divine monarch. This was not an experience of battle experience, but rather the release of a type of primal instinct, precisely for the sake of killing the enemy. Kill! Yi Fan roared, his eyes blood red. The Wuxia scripture flipped, floating above his head, helping him block the attacks of the imperial Tao laws and divine chains of order. The Lord of the Divine Ruins was a bit confused. At this moment, he was actually sent flying by an ant, a fist almost piercing through his body, causing him to spurt out blood. There is a saying that the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist might have been created by the divine physique's first ancestor, but it has not been proven. Now it seems like there is some truth to it. Stone Emperor said. The fist intent finally exploded. Yi Fan lost that kind of resonance. The blood in his body was no longer berserk, and the divine physique returned to its original state. However, that short experience just now was extremely precious to him. Not only did it resonate with the source of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist, there was also the reaction of the 2 divine physiques themselves. The recovery of their primal instincts allowed him to see a world that he had never seen before. It just had to be at this time. Yi Fan said to himself, not sad, not smiling. Now for him it didn't have much meaning, because there was no hope or tomorrow. Otherwise, if he could survive, his heavenly emperor fist might undergo another transformation, and his battle awareness would become even more astonishing. His physical body would gradually become unrivaled under the heavens. Lowly speck of dust, in front of a supreme being as vast as the ocean, your laughable and lamentable luck has come to an end. The Lord of the Divine Ruins' face was gloomy. He turned into a streak of light and rushed over. Instantly, the chains on his body rattled, and millions of strands of divine light appeared. Bang! Yi Fan took action. Wuxia flipped through the scriptures, and at the same time he was also resisting. However, he was still sent flying. His body was pierced through by a streak of light, and blood flowed out. This was the power of the imperial Tao laws. It was the most terrifying, causing a bloody hole to appear between his brows. If not for the existence of the Tao Evolution Immortal Robe, protecting his immortal platform, he would have definitely died from this strike. In the distant star domain, the old lunatic's entire body was covered in blood. He threw out the 2 tablets, but it was difficult for him to move forward while carrying the large cocoon. At first, it was fine when he brought it out, but the more he walked, the more terrifying the cocoon became, wanting to crush everything that approached it. Throw it out, damn it. I can't throw it out, damn it, woof. The Black Emperor followed close, almost going crazy. He did his best to carve the formation platform, but when the immortal cocoon descended, those patterns were directly obliterated. This cocoon was terrifying and strange, unpredictable and uncontrollable. In the cosmos battlefield, everything was coming to an end. Yi Fan flew out horizontally, suffering another injury. If not for the last dozen drops of Wuxia blood and the protection of the scriptures, if not for the light of the Tao Evolution Immortal Robe, he would have already died. Honglong. The eternal universe Great Emperor's body was like a sun, bringing with it heaven overflowing Tao flames as he rushed over, exceeding all speed, cutting off the path ahead, clashing head-on with the Lord of the Divine Ruins several times. This time, the Stone Emperor and Heaven Abandoning Supreme were both attacking, but the Emperor weapons also went berserk, fiercely attacking them. In the end, this place erupted. The eternal universe Great Emperor also finally came to an end. He fell towards the sky, his body breaking into pieces. The divine furnace forged from Phoenix blood went all out, directly exploding in this place. It was as if a scarlet rain of blood was raining down. The mournful cries of a phoenix could be heard. Hong. The eternal universe furnace that became fragments carried the shattered corpse of eternal universe into the depths of the cosmos, leaving this battlefield. The three supreme beings suffered serious injuries in the clash, but in the end, they persevered. They were still alive. Now, only Yi Fan was left on the battlefield. For them, there was no one else who could stop their footsteps. They traveled through the cosmos, swept through the star domains. No one could stop them. Yi Fan was like a moth flying into a flame, slaughtering his way forward. Ho! In the depths of the cosmos, a long roar sounded. The human demon old man stood on a desolate star, staring at an enormous light source, saying, "I finally obtained the most precious food since ancient times, but I have to fight it out again." If the Black Emperor was here, he would definitely go crazy. It was precisely the Emperor source that he had bitterly chased after back then that was cut off by the old tongue snake, causing him to lose all traces. Now it was obtained by the human demon Dongfang Tai, truly finding it. Something left behind by the great Emperor Dao transformation. Then continue. Dao transformation. The human demon released a loud shout, guiding the Emperor source left behind towards the direction of the Dao transformation. In the end, it struck out, turning into a terrifying expanse of light, rushing straight into the battlefield. Stone Emperor, Heaven Abandoning Supreme, and the Lord of the Divine Ruins' fine hairs stood on end. The cosmos void was annihilated, a ball of light approaching, making them all horrified. An ordinary person's Dao transformation was ineffective against them, but the source of those at the same level, at this time, burning into light, rushing over like this undoubtedly possessed powerful destructive power. They chose to evade. However, there was a type of imprint fluctuation in this rain of light. It didn't disappear, rushing over to kill them on its own. It was clear that this change was unexpected. In the end, they used their own essence blood to extinguish the rain of light, extinguishing the power of the Dao transformation, injuring a portion of their vitality. At this point, the last strand of light in the great era of darkness was also about to be extinguished, nearing its end. The three supreme beings pressed over. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. What else could he use to fight? His immortal foundation shone, the blood in his body surging. He wanted to self-detonate in the intense battle, letting the supreme being's blood splatter everywhere. Suddenly, a faint immortal voice rang out, like a song, like weeping, shaking the starry sky. At the limits of that star domain, an old man appeared. His body was in decline, his eyes dim, carrying a type of sorrow as he walked over step by step. Gai Juyo. Yi Fan saw a type of resolution on his face. The tribulation crossing immortal song was playing. The sorrow on his face wasn't for himself, but for the great emperor, for all living things. Senior. He called out softly, releasing a light sigh. In terms of talent, Gai Juyo was definitely one of the most stunning people since ancient times, publicly acknowledged by the entire world. If not for Azure Emperor achieving the Dao before him, the two of them being too close, he would have definitely become another great emperor. Such a stunning person, breaking into the quasi-emperor realm in the shortest amount of time, and then advancing to the limit, already touching upon that unmatched domain, yet he still couldn't undergo the final transformation. Life's regret. After the desolate era, heaven and earth changed greatly, everything was just that difficult. This was especially the case when Azure Emperor's great Dao hadn't disappeared, yet he could still reach that step, almost breaking through the restrictions of endless time, changing history, creating miracles, truly achieving the Dao. This already couldn't be described with just the word stunning. What a pity, an unrivaled hero was born in the wrong era. His life made others sigh with regret. Interesting, even an old and weak quasi-emperor dares to attack us? Something's not right. So powerful, truly powerful, almost breaking through our trial, but something unexpected happened in the end. This was the evaluation of an ancient supreme being. The tribulation transcendence immortal song sounded. Gai Juyo walked over step by step, his entire body shining. The sorrow on his face was concealed, gradually becoming peaceful. With every step he took, the great Tao of heaven and earth would resound, and the light on his body would also become more and more resplendent. Moreover, during this process, his withered body would release sounds. In the end, the sound of blood flowing within his body could be clearly heard, like the surging of a long river, like the raging sea splitting the sky. Astonishing changes were happening to Gai Juyo. With every step he took, it was as if he was walking against the river of time for 100 years. His body was becoming younger, once again radiating vitality. Yi Fan's eyes became blurry, filled with mist. He had a feeling of wanting to cry out loud. This dark upheaval was too cruel, and Gai Juyo was fighting with the last of his life. This old man was forcefully refining his essence qi, restoring himself to the peak state of the past. He was going to fight against the ancient emperor. The result of doing this was that perhaps in 2 hours, perhaps in an hour, perhaps in a quarter of an hour, he would directly turn into dust, body and soul destroyed, forever no longer existing. He was originally already old, but for this battle, he refined his blood essence, condensing time, all for that moment of power, recovering to the peak state of the past when he was about to break into the great emperor realm. Who dares fight against me? Gai Juyo asked, his voice calm, without anger or sorrow, only a type of confidence. His face carried a type of astonishing brilliance. When these words were spoken, it was deafening, leaving the 3 supreme beings stunned. Gai Juyo's voice resounded through heaven and earth. What kind of determination and boldness was this? Did the ancient supreme beings dare fight against him? You want to fight against us? Stone Emperor asked coldly. Do you dare? Gai Juyo asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it made the stars in the sky tremble. If anyone else said this, they would definitely be thought to have gone mad, and the people of the world would laugh at them. Meanwhile, supreme beings would naturally show disdain, not paying them any attention. However, when Gai Juyo spoke these words, even heaven and earth trembled, making everyone feel a type of great boldness, feeling that this was a matter of course, believing that he had the qualifications to fight against supreme beings. Moreover, the 3 ancient supreme beings themselves were all stunned, momentarily forgetting to berate him. They actually had a type of feeling that this person really was a matchless expert of a generation. It was as if they were treating him as one of their own. Tribulation crossing immortal song sounded, resounding through the starry sky. Gai Juyo's body became younger and younger, radiance covering his body. He walked over step by step, his dim eyes full of astonishing brilliance. In the end, blood energy rushed into the heavens, the declining figure disappearing, replaced by a body full of vitality, divine appearance imposing, transcendent. Was this what Gai Juyo looked like when he was young? He possessed a type of matchless heroic bearing, eyes brilliant, black hair thick, scattering over his shoulders and back, as if he was the reincarnation of an immortal king, his entire being transcendent and powerful. This was a wondrous man with heaven-warping talent, divine appearance like jade, possessing a type of matchless might. As he stood there, his unique aura oppressed the heavens, a single person able to suppress the universe, surpassing deities. This was the young Gai Juyo, the supreme being of the universe, unparalleled in this world. His eyes were bright, his bearing unmatched, his tone calm as he said, "Who dares fight against me?" These words weren't arrogant, it made others feel that it was only natural, believing that he had the ability to challenge supreme beings. Yi Fan's heart was sour, he couldn't help but sigh. Gai Juyo truly yearned for a battle, wishing to compete against a great emperor, wishing to fight against an ancient emperor, fulfilling one of his wishes. He could have become an emperor, but he was born in the wrong era. If the Azure Emperor was still alive, he believed that he would definitely challenge him back then. Now he wanted to bid farewell to this era in the most glorious battle, prove that he wasn't weaker than others, make up for his lifetime's regrets. Gai Juyo's dream, Gai Juyo's death, Gai Juyo's wish. A hero who should have blossomed with the most resplendent radiance in history missed an era. He wanted to pave out his own emperor path in the ultimate battle. Even if he died, he had to reach the peak in the final instant. This was a supreme being hero with regrets, as well as an old man who had a dream in his heart that hadn't disappeared. He was going to burn in the most resplendent fiery light, the curtains falling. Hong, the Lord of the Divine Ruins' entire body shone, treating his own injuries, recovering. You? A quasi-emperor. Yet you want to challenge me? Fine, I'll help you fulfill your wish of sending yourself to death. This battle erupted, the result shocking. Gaijuyo's aura devoured mountains and rivers, oppressing even the supreme beings of a generation to the point of being shocked. As soon as he appeared, blood splashed into the sky. This was a battle between emperors. They fought their way into the starry sky, crossing through many star domains, leaving behind endless battle remains, as well as leaving behind endless legends for later generations, shaking the eternal universe. From this day forth, Gaijuyo never appeared again, sublimating in a glorious battle, ending the curtains. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Divine Ruins didn't appear either, the curtains falling, leaving this world. Chapter 1606. Endless great stars became fragments. Stellar rivers eternally turned to dust one after another. Many ancient regions were ruined, becoming star ruins. Many star systems were in a mess, destroyed. Emperor blood scattered everywhere. No one knew the details of that battle, but there were many legends left behind. Even after many years passed, the glory and sorrow of the human race supreme being Gaijuyo were sung. There were some who said that in the final instant, he corroborated the Tao, becoming a great emperor. Then he dimmed at the absolute peak like fireworks. After the brilliance passed, he walked towards darkness, thus disappearing. There were others who said that they saw the supreme being in the darkness chaos, forced to submerge that star domain. There were others who said that they saw an immortal flame burn, destroying the Tao traces of the heavens, burying everything, not leaving anything behind. The hero of a generation, Gaijuyo, disappeared from this world. After this battle, he never appeared again, leaving behind endless sorrow and sorrow. Even after many years passed, it was still being sung. In the depths of the cosmos, immortal music lingered. A white-clothed woman's face was covered in tears, playing a tribulation crossing immortal song in grief, full of grief, sending off her master. She was Xiajuyo. In the cosmos battlefield, the battle continued. There was only Yifan left, completely without hope. The entire world was filled with haze and austere. Now who could keep Stone Emperor and Heaven Abandoning Supreme in check? No one was their opponent anymore. Yifan's entire body was covered in blood. He fought until his body was in tatters, divine might exhausted, not having the slightest bit of fighting strength left. As he watched this conclusion, he was powerless, full of unwillingness and grief. An emperor weapon exploded, shattered, but it also released a powerful fluctuation, blasting the two great supreme beings until half their bodies were covered in blood, almost becoming crippled. There was no hope left, making one feel despair. The emperor weapons went crazy to the extreme, wishing to destroy everything indiscriminately. For the two great supreme beings, this was an extremely dangerous sign. Only the two of them were left. The ancient supreme beings' 5 emperor weapons were all destroyed. When faced with the wrath of these emperor weapons, they would be in a life and death situation. Chang. In the distance, sword cries sounded. There was a killing sword that carried heaven overflowing bloody light as it arrived. There was a new emperor weapon that joined. This was a killing sword from the spiritual treasure, celestial being. Then, the second immortal sword flew over, blood radiance sweeping through the stars. It was unknown just how many light years long it was, breaking through the confinement of the cosmos, arriving in an instant. The Black Emperor roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out the third killing sword. The sword body had the imprint of slaughtering immortals. It was dripping with blood, making this entire cosmos tremble. In the depths of the starry sky, a monkey that looked very similar to the sacred prince stood up and opened his palm. A killing sword that had an aura similar to his, and had already fused with him soared into the sky, turning into a beam of eternal light as it shot over. Boom! The 4 killing swords arrived together, brandishing about, erupting with resplendent radiance, hacking down murderously, adding a wave of power to the emperor weapon. Moreover, in that instant, in a distant star system, within a vast ocean, a Tao diagram flew up. The sound of chanting filled the air as 4 killing swords appeared. This was a formation diagram refined from immortal materials, engraved with the spiritual treasure celestial beings' unmatched Tao marks, merging with the 4 swords. This wasn't a normal formation, but rather a great killing weapon that could truly kill supreme beings. In that instant, The four swords returned to their positions, forming a world-shocking killing formation. With a wonglong sound, a streak of resplendent radiance was released, hacking down on Stone Emperor's body. Kung Chang sounds rang out, triggering an intense confrontation. Right at this time, the other Emperor weapons also joined in, entering the formation to carry out the fatal attack. Stone Emperor and Heaven Abandoning Supreme's expressions truly changed. If they didn't return to their peak state, then they might face a bloody disaster. Streak after streak of blood flew out from their bodies. This was already no longer the original killing formation. Now that many Emperor weapons were added, it became much more powerful. The two of them had no choice but to stake it all, carrying out the final bloody struggle. The creator of the group's secret character, the representative of the unmatched killing formation, truly is terrifying. Unfortunately, it isn't the spiritual treasure celestial being controlling it. No one understands the most complex and profound immortal texts and Tao marks, so the power can't be displayed to the greatest. Even though Stone Emperor was seriously injured, he still stabilized himself. Without the main leader, he didn't feel like he was in a situation of inevitable death, so he launched a counterattack. With a raise of his hand, a similarly terrifying killing formation appeared, vicious energy rushing into the heavens. This was a type of blood formation that devoured 10,000 spirits. He actually still had something up his sleeve. In that instant, blood energy overflowed into the heavens, surging, drowning out this stellar domain. In addition, he raised his hand, grabbing towards Yi Fan. It was because right now, Yi Fan was seriously injured, fighting until he was half crippled. Wu Shi didn't have the support of blood, so he already couldn't release Emperor Dao laws. Blood sacrifice my formation, Stone Emperor said. Yi Fan didn't resist. Only when he got close did he say, I'll sacrifice it for you. Hong. He was extremely unyielding, directly letting his body explode, wanting to take down half of Stone Emperor's life. In addition, there was a type of Tao transformation power spreading. He wanted to burn his own blood into ashes, not leaving behind any life substance. Stone Emperor released a muffled groan. His arm split apart, almost exploding. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was already in pieces, about to self-destruct under the Tao transformation rain of light. You want to die? It won't be that easy. You can only die if I want you to die, and you can only live if I want you to live. I will decide whether you live or die. Stone Emperor's expression was cold. He repaired his arm, the space between his brows releasing auspicious radiance. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, actually directly extinguishing the Tao transformation rain of light. Then he raised his hand, making Yi Fan's broken body merge back together. He threw him into the blood formation, saying, I'll leave you alive, so you can suffer in the blood sea. Yi Fan laughed bitterly. He didn't even completely succeed in self-destructing, only injuring one of his opponent's arms. His primordial spirit wasn't powerful enough, and he didn't have Emperor Dao laws. The difference was too great after all. From a certain perspective, he really was just an ant. Even if he crawled into the body of a giant dragon, he still wouldn't be able to defy the heavens. He knew that he didn't have much time left, that he was about to leave this world. There were laughter, tears, past people and events all appeared in his heart, day after day, scene after scene. He didn't want to give up just like that. If there was a chance, he would still destroy everything indiscriminately, using the power of crushing his bones to make the other party's blood splash 3,000 feet. In the distance, Laozi and Shakyamuni hurried back from the depths of the endless stellar domain, tossing several damaged Great Emperor formations into the center of the battlefield. This place became even more chaotic. It was clear that the situation had worsened greatly, going out of control, making the two great supreme beings frown. In the distant depths of the starry sky, on a meteor, Duanda's entire body was covered in blood. There was a damaged scripture at his side that had formation patterns extending outwards, dyed in blood. He almost sacrificed his own blood, saying through clenched teeth, This humble Taoist refined the celestial being true blood with great difficulty, and now I have to offer it all up as soon as it was born. The loss is too great, not even digging up several great emperor tombs can make up for it. He howled, feeling incomparably pained. He was sacrificing himself. The heaven-devouring demonic cover rose and fell within the formation patterns of the damaged scripture. The bloody light turning into mysterious symbols and power, calling out to the demonic cover to awaken. This wasn't the ordinary revival of an emperor weapon, but the revival of its subconscious. It was because this wasn't an ordinary emperor weapon. It was formed from the shockingly talented Great Empress head. What Duanda wanted to revive wasn't the emperor weapon itself, but the Empress' subconscious and potential. In the end, he brought out the half of the heaven-devouring demonic cover and shouted, "Unmatched female heavenly Empress, this humble Taoist paid half of his life, please return to one go." He muttered incantations, the incantation like thunder, shaking the starry sky. The half of the heaven-devouring demonic cover flew up, rushing into the depths of the cosmos. At this moment, the other half sensed something, flying over in an instant. With a rumbling sound, the two merged as one, vaguely forming the image of a woman that suppressed the world. This was the most unique emperor weapon in the world, refined from the flesh and blood of a great emperor, using his own body as a mortal material to forge a peerless emperor weapon. Meanwhile, he broke free from the divine core. Rumble. It rushed into the cosmos battlefield, not like a weapon at all, but more like a true living great emperor, arriving in an instant. Amidst the huge fluctuations, heaven-abandoning Supreme flew up, revealing an expression of disbelief. His body was covered in cracks, and he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with great difficulty, saying, "Is it an emperor weapon or a person? This is a bit strange." Heaven-abandoning Supreme made a move, slapping forward, but after the demonic cover became one, a woman's illusory image actually appeared, her divine might matchless. With a stomp, the surroundings collapsed, causing his body to tremble. It's just an emperor weapon, can it really defy the heavens? It's not like she came personally. Heaven-abandoning Supreme roared, rapidly increasing his battle prowess. But the glabella of the woman in front of the demonic cover shone brilliantly, shooting out strand after strand of multicolored light, actually canceling out his power. Rumble. Most importantly, the demonic cover shone, and a huge killing formation appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth, submerging this place. Together with Laozi, Shakyamuni, and the others' damaged formations, this place became a danger zone. All types of great Emperor Tao marks attacked together, terrifying to the extreme. The Wuxia scripture that originally calmed down, died in the blood of the void, eternal universe, as well as the supreme beings floating here, also shone again, turning over a mysterious page. Formations interweaved, constructing another great formation. Just some weapons, yet you want to kill an emperor? You can't defy the heavens. The two supreme beings cried out, but the situation was many times more serious than they had imagined. Every single emperor weapon began to shine, borrowing the great fluctuations here to summon all types of great emperor formations left behind in the cosmos, all of them suppressing over. Some damaged formations that had long been buried, unable to reappear in the world, at this moment, because of the roars of so many emperor weapons, as well as the eruption of endless power, all of them revived, uprooting from the ground, suppressing over. Roar. Heaven-abandoning Supreme couldn't hold on any longer. He had no path of retreat, no choice. At this moment he rose to the extreme, his Tao rapidly rising, reaching the peak, releasing undying radiance. The damaged formations in the surroundings all exploded, unable to suppress him. Even Stone Emperor's blood formation collapsed, because the materials weren't good enough, unable to resist this type of matchless might. The entire cosmos was trembling, many great stars exploding one after another. Heaven-abandoning Supreme didn't hide this type of divine might at all, as if he could crush the entire great wasteland with a single stomp. Heaven-abandoning Supreme was in despair. He never thought that before the Feast of Slaughter he would actually be forced to this step, sublimating to the extreme, turning into a matchless ancient emperor. No one could stop his footsteps. However, this also meant that soon, he would self-destruct under the most brilliant radiance. Yifan didn't know whether to feel gratified or to sigh. This supreme being was destined to die, but the price was just too great. Heaven-abandoning Supreme. You've paid such a price, yet Stone Emperor is waiting for you to sublimate to the extreme. Don't you feel regret? Yi Fan spoke. A pair of ice-cold eyes swept over. Many star domains became dim. This was a true matchless Emperor Dao Law, without the slightest flaw. Heaven abandoning Supreme's expression was cold like an ice sculpture. However, he didn't take action against Stone Emperor. At this moment, apart from the spiritual treasure celestial being's formation diagram, Wusher's formation diagram, as well as the heaven-devouring demonic jar's formation diagram, everything else was destroyed. The fluctuations of ancient emperor laws engulfed the world. Many emperor artifacts rose and fell within the formation diagram, but the beams of light that swept over couldn't truly injure him. Who in the world could match him? A true ancient emperor appeared. The 9 heavens 10 earths no longer had any opponents. All life in the world was suffocating, trembling under this type of oppressive atmosphere, lacking the slightest bit of hope. Indiscriminate destruction. A divine roar sounded from within an emperor artifact that was about to shatter. It took form an elder, Dao light flowing about him, as if his blood was burning. He was the first to rush over, and then he exploded on his own. These were emperor-level fluctuations. He chose death, rushing forward without the slightest bit of hesitation. He turned into the most brilliant fiery light. Hong. Heaven abandoning Supreme's majestic body swayed, but killing him was too difficult. There was no hope, not even a single drop of blood splashing out. This was the power of an ancient emperor, exceeding everything in the mortal world, truly matchless and unmatched. As long as he existed, there was no power that could kill him. A life of humiliation is not as good as a glorious death. Another emperor artifact advanced, its entire body transparent, extremely sparkling. This was choosing death, letting itself blossom like fireworks, carrying out a final struggle. This wasn't a damaged emperor artifact, but rather a perfect one. It actually also stepped onto this path. Hong. The emperor artifact flew over, exploding into pieces, completely obliterated. The radiance illuminated the past, present and future, leaving the entire cosmos shaken. It turned into a great flood, rushing forward murderously towards the ancient Supreme Being. However, heaven abandoning Supreme recovered to his peak. Even though he was shaking intensely, in the end, when the radiance scattered, he still stood there. Even though his life was limited, at this moment, he was matchless and unmatched. Divine chains of order covered his entire body, sweeping through the world, resisting the many emperor artifacts, carrying out a slaughter. The darkness is in chaos, there is no hope, no light of dawn. Is this fated? Yi Fan sighed softly. There was no sorrow, no anger. In the great explosion just now, he already broke free from the blood formation. His expression was peaceful as he watched the tragic and stirring scene of the emperor artifact exploding. He was like an outsider as he said softly, "Let my soul and bones be buried here as well." In the end, he gazed into the depths of the cosmos. He resolutely and decisively ignited, borrowing the formation constructed by the Wusher scripture to stop Stone Emperor from approaching. Then his body turned into an undying torch. This was the great completion of the divine body burning. Then his frontal bone shattered, exploding with the brightest flower of life, causing the evolved Tao immortal clothes to collapse as well. It passed through the formation patterns constructed by the Wusher scripture, and rushed towards Stone Emperor. There was no sound between heaven and earth. Even though the most resplendent radiance was blossoming, Yi Fan couldn't see it anymore. The flower of life blood scattered down, flowing into his eyes, covering everything. He broke apart, the bloody paste and shattered bones turning into light, smashing into Stone Emperor's body. This world became dark. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, and his perception disappeared. Chapter 1607. Big Brother. A tender voice rang out. In the starry sky, little Nan Nan's heart pounded and she couldn't help but shed tears. She gazed at the sky, her face full of fear and unease. Then she screamed and crawled back up, crying, "No, Big Brother, don't die." At this moment, the Black Emperor was silent. He had already predicted this ending. There was no true great emperor in this world. Everything was set in stone, and there was no turning back. Too many people had died in this world. Jizi, Jiang Taishu, Gai Juyo, one after another. It was a pity that such talents were lost. No one knew if a miracle would appear. Crazy Ole's back was straight. In the end, he couldn't deliver the immortal cocoon. His body was covered in blood. After understanding the ending, he trembled and stood up straight again. Too many deaths. So many people had died. This is reincarnation, ha ha ha. The silent Black Emperor suddenly laughed out loud, as if he had lost his mind. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he said, "At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld will be the home of all living beings. How I wish for this to come true." In the distance, an immortal cocoon crushed the starry sky. There were many large cracks there, absorbing the power of the universe. No one could approach. Hearing this, the cocoon seemed to move. At this time, in the depths of the universe, the pressure of a great emperor shook the world. Nothing could stop it. It was a supreme and unrivaled fluctuation. What was a supreme being? Only at this moment did it truly manifest. After a long period of time, he had ascended to the pinnacle and ascended to the throne, ruling over the ups and downs of the human world. Boo-hoo. Little Nan Nan cried loudly as she placed her little hands on her chest. Her heart was aching, and a sparkling and translucent little stone appeared between her brows. It shone with a light that could cut through the universe as she looked forward with teary eyes. Finally, she saw the final scene of Yi Fan's resolute self-destruction. His blood was burning, and a flower of life blood bloomed on his forehead. His entire body was smashed to pieces. "No, I don't want to. Little Nan Nan doesn't want Big Brother to die." Little Nan Nan cried. This time, her tender voice shook the starry sky and resounded throughout the universe. She tore her heart and lungs apart. Then, her entire body turned into a rain of light and shot up, disappearing into the depths of the universe. "Come back." The Black Emperor cried out loudly and ran with all his might. He wanted to catch up, but he didn't have that kind of extreme speed at all. That was something that exceeded the common sense of this world. Back then, little Nan Nan had disappeared from the Big Dipper just like that. It was as if she had ascended and soared into the heavens. She had been gone for many years. The old lunatic also took action, wishing to bring the little Nan Nan back. He had the Row character formula, but he still failed, because that immortal light tore through the everlasting, going against common sense. The cold cosmos had long been dyed red with blood, the blood of all life, the blood of supreme beings, even more so the blood of great emperors. Star domains were ruined one after another. Little Nan Nan sobbed like an orphan who had lost a loved one. She cried in grief and her little face was covered in tears. She actually appeared on the battlefield. There was blood, there was light, there was the power of Tao transformation. And there were even traces of Yi Fan's remains. "Big Brother, don't die. You promised Nan Nan that you wouldn't die in battle, that you would come back to see me, woo-woo." The little girl was just that helpless, sparkling and translucent tears continuously tumbling down. She staggered about, throwing herself into the blood and bones, crying loudly. It was as if the entire world was collapsing, as if she had lost everything she could rely on. The Supreme Being's Tao laws obliterated the vitality of life, the one character secret, known to be able to kill a person with a single drop of blood. It was useless even if one's flesh and bones were reborn, their vitality severed. I don't want to. Big Brother, wake up. You promised Nan Nan that you wouldn't die in battle, that you would come back alive." She cried until she was trembling, sparkling and translucent tears scattering down. The little girl was heartbroken like this, throwing herself into the blood, frantically piecing together the shattered bones and bloody paste. It made one's heart ache and feel great regret. Kung Chang. She opened up the tattered Tao Evolution Immortal clothes, frantically searching, her hands covered in blood. She cried and screamed at the top of her lungs, searching for traces of Yi Fan. "He's gone, Big Brother is gone." The little girl was in a daze, and then she laid there, crying loudly. Her young and tender little face, her sorrowful expression made one feel extremely pitiful. She sobbed, muttering, reaching out her small hands, doing her best to grab forward, as if she was trying her best to grab onto something. On the other side, the heaven-abandoning Supreme's expression was indifferent. True Great Emperor-level fluctuations covered heaven and earth. He stood there alone, facing off against all of the Emperor weapons, looking down on the common people, looking down on all living things. At this time he suddenly reached out his hand, touching his own cheeks. There was moisture there, sparkling and translucent. He spoke in self-mockery, saying, "There are actually tears rolling down my cheeks. Could it be that after returning to the Imperial Tao position, I have some memories from the ancient past?" In this instant, many past events appeared in his eyes. The bloody battle on the Emperor's path, that was a resounding song, the attention of all, the respect of all under the heavens. In the end he finally achieved the Tao. After that, for an extremely long period of time, he protected all living things, being worshipped by all under the heavens. His brilliance illuminated the annals of history, engraved into the hearts of all clans. He fulfilled all of the responsibilities of an Emperor Tao expert, and was also respected by all living things. Later on, he watched as his friends passed away one after another, watched as the woman he loved also fell in the passage of time. He was so sorrowful, longing for immortality. In the end he slowly changed, attacking the 9 heavens, exploring the 9 underworlds, all for the sake of living longer, hoping to revive those who left him one after another. In the end he completely changed, stepping onto a different path. His heart gradually became cold, gradually becoming emotionless. He turned his back on all living things, using their blood to prolong his own life, stepping onto a path that went against everything. Ha 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 ha. The heaven-abandoning Supreme laughed loudly, wiping away the tears on his face. His expression became cold and emotionless, saying, "What a laughable emotion. After so many years have passed, after I recovered to the peak and ascended to the Imperial Tao position, I actually have this kind of feeling again, just like back then when I achieved the Tao. However, even though I protected all living things, I couldn't protect all of my loved ones and friends. What use is this great compassion and righteousness? In this life, I only live for myself, without any shackles. I want to defy the heavens and step onto the path of immortality." The heaven-abandoning Supreme roared loudly, giving himself an end, severing the last bit of turmoil and emotion. Extreme sublimation doesn't necessarily mean certain death. There were people who survived, and even though the chances were slim, I definitely want to live forever in this world, he said coldly, staring at the Emperor weapons that hadn't shattered yet. Tao Friend's words are correct. Stone Emperor nodded in agreement. Heh. The heaven-abandoning Supreme only released a cold snort. He suddenly turned around, looking towards little Nan Nan, saying to himself, "I originally didn't have much hope or chance of victory, but her appearance has allowed me to see hope of continuing to live forever." Stone Emperor's eyes flickered continuously, not expressing his opinion. When he saw the heaven-abandoning Supreme walk over, his body trembled, as if he also wanted to take action. But in the end, he endured it and didn't act immediately, because this was a paragon who had undergone extreme sublimation. Unless he did the same, only death awaited him. Originally, there was a rain of light here. That was the power of Tao transformation, but it didn't injure little Nan Nan. After the little girl arrived, all the light was extinguished. However, the Emperor's aura here similarly didn't cause her to tremble. When she saw the heaven-abandoning Supreme coldly walking over, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she howled in sorrow, "Return my big brother's life to me. If you want to be together with him, it's very simple. Just sink into the darkness together and enter eternal slumber." The heaven-abandoning Supreme acted. That was an Emperor's technique, shattering the sky. He actually went all out, aiming for little Nan Nan. This was something he viewed as his hope of prolonging his life. He couldn't afford to lose it. He wanted to seize it and devour it, refining it into his immortal foundation. "Still calling me big brother?" At this instant, the little girl didn't feel any fear. She only howled in sorrow, as though she was crying blood. Her tender voice actually shook the heavens. "Nan Nan." The Black Emperor's expression changed. He who was in another star region also heard it. He roared in rage and rushed towards the battlefield, disregarding his own life. However, something even more terrifying happened. Behind it, the immortal cocoon that was crushing the starry sky suddenly exploded. A slender and beautiful figure stepped out, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in. She crossed the river of time and charged into the battlefield. Boom. At the next instant, a resplendent light erupted from the battlefield. Today, the light illuminated the boundless starry space, shaking the years of time and shattering all the records of history. Emperor-level battle. A true battle between emperors. A life-and-death battle between two emperors who stood at the peak of the Emperor Tao. No one expected that there would actually be such an ending. The myriad of living beings had long lost all hope. The entire sky was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, so heavy that it was hard for people to breathe. At the very last moment, when the darkness was about to sweep through the universe, an unprecedented bloodbath was about to be carried out. A flawless immortal emperor appeared in the mortal world and launched the most terrifying battle. This type of light was something no one had ever seen before, not even the supreme beings themselves able to see it. Now it actually erupted. This was produced by two great emperors, shocking the world. This was ascension light, the power of ascension. The intense battle split the heavens, making even the heavens tremble. There was nothing that could stop them. The entire world was shocked, all creatures horrified. Even the surviving old great sage were petrified. This type of thing actually happened. Flawless immortal emperor facing off against an emperor Tao supreme being. This was like something out of a legend. It was rumored that there might have been emperors who existed in this world during the legendary era, but no one had ever confirmed this. Now everyone personally felt it. People at this level were fighting, their divine might matchless. Hong. In the cosmos battlefield, the white-clothed woman released a light shout. The sun, moon, and stars were all destroyed. What she released was ascension power, exceeding all methods in this world. The battlefield shifted. The world's creatures discovered something with shock. Heaven abandoning Supreme was actually retreating, not because he feared death. As an Emperor Tao Supreme being, the words cowardice and cowardice didn't exist in their minds. They all had unmatched beliefs, firmly believing that they were the most powerful in this world. However, at this time he was sent flying by that white-clothed woman, forced to retreat through star systems one after another. The people didn't know the true result of this battle. They only knew that the battle between great emperors was too terrifying, and heaven abandoning Supreme was retreating. The blood of an Emperor Tao Supreme being. Unknowingly, when everyone discovered that there was a dazzling scarlet multicolored light rushing into the heavens at the edge of the cosmos. That was the aura of heaven abandoning Supreme. That was his blood splashing out, scattering across the cosmos. The final result of the battle between emperors was still unknown, because no one could watch it. However, all signs pointed to the fact that a massacre of Emperor Tao experts was going to happen today. They were all experts at the peak of the great circle of the Emperor Tao. They had all ruled over the great wasteland cosmos for a certain period of time. Their combat prowess number 1. Hong. A loud sound rang out, accompanied by the mournful cries of heaven and earth's Tao. A flawless great emperor-level expert's body was crushed, his blood splashing across the edge of the cosmos. Chapter 1608. The fluctuations were terrifying to the extreme. The bloody light instantly illuminated most of the cosmos. The void and the stars were all illuminated by the scarlet multicolored light. It was as if a giant bloody sun was surging, and the scarlet light occupied half of the cosmos. A great emperor-level figure exploded, and his blood splashed across the world. The power was incomparable, and the desolate edge of the cosmos was destroyed. The star systems grew dim, and they were annihilated into nothingness. This was an unimaginable disaster, and it made all creatures in the 8 wastelands of the cosmos tremble. It was an indescribable terror, and even their souls were about to shatter. Powerful divine will fluctuations were transmitted from the life-restricted regions, capturing the true result of the battle. The next moment, the cosmos seemed to have come to a standstill, entering a deathly silence. There was no sound, and all living things were withering away. Was he dead? An emperor-level expert had fallen just like that. Was he going from the most glorious peak to the end? This was the question in everyone's mind. Hong. Suddenly, bloody light rushed into the 9 heavens. The great emperor's fluctuations shocked the world. The endless bloody light and the beautiful scarlet multicolored light all flowed in reverse, turning back in an instant to reconstruct the emperor's body. with a loud one-long sound. It was as if a primal chaos ancestor god was splitting heaven and earth apart. The fluctuations of life shook the desolate world violently, and the sun, moon, and stars all swayed endlessly. The Emperor battle is not over yet. The flawless Emperor-level expert cannot be destroyed. Some people guessed that it might have been a deliberate self-destruction to recover. The strength of the Emperor's body was boundless, and if it really exploded, the power would be too great and unimaginable. A great Emperor-level figure was actually this fierce. It made people's hair stand on end. Its heaven-abandoning supreme. He was at a disadvantage, and so he withdrew from the endless star systems and fled to the desolate edge of the cosmos. He was forced to do this. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They didn't know if the white-clothed woman was injured or not. This was the explosion of a great emperor's body, and she was using such unyielding methods just to pull back from a disadvantageous situation. The great battle continued. The power of ascension split the world, becoming even more powerful. It illuminated the cosmos in a dazzling manner. From this, everyone knew that the Empress shouldn't have been too affected. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't have been so great. This was an unrivaled style. This battle caused the desolate universe to collapse, and the stars to turn into powder. It even affected some ancient lands with life. In order to replenish his blood energy, heaven-abandoning Supreme cruelly shifted the battlefield in this direction. He was cold-blooded and merciless. He turned the two vital stars into a land of blood and cosmic dust. However, he only had these two chances. Next, he was forced into the mythological era's celestial being battlefield, which was the place where the emperors once fought. It was said that in the mythological era, there were emperors. There was no light here, no life force, no complete stellar rivers. There were star fragments everywhere, as well as enormous corpses that were even larger than a star domain. The two of them battled, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. All sorts of terrifying and demonic things happened. This was especially true for the battlefield of the celestial being from the mythological era. It was raining blood, and there were even black lightning streaking across the sky. Vaguely, one could see countless heavenly soldiers and generals, as well as a huge number of netherworld soldiers, traversing the star domain and embarking on an expedition. No one knew where they were going. Unfortunately, nothing was enough in this emperor-level battle. All abnormal phenomena and strange scenes would be obliterated. Light erupted from the star system ruins. Hong. Bloody light rushed into the heavens again, and blood splashed across the cosmos. The battlefield of the celestial being collapsed, and a few enormous corpses exploded into ashes. Heaven-abandoning Supreme exploded again. Bloody light surged like an ocean, spreading out for who knew how many light years. It shocked the world. A true battle between great emperors truly shocked the human world. That kind of intensity was incomparable. It had never been seen in the past, and people didn't even dare to think about it. The human body actually possessed such enormous power. If this continued, the cosmos would truly be destroyed. It was an endless storm that engulfed all living things. It was unstoppable. Is he dead? Can the darkness disturbance end? However, not long after, the fluctuations of the great emperors continued, and a wave of supreme life aura surged out. The emperors once again reformed their supreme bodies and joined the battle. It was so difficult. A truly flawless great emperor with an undying body was too powerful. It was truly too difficult to kill him. In the following hour, heaven-abandoning Supreme exploded a total of 4 times. The last few times were all caused by the power of the Ascension Immortal. He was blasted into broken bones and blood, and even his primordial spirit exploded. In the end, he finally died. He couldn't resist and didn't make it through this era. That day, cheers erupted from every place. The noise reached into the heavens and resounded through the starry sea. That was the will of all life, and when they gathered together, it was magnificent. What about the Stone Emperor? Then, everyone seemed to have heard the sounds of a great battle again. But it also seemed like it was just the clamoring of the people. In the end, they only saw a large cocoon move through the sky, flying past every ancient land of life. When everything calmed down, there was no more chaos, no more great waves. The blood gradually scattered, and the darkness was expelled. Dawn appeared. A tall figure that was like a demon king appeared, crushing the heavens until it was about to collapse. There was a type of suffocating power fluctuation. He walked past star system ruins and battlefields one after another, looking at the remains. Did the Stone Emperor die? Did that woman fall asleep again after that battle? I am still alive, and I have to continue living. He had a large success tyrant body. His thick hair scattered down like a waterfall, his gaze terrifying. He walked through the star systems, searching for the blood left behind by the supreme beings, and even more so searching for the ruined half of the Void Emperor's body. There were too many things left behind in this battle, and many of them were what he needed. In the end, he also disappeared. Thus, the darkness chaos came to an end. The most terrifying bloody chaos and great calamity in history thus ended. The amount of time that passed was shockingly short, much faster than expected. However, there really were too many deaths left behind. It's over, it's finally over. The darkness of blood and tears has come to an end. The great calamity has ended, and we are still alive. Cheers sounded from every place, resounding through the heavens, celebrating the fact that they made it through the end of the world. Everyone was moved to the extreme. Being able to survive really wasn't easy. Everyone had a new lease on life. They all breathed in and out, and then they roared towards the heavens. Only now did they understand how precious life was, that being alive was better than anything else. Everyone vented everything they had, roaring with all of their strength to express their emotions. In the end, when the cheers and excitement ended, everyone gradually calmed down. A sorrowful atmosphere pervaded the air. Sounds of weeping gradually sounding. Ooh. There were too many people who died in this chaos. Ancient lands of life became scarlet red one after another. Corpses piled up one after another on the great earth. Taller than mountains, wider than seas. Child, where are you? Come back to see your mother. A white-haired old woman cried her heart out, her entire body covered in blood. She sat down on the ground, her entire body ice-cold. Father, don't die. I beg you, you have to live. A weak young girl shook a body with all her might, but there was only blood flowing out of the man's mouth. His eyes were dim, and he reached out his hand powerlessly, touching her face. Then he lowered his head, and there was no more sound. Mother, don't sleep anymore. Get up, hurry and get up. A 3 or 4-year-old child cried loudly, hugging the arm of his body that had long become ice-cold, his large eyes full of tears. This was only the epitome of the tragedy of the human world. It was everywhere, not just in a single star domain, but rather spread to a large expanse of the cosmos. Bleak winds and bloody rain, gloomy clouds. The losses in this battle were too great. Many heroes' bones left their hometowns. Even though they didn't have the strength of a great emperor, they still rushed into outer space to fight, their blood scattering across the starry skies. In reality, many people didn't even get close to the battlefield before exploding, turning into blood and bones. They wanted to, but were powerless. In the end, they could only release an unyielding roar. There were many people like this. When they saw the darkness of the void, the blood of the eternal universe, and Gaijoyo's sorrow, they disregarded their own safety. Even though it was useless, they still ignited the unyielding flames of will. What a pity, we've buried too many unbearable deaths. So many deaths. The large black dog was sad, lamenting in the starry skies. He was a bit depressed and dispirited as he slowly left. The void mirror shattered, the Tai Sovereign sword snapped, the Ninely painting cracked, the West Emperor Tower was damaged, the Eternal Universe furnace exploded. From this day onwards, almost all of the Emperor weapons in the cosmos were destroyed, leaving behind too many wounds and grief. The price paid was too great, unbearable. The battle between supreme beings affected too many star domains, and similarly caused a terrifying bloody calamity. The glory of the past seemed so pale on this day. Sobs came from the cosmos. Jizue wore a plain silk dress and carried a basket of pure white flowers. She shed tears along the way, and sparkling petals danced in the air, accompanied by a bloody mist in the ruins of the battlefield. Yifan, she murmured in a daze. Divine King Jihaoyue's eyes were red. They had many people to offer sacrifices to, not only the Void Emperor, but also Yifan and little ancestor Jizi. All of them left. The Ji clan had all arrived, and those who survived were all crying. Find the remains, even if it's just a piece of bone or a drop of blood, Ji Haoyue said with difficulty. Ji Ziyue wiped away her tears, but they would soon fall. Her heart was in great pain. She scattered white petals and silently walked into the distance, searching along the way. Jiang Yi arrived, and his sorrowful cry shook the heavens. He led the people of the Jiang clan here to offer sacrifices, and it was full of desolation and sorrow. The white-robed divine king died in his place, pushing him away at the crucial moment, giving him hope of survival. All the great inheritances, undying imperial courts, holy lands, and powerful races came. Some were silent, and some were crying out in sorrow. Many imperial weapons were buried here, never to appear again. The people of the heavenly village also came, searching everywhere. They were going to overturn the battlefields one after another, walking through the desolate border of the cosmos, crying out in sorrow. Yi Fan, senior guy, divine king Jiang Jizi, come back to life, don't die. Li Heishui's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted and searched crazily in these places. Divine son, where are you? I believe you will definitely survive. Little K, cried out, tears falling continuously. Master. Yi Tong let out a long roar, his face full of sorrow as tears tumbled down. Back then, it was Yi Fan who picked him up, fought a bloody battle against the Golden Crow race, and brought him away. That was how he was today. Too many people came, and all of them were sad. The battlefield was too vast, and it involved many star domains. They searched tirelessly. Void Emperor, Eternal Universe Emperor. Many races came here to offer sacrifices. They were all very sincere and full of sorrow. The darkness was in turmoil, and the end of a bloody calamity left behind too much sorrow, making people feel bitter in their hearts. Yi Fan. The sacred prince roared loudly, all of the golden hair on his body standing on end. He was mad with hatred. Of the two brothers who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with him, he was the only one left. I really want to flatten those great life-restricted regions. Dongfang Yi roared angrily. Batch after batch of people hurried over, offering sacrifices to the dead, offering emperor weapons, offering sacrifices to this battle, offering sacrifices to this world. The burial ground of blood and bones, the battlefield where life rested in peace. It was cold and bleak. Yi Tong, Flower, and Little K searched for an entire 100 years, hoping to obtain even a piece of Yi Fan's bone or a drop of blood. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The all-life source energy cauldron Yi Fan left behind in the heavenly village had no one to inherit it, and no one used it. In the end, it was buried in his cenotaph. Chapter 1609. This era was filled with sorrow and sorrow. 100 years had passed. Some wounds couldn't be healed even with time. Many things couldn't come back, but some scars were forever etched into one's heart. 100 years of solitude. Some people guarded alone for 100 years, quietly waiting and gazing into the distance. 100 years of pursuit. Some people walked through the starry sky, bitterly searching for the footsteps that had passed away. 100 years of pain. Some people licked their wounds and recuperated in secret. Time slipped away. 100 years had passed just like that. The dark turmoil had ended, but it had left behind indelible pain and bitterness in this era. Master, where are you? Yi Tong and the others roared. They searched the starry sky but found nothing. Their tears scattered across the starry sky. Divine Son, I know you're still alive. You'll come back. Little K left dejectedly. The wind blew down the yellow leaves. It was autumn again, and a chill assaulted them. There was a kind of austere killing intent. This late autumn was a little cold, a little chilly and somewhat chilling. That battle had ended. All the races shed a lot of blood and tears. There were too many wounds that needed time to heal. Countless mortals had died, and too many heroes had passed away. The Void Sovereign and the Eternal Universe Sovereign were remembered by all the races. They had sacrificed too much for their own good. Gai Juyo's words were also passed down by the world. Who dares to fight me? Even now, it was still ringing in people's ears. Even though it had come to a tragic end, that kind of glory was still there. The stars vanished and the tides rose and fell. The lost could never be brought back. They were immortal in time, but they could only live on in people's memories. Too many people died in that battle. What a pity. So many heroes were buried in foreign lands. Many of them didn't even leave their names behind. A spray in the long river of time, splashing out rays of light that soared into the heavens, leaving one deeply moved. All the races were paying their respects. It wasn't just GZ, Jiang Taishu, Gai Jiuyo, and the others. Tens of thousands of powerful races in the universe had sent their heroes. Some died in battle on their ancestral planets, while others rushed to the outer realms. Although they couldn't get close to the battlefield, they had fought fearlessly and perished outside the battlefield. Only the Quasi-Emperor could enter the battlefield, and without a doubt, they all died in battle. After careful calculation, there were actually more than 10 Quasi-Emperor who had died in battle, their blood splattering in the outer realms. People of this level in the cosmos were almost extinct. This was the most powerful group of people, the elites of this world, to the extent where there was even hope of achieving the Tao. Yet they all died in battle just like that, falling in the most terrifying darkness chaos. They became the heroes of their clans, firmly remembered, transported by others, becoming the imprints of an era. Everyone in their clans knew about them. Those who passed away were the strongest heroes of this era. Could it be that none of them survived? People had also hoped that a miracle would appear. However, after 100 years of solitude, not a single heaven-defying hero came back. No matter how extraordinary you were when you were alive, how many heaven-warping geniuses you were, you still died in the end. I asked the world, is there reincarnation? Many powerful races were grief-stricken. They raised their clans and roared towards the heavens, hoping that the strongest heroes of their clans who had died in battle would one day reappear in this world. But could it come true? Death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. There was no reincarnation in the first place, so how could there be such a thing as reincarnation? There was no afterlife. This was the common understanding of many powerful cultivators. Asking the heavens like this was merely a form of sustenance, an expression of grief and indignation. Only a small number of people were looking forward to it, hoping for a miracle to happen. The old great sage sighed lightly. Since they had already died, it was impossible for them to reappear. Even the ancient emperors were like this. They didn't use this chance to reincarnate. They didn't hope for the future, and could only strive for the present. If there was one special person, it would undoubtedly be the Amitabha Buddha. The Buddhist path firmly believed that the afterlife wasn't an illusion, and could be waited for. In the long river of time, there would always be two similar flowers. One would wither, the other would bloom. The most beautiful radiance would be in the future. After this day, some golden arhats, bodhisattvas, protector heavenly kings and others from the Amitabha star region moved out, searching for the fallen elites of the Buddhist path. 100 years passed, 100 years of death. Everything finally came to an end. An era had passed. Amidst the ruins of blood and bones, there was also hope for new life. A batch of young experts grew up. They had witnessed the bloodiest chaos in history. They saw supreme experts charging over like moths flying into a flame, dying in battle without any hesitation. This caused them to be greatly moved since they were young. Their wills grew stronger, and because they could sense the supreme aura wreaking havoc, they grew even stronger than the previous generations. Although many people died, this generation that had been tempered by iron and blood became even more dazzling. They grew stronger amidst the flames of war, filling up the seats of many fallen saints. During these 100 years, the world wasn't peaceful. Many things happened. The underworld appeared domineeringly, manifesting itself in the mortal world. Countless Een soldiers traversed the star regions, collecting the corpses of the experts who died in battle. For this, many bloody battles occurred in various places. These were the local battles after the curtains of darkness fell, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the final destination of all living things. It was unknown who spread this sentence, but it once caused panic. The Een soldiers passed through for 100 years, causing some mysterious ancient regions to be in chaos for 100 years. In the end, they mysteriously disappeared. Apart from this, there was a great star in the depths of the cosmos whose seal loosened. A great army set out to attack the distance. In the end, There was a bloody battle. After 100 years of subjugation, an immortal bell rang loudly. They retreated in defeat, leaving behind many corpses. During these 100 years, many destroyed homes were rebuilt. Buddhist light appeared on the western desert's broken Mount Meru. Chanting sounds could be heard from several temples. The sun, moon, and stars of Big Dipper were moved over through great magical force. Great Xia, Jiuli, Ji, and Jiang families also built their clans' lands in the ruins. It was the same everywhere. Heaven Ascension Star Region, Heaven Completion Star Region, Gochun Star Region, Fire Mulberry Star Region. All of the powerful clans were recuperating, wanting to recover in the shortest amount of time possible. After 200 years had passed since the darkness chaos, the various regions of the heavens walked out from the shadow of chaos. Their populations all recovered, scenes of prosperity appearing. The broken ancient paths in the starry skies were repaired. Many heroes stepped onto the path of trials, sharpening themselves, wishing to display their brilliance in this era. Time was the world's greatest power. Under its mediation, everything could slowly change. After another few decades passed, the clans completely flourished. There were faint signs of a golden age descending. It was hard to imagine that there was such a great calamity in the past. It really is a great era. All types of constitutions have appeared, blossoming with the most dazzling splendor. It's hard to imagine that the prophesied golden age has arrived. It actually happened after the great calamity. From destruction to cultivation, then to the appearance of life, then to flourishing, and then to extreme prosperity. This process made one sigh in admiration. In the past, there were experts of all types of constitutions. After the great calamity, many people survived. Now there were even more divine seedlings from the ancient, archaic, and legendary eras. It could be said that 100 flowers bloomed, groups of stars resplendent. Everyone had previously believed that when the path of immortality opened, this era would enter the most powerful golden age in history. Who would have thought that it would be the most miserable calamity? The cosmos was split apart, all clans were massacred, almost heading towards destruction. Now no one believed that a golden age would appear, believing that all of the prophecies were wrong. However, reality proved that there would always be unexpected events. The will of heaven and earth was unfathomable. The golden age arrived after the bloody calamity. Tens of thousands of flowers bloomed, illuminating the cosmos with the most brilliant radiance. Groups of stars flickered, and all types of powerful constitutions that should have only appeared in legends coexisted in this era. It's hard to believe. 100 years ago, someone saw the undying heavenly blade traverse the cosmos, cutting apart countless stars, and seizing the immortal light left behind after the path of immortality was destroyed. It was all for the sake of nourishing a stone egg. 100 years have passed, and someone has seen that shocking blade radiance again. It seems like that creature has been born for many years. Is this true? Someone has also seen the chaotic body. Yin Tianda is about to become unrivaled under the heavens. Is the light-shaking realm going to become a king? The entire world was discussing this. Resplendent divine stars rose up one after another, illuminating the cosmos and tearing apart the heavens of this era. They released the most dazzling radiance. Sonorous war songs rang out one after another. Stunning figures drew the attention of tens of thousands of people, and all clans sighed in admiration. Another few decades passed, and the third 100 years arrived. This world was gradually moving towards the peak of prosperity. This was a great era rarely seen since 10,000 years ago. Even though the supreme experts of all clans had fallen in that battle back then, they had long since made up for it. A few bloodlines that had only appeared in the legendary era had now appeared, shocking the human world. Their radiance was everlasting, and the entire world was paying attention to them. This was a glorious era. This was an incomparable golden age, and the people of this era were fortunate enough to witness its arrival. The ice-cold cosmos, the battlefield of the past. After so many years, one group of people left, and another group of people came to search for traces of the past. Some people came to pay their respects and offer sacrifices to their ancestors, but even more people came to search for fragments of emperor weapons. Those were unmatched immortal materials, and as long as a small piece was refined into one's own weapon, one's power would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, after so many years had passed and so many emperor weapons had shattered, not many had been found. They were still buried in the boundless starry domains. Where did so many immortal materials go? That's not just one or two great weapons. Practically all the imperial weapons in the world have been destroyed. How could there be so little left? It must have been taken away by someone with ulterior motives, and no one knows about it. Everyone was unwilling. Even though they had these thoughts, they didn't give up on their search. After all, the cosmos was too large, and no one could say for sure which regions the great battle of the past affected. Perhaps those emperor blood, weapons, and ruined corpses were still floating about, in some unknown corner. If they were found, then it would be a shocking treasury. The darkness chaos had passed for too long. Gradually, the number of people who came to offer sacrifices to the Void Emperor, Eternal Space Emperor, and Gai Jiuyo became fewer and fewer. Most of them came for treasures and emperor blood. The emperor battles ended, the blood calamity left. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on the stunning figures that rose up one after another. Yin Tianda, Yao Guang, and other names shook the starry skies one after another, flickering with radiance, drawing the attention of the world. Meanwhile, in the desolate border of the cosmos, blood and bones floated about. There was no light, no warmth, only darkness and coldness. The weapons that accompanied them had long shattered, covered in blood. This was the proof of those who risked their lives and fought against supreme beings. Chapter 16:10. Nebulae curled about, primal chaos pervading the air. This was an ancient region that no one knew about. Since the ancient times until now, it was difficult for the outside world to enter. Only at the right time, at the right place, could special people tear through the void and reach this place. If one wanted to withdraw, it would be extremely difficult. This place was isolated from the outside world. Apart from this, one would have to wait for a special golden era. Perhaps a few people would fight their way in, carrying out the most powerful struggle since the ancient times, illuminating this place with undying and resplendent light. After passing through the layers of mist, they entered the boundless stellar river. This place was vast and boundless, groups of stars shining brilliantly. There was a great star here that was full of vitality. Looking down from the sky, one could see a blue sea and verdant great earth. It was full of a savage aura. Thump thump. In the mountain region, a tyrant dragon was running. Its scarlet scales were shining, full of a bloody aura. It was unknown just how many creatures it had slaughtered before. There was even a vermilion bird that tore apart the sky, moving through the air. It was bright red, as if it was cast from phoenix blood. A long cry sounded, making the boundless mountain region tremble. Kacha. Not far out, a mountain peak collapsed. Magma surged within, creating a scarlet-red expanse. It rushed out like a flood. There was a little beast covered in golden fur there. It released a loud cry, and then countless beast roars sounded from all directions. This was a prehistoric scene. All types of desolate beasts and barbaric birds moved about, all of them rarely seen species. There were many races that lived on this star, all of them innately powerful. Even though they were isolated from the great cosmos and couldn't pass through the mist, they still knew how to cultivate, and were all extremely powerful. This star was extremely large, not inferior to Big Dipper and other places. The region was vast, but many regions were the territories of barbaric birds and desolate beasts. Other intelligent creatures normally wouldn't recklessly barge in, or else they would become food. Here, there were limits to where the races resided. There were some creatures that were just too powerful, and that was why some races could only rely on collective strength to survive. As for the human race, no matter where they went, they would display stunning performances. They were still at the top. On this star, there was a rather vast region that belonged to them. As long as they didn't challenge the bloodlines of the most powerful races from the legendary era, surviving wasn't an issue. There were many beautiful mountain peaks in the human race's region, as well as quite a few desolate mountains and unruly rivers. Looking down from the sky, there were cities that covered the boundless earth one after another. There were some regions that were connected, while others were separated by 100,000 great mountains. Clang. The sound of a bell shook the world. It was a strange bell that rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. It spread throughout the human race's territory, reaching every inch of land. Everyone could hear it. What happened? Many people raised their heads in shock and gazed in the direction of the sound wave. They were bewildered as they didn't know how many years it had been since the sound wave had surged through the world. However, as long as there was a sound, there would definitely be a shocking event. Who can tell me what kind of changes are going to happen? Why are the bell sounds shaking the heavens? At this moment, regardless of whether it was the farmers in the fields or the cultivators in the mountains, they were all stupefied. Their hearts were nervous, worried for the unpredictable future. Has Cheongchi come, or has chaos really come out? Please don't. Many people were worried. In the Great Wastelands, there were some strange races with extremely powerful bloodlines. Even the strongest human experts might not be able to deal with them. No, it has nothing to do with those races. It's news from the outside world. It was clear that someone had received the news ahead of time. Clang. The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. All other sounds between heaven and earth disappeared, and everything became quiet. An emotionless sound wave transmitted over, resounding by everyone's ears. The Ascension Immortal battlefield is about to open again. Everyone, do not enter the Ascension Immortal stage to avoid attracting a great disaster. When this emotionless voice sounded, it immediately triggered an uproar. The news was just too shocking, and everyone couldn't help but look towards a certain region. In that direction was the Immortal Stage region, also known as the Ascension Immortal battlefield. There were too many secrets and riddles. From ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many heroes had shed their blood there. Finally, another golden era has arrived in the outside world. There are going to be more people entering the Ascension Immortal stage. We will be connected to the outside world for a period of time. Those people are about to come again. Many people revealed worried expressions. Those people that came were too powerful. It was clearly recorded in the ancient texts that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the most powerful individuals in this world, and their numbers were far greater. Don't worry, as long as we don't enter the Ascension Immortal battlefield, there won't be any accidents. We absolutely cannot take advantage of them, or else there will be a great disaster, an old cultivator said. As for the farmers, pawns, and others, they quickly calmed down. These things were too far away from them, to the extent where they didn't even have anything to do with it, so they didn't have to worry about anything. As for a few sects, they were all discussing countermeasures. This was a reincarnation cycle, and the outside world was now in a resplendent golden era. It was worth them going out to explore. In the ancient times, there were people who used this time to pass through the destructive mist region to gain experience in the outside world. When they returned, they were already individuals at the very peak. Of course, very few people came back. 99% of the heroes had all gone missing. The immortal stage has already shown, turning into a battlefield. There will be many inconceivable changes. One's cultivation will be cut, cultivation will be severed. It is the most dangerous place, and we absolutely cannot enter. That day, many sects elders were strictly warning their disciples. They hoped that they would know their place, that they absolutely could not go out to explore out of curiosity and lose their lives for nothing. That night, great rain poured down. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Chilly winds howled angrily. It was as if all types of demons and ghosts were moving out, making the late-night torrential rain seem extremely terrifying. In the heavens, a body fell down. It was struck by lightning and roasted by thunder and fire, but it wasn't destroyed. Its body wasn't damaged, only a bit more scorched black. He fell along with the torrential rain, directly smashing into an extremely tall stone mountain below. The anticipated scene of his body being smashed into pieces and blood splattering everywhere didn't appear. He smashed through the stone peak, tumbling down, and then landed on another small mountain. Only after tumbling many times did he stop. At the foot of the mountain, there were several tens of families. A youth was startled awake by the lightning at night. Just now, when he saw the blazing lightning streak through the sky through the window, a body fell from the dark clouds, leaving him stupefied. Grandpa, someone fell from the heavens, smashing into Oxhead Peak. The main peak was shattered. After the youth recovered from his shock, He shouted for his grandfather who shared life and death with him. He pointed outside the window, his body trembling slightly. Don't bother with it. If there really is a demon or ghost, it isn't something we can deal with. After the elder sat up, a strand of radiance shot out from his turbid old eyes, warning the youth. However, that wasn't a demon or ghost. I clearly saw that it was a person. The teenager said. He really wanted to take a look. You aren't allowed to go. It is late at night, and demons can also turn into humans. The elder stopped him. When the sky brightened, the torrential rain stopped. The mist in the forest was quite great. The youth left the house, directly running towards the short mountain. The elder followed behind, fearing that something unexpected would happen to the youth. The mountainous region was extremely slippery, muddy water everywhere. However, their movements weren't slow, quickly arriving at the top of the mountain. A young man laid there, not moving at all. Half of his body was submerged in a puddle. He had been soaked in the rain for an entire night. What was strange was that there was actually a green lotus in the puddle. Wisps of mist curled about it, taking root in the muddy water, accompanying the man's side. Heavens, his body didn't rot. He smashed into Oxhead Peak, but it actually didn't shatter. The youth cried out in alarm. When he raised his head, he saw that the peak of Oxhead Mountain was cracked, a large piece falling off. What kind of physique did this person have? This is not a simple person. He is 10,000 times stronger than demons and ghosts. The elder's eyes revealed a wisp of light, his face a bit worried. He is still alive. It was because the youth heard a powerful heartbeat. His ears were extremely sharp, far surpassing that of ordinary people. When the teenager was about to squat down to take a closer look, he was suddenly startled. He quickly retreated, because he discovered that the man's eyes were always open, and he hadn't fainted. The elder hurriedly explained, "We didn't mean to offend you. My grandson is kind-hearted and wanted to save you. Since you are fine, we will take our leave." He pulled his grandson up, about to leave, but the man didn't have any reaction. Even though his eyes were open, they lacked spirit, as if he was living in his own world. From start to finish, his eyes never blinked. "Grandpa, his condition isn't right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been submerged in the muddy water for half the night. Let's carry him home," the youth said. The elder frowned. He looked at Oxhead Peak, and then looked at the person on the ground. He was quite hesitant. But the youth had already made his move. He directly lifted the man on the ground, and was about to carry him on his back. The elder sighed upon seeing this and walked over to help. At this time, the young man who hadn't moved all this time pulled up the green lotus with only 3 leaves. The roots weren't tainted by a single drop of muddy water. Apart from this, he didn't make any other movements. He allowed the youth to carry him on his back, but his eyes still lacked luster. "I didn't die." In the young man's mind, there was endless blood, scenes of many great emperor weapons shattering, scenes of ancient supreme beings bathing the universe in blood, and scenes of him fighting with all his strength to splash the starry sky. He didn't know the result of the chaos in the darkness. At that time, he was already exhausted. He fought until his body was crushed and his blood spilled in the desolate border of the cosmos. He was already exhausted, regardless of whether the world remembered him or forgot him. Dying in battle in the outer realms was his final destination. "I never thought I would still be alive." Many fragmented scenes flashed through his mind. Little Nan was lying amidst his blood and bones, crying loudly. Many sparkling and translucent tears rolled down and sprinkled on his body. "Don't cry." His lips moved slightly. Unknowingly, tears slid down his face. The Void Emperor was dead. Jizi was dead. Gaijioya was dead. Jiang Taishi was dead. This made his heart ache. The world would remember them, right? Such a hero would never be able to return. A flourishing age would be built on the ruins of blood and bones. Regardless of whether the people of the world remembered them or gradually forgot them, those heroes of the past would never return. They would never be seen again. There was no luster in his eyes. They were dim. He had woken up for many years, drifting through the cosmos. He had seen shattered emperor weapons accompanied by blood and bones. He had also seen ruined bodies. He had vaguely caught a glimpse of them, but he was powerless to find them. That might be the last time he saw them in his life. Chapter 1611. Yi Fan was still alive, but he was exhausted and didn't want to move. Not only his body, but even his mind was exhausted. This battle was too tragic for him, especially when he saw the mutilated bodies and blood of Jizi and Jiang Taishu. It made him sad. He drifted for many years but couldn't move. The battle that day created ruins of blood and bones. The great emperors passed away, heroes fell, and blood rained down. Yi Fan fought in the battlefield of the universe and played a great role in that battle. He helped the two great emperors and launched two critical attacks. It was also because of this that the master of Samsara and the light and darkness supremes fell. Relatively speaking, he was like an ant. He fought with his life at the critical moment and paid a great price. The cauldron of ascension shattered, and he himself was covered in blood in the outer realm. Not only that, but the Tao Evolution celestial robe also exploded into pieces. They were stained with his blood and were extremely dazzling at that moment. The reason he could survive was because the god in the Tao Evolution celestial robe protected a sliver of his spiritual consciousness from being extinguished. It used dozens of pieces to block the world-shaking destructive bloody light. The two great perfection saint physiques turned into a bloody paste with bone fragments flying in all directions. Of course, his body couldn't be preserved and was mixed with the bloody paste. But the two bodies were like the divine robe, blocking too much of the killing calamity and destructive power for him. They came from the same source and shared the same body. The bloody paste of the great perfection saint physique protected a drop of true blood from being extinguished. It was absorbed into the bloody paste and didn't lose its life to the supreme murderous intent. Little Nan Nan rushed over and cried among the bloody paste and the golden fragments of the Tao catastrophe. Her tears fell like rain, and she was extremely sad. Those tears were like the elixir of immortality, protecting his last unerasable mark. But at that time he didn't have the ability to open his mouth. His entire body sank into the boundless darkness. Perhaps that was death. He stepped into that realm. He didn't know what happened after the great emperor battle. The fragments of the great perfection celestial robe, accompanied by blood and broken bones, flew into the distance. They floated in the cold darkness and were separated from the outside world. It was unknown just how many years he spent in loneliness. A strand of imperishable divine consciousness was mixed with a drop of true blood, protected and preserved, passing his days in the darkness. Perhaps it was decades, perhaps it was centuries. In the darkness, he tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. He was drowsy. Later on, he heard a passage of scripture that reverberated within a strand of undying divine sense. It was deafening, and it gradually brought him back to life. It was the ancient scripture recorded in the bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragons that made him indestructible. Later on, he gained true consciousness. At that time, the secret character of swordsman was operating. It was reborn with a drop of blood, nourishing and rebuilding his body. Meanwhile, it was also at that time that he discovered a green lotus accompanying him. It scattered down a bit of light, unexpectedly containing his bloodline essence. It participated in his body's recovery, his true body gradually growing. At the same time, under the guidance of the immortal scripture in the ancient bronze coffin, the restoration of the swordsman formula, and the nourishment of the cyan lotus, his divine sense slowly grew stronger. Several decades ago, he had a true body. That was his own flesh and blood, sturdy and imperishable. Even if it collided with a meteorite, it wouldn't be destroyed. However, that was all. He didn't have the fluctuations of natural laws, didn't have divine Tao order. It was as if he was cast from divine gold, sturdy and unbreakable. However, he couldn't operate the secret techniques of the past. He fought a supreme being bloodily, the battle incomparably bitter. Great Tao fragments couldn't be seen anymore. During those years, he couldn't even budge an inch. Perhaps there were magical Tao fragments hidden in his flesh, but he couldn't use them. He could only travel alone, drifting about in the darkness of the desolate edge of the cosmos. During this time, he seemed to have seen half a void mirror, accompanied by a ruined body. Was that the void, or was it GZ, or was it Yellow Emperor? He wanted to roar out, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to move. He watched as they disappeared into the distance, buried in the coldness. Similarly, he also saw the blood and bones of Heng Yu Great Emperor and Jiang Taishu. as well as many emperor artifact fragments soaked in blood. It made him feel great sorrow, yet he was powerless to do anything. Only in recent years could he move again, but he still couldn't fly on his own. His body's condition wasn't that great. Later on, he entered a state of slumber, only waking up after falling on this great star. After so many years passed, he didn't know what the outside world was like. He didn't know where his old friends were, to the extent where he didn't even know the result of the darkness chaos. Now normally, he would still feel heart-tearing bone-splitting pain. His primordial spirit felt as if it was being cut apart by blade after blade. His bones as if they were crushed by great Tao fragments, about to turn into fine powder. This was the result of the battle against the ancient supreme beings. Even though he survived, it was extremely miserable. He was dizzy, body and mind weary. Even more so feeling a type of heartache. Did Jizi die just like that? Could it be that the white-clothed divine king couldn't appear anymore? There was also Gai Jiyo, who dared fight against him in that life. Even now his mind was still shaken. Many people had already left, even their final parting only passing by in the ice-cold cosmos. He couldn't collect their blood and bones for them. I'm home, this is my home. The young man's name was Bai Yi, a very strange and ordinary name. He was cheerful and optimistic. He was only 14 years old this year, but his strength truly surpassed that of an adult's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry Yi Fan back to the village from the mountainous region, as if he was flying. This was a very ordinary stone-tiled house, located at the easternmost position of the village, next to a fish pond. The furniture inside the house was very old, a few years old, but it was very tidy. Bai Ye's eyes were clear. He passed over a dry towel for Yi Fan to wipe his face, and then he carried over a pile of clean and soft bedding for him to rest. Yi Fan silently received it, wiped off the mud, and changed into a set of half-new clothes. He sat there in a daze. His head still hurt. When he tried his best to circulate his divine sense to recover, it would always be like this. The ancient supreme being's imperial Tao caused him great harm. Even though his true body wasn't destroyed, there was still a huge problem. If it was an ordinary person, he would have long been turned into ashes. He was only able to survive because of a combination of various factors. After so many years, Yi Fan really wanted to travel the world and soar into the sky again, but he couldn't control his body. He faintly felt that there should be a powerful force in his flesh that was always circulating, but he couldn't use it. Why is it growing on the brick bed? At this moment, young Bai Yi cried out in surprise. The green lotus had actually taken root on the brick bed, and was growing. It only had 3 leaves and didn't have a thick root system. Yet it had such a powerful life force in a place without water. It left everyone stupefied and in disbelief. Old Bai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he held it back. Yi Fan pulled it up and walked to the pond in front of the house. He put it in, and the result was the same. In an instant, it took root and was planted in the water. Faintly discernible wisps of white mist filled the air. You can rest here and recuperate. Young Bai Yi revealed a sunny smile. Thank you all. Yi Fan said. Although his divine sense felt as if it was cut by a blade, he still captured their divine wills in a short period of time, and understood the language of this star. Perhaps, this was also the hope and signal that he could recover. No need to thank me. The young man scratched his head. There was a simple and unadorned expression in the sunlight. At this time, the old man brought over a bowl of hot soup for Yi Fan to drink. Even though he knew that his background might be astonishing, he still brought over the food and water of these mortals. Has the darkness turmoil ended? Yi Fan collected his thoughts and asked. This was currently the question he was most concerned about. In the battle of the past, many heroes had paid too much, but the result left people in despair. At this time, even his voice was trembling. That was a bloody battle where he, Jizi, Jiang Taishu, and the others tried their best to change the cruel reality. The Void Emperor, Gai Jiuyu, many people died. What exactly happened? It was terrifying. What turmoil? Are you talking about the appearance of Qiongqi and the destruction of the primal chaos? They didn't appear, said the young man. I'm talking about whether or not this star experienced a blood disaster. Whether or not an ancient supreme being descended. Yi Fan asked. It was because he could already tell that the old man was a cultivator. Meanwhile, even though the young man didn't understand magical techniques, his physique was extremely powerful, not an ordinary person either. He should understand the matters of the cultivation world. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other in dismay, revealing a doubtful expression. They shook their heads together, expressing that they didn't know what he was talking about. You are someone from the outside world. Only after a moment had passed did the old man ask with some hesitation. Yi Fan stared blankly. Soon after, he understood what kind of place this was. It was actually isolated from the great cosmos, blocked by primal chaos mist. This was a strange star domain. The darkness turmoil you are talking about, could it be that you are referring to the Ascension Immortal battlefield? Don't worry, as long as they don't actively participate in the battle, normally speaking, the people inside won't come out. Blood disasters are rarely seen, said the young man White Knight. Ascension Immortal battlefield? This name easily made one produce many associations. Yi Fan's dim eyes released an astonishing radiance. Look, it's over there. We live right next to it. White Knight pointed into the distance. That was a dusky expanse of land, and at the end of it was the Ascension Immortal battlefield. Many powerful people will come here to compete, and they all originate from the outside world. After Yi Fan understood these things, he softly said to himself. He didn't rest and directly walked out. Hey, have you recovered? That place is extremely dangerous, cutting off one's cultivation and cultivation. It's incomparably mysterious, White Knight cried out. I just want to climb the mountain and take a look. Yi Fan said. There were no problems with his movements, but he couldn't fly. His own magical Dao fragments were restricted in his flesh. White Knight followed him down. He was worried, so he followed him up a mountain peak and looked towards the Ascension Immortal battlefield. There were many specks of light at the end of the dusky earth, as if a divine land was reviving. Our star is called the First Calamity Planet, and that region is boundless, much larger than even human habitats. It occupies a quarter of this star's territory. The First Calamity Planet was a very strange name. Yi Fan listened and silently calculated in his heart. This was a continent that was even more vast than the Eastern Wasteland. It was truly a vast battlefield. He could faintly feel a mysterious wave spreading out from there. In the battlefield, talismans were condensed one after another and imprinted into the mountains and rivers. Look, the Ascension Immortal battlefield is reviving. It will endure terrifying hunts, battles, and encirclement battles. It is said that every time a golden era arrives in the outside world, people will come to our Ascension Immortal battlefield to fight. Every one of them is an unparalleled expert, the young White Knight said excitedly. Is that so? Are we going to see so many old friends so soon? Yi Fan said softly. His magical Dao fragments were not visible, and his eyes lacked luster, but they were even more profound. Chapter 16:12. At the limits of the dusky land, not only were there many specks of light, there were also some beautiful mountain peaks not far away. There were palaces and pavilions on them, with phoenixes flying about. Those are some immortal gates. Sadly, I didn't have the chance to enter. It's not suitable for cultivation. Young White Knight spoke with regret. Yi Fan had long seen that the old man was a cultivator, but this young man didn't step on that path. It was just that his muscles and bones were tempered to be exceptionally strong. You're not suitable? Yes, my cultivation speed is too slow. I can't absorb the essence of heaven and earth into my body. The young man spoke in a low voice, feeling a little disappointed. Yi Fan didn't say anything. The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. There was naturally a need to choose 1 out of 10,000. It was impossible for everyone to have talent and be suitable for this path. He had long seen that the young man's physique was extremely strong. He could become a world-shocking expert among mortals. However, it was difficult for him to absorb spiritual energy into his body and accept the baptism. He was unable to take the next step on the Tao. In life, there are many things that you shouldn't care too much about. Let your heart be at peace and contentment, always maintaining a worry-free state. Yi Fan consoled. Young White Knight nodded and didn't say anything. However, he truly desired to become a cultivator in his heart. How could Yi Fan not understand his feelings? However, he didn't say anything more and walked down the mountain. He was unexpectedly calm after arriving here. He had once fought a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being and should have died. Yet he was still alive. He didn't feel any great emotions of joy or sorrow. His head still hurt. His primordial spirit was split apart, as if there was a nameless aura slicing at his immortal foundation. It even sealed his Tao fragments within his flesh and blood. In the following days, Yi Fan was very quiet. He strolled around the village and the fields, breathing in the clear mountain air. He would often sink into contemplation. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change his state. He couldn't use any techniques. However, his body's agility and strength were recovering at a shocking speed. After floating in the cold universe for so many years, it was hard for him to move at all. It was only in recent years that he was able to move. Now that he had fallen to the ground, he intentionally moved his arms and legs, breathing in and out. He finally felt that his body completely belonged to him. In the following half a month, Yi Fan would face the morning sun, swallow the clouds and expel the impurities. He would start from the most basic foundation building, hoping to change the current situation. Every time this happened, the young Bai Yi would run over and imitate him because he knew that Yi Fan was definitely a powerful cultivator. Otherwise, how could he collapse Oxhead Peak after falling from the sky? In the past few days, the villagers had been discussing that a snake spirit had appeared in the stone mountain, and that God had smashed the peak of the mountain, killing the snake spirit. Only White Knight and the old man knew that it had actually been smashed by a single person. Half a month passed. In the afternoon, Yi Fan took a stroll in the fields and punched. In the morning and at night, he breathed in and out, swallowing the clouds in qi. He wanted to recover. His physical body was as strong as a dragon, and he moved as fast as lightning. He could shatter the void with his bare hands. That kind of explosive power was shocking. One had to understand that his Tao fragment had been sealed, and he only had his physical body left. He couldn't use any Tao laws or secret techniques. The young Bai Yi had only seen him once from afar, and he was already shocked. He was dumbstruck and simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had heard Yi Fan say that he was only using the power of his physical body. Just his physical body alone was already this terrifying. Killing wild dragons and desolate beasts was definitely not a problem. Yi Fan tempered his muscles and bones. He was as fast as lightning. With a leap he rushed from the village to the mountain peak. He was like a demonic god on a journey, shocking the old man so much that his heart was pounding intensely. He really didn't use any secret techniques or Tao techniques. The old man felt his fine hair stand on end. Just how powerful was this person for his physical body to be this terrifying? This was definitely something he had never seen before. Just by using this kind of physical body and not using any natural laws, it was enough to kill powerful demons. This was definitely an extraordinary person, leaving the old man shaken. I can't cultivate. Can you teach me the method to temper the physical body? The young Bai Yi gathered his courage and asked Yi Fan for guidance. His eyes were filled with hope and desire, as well as a bit of apprehension, fearing that he would be rejected. I can. Yi Fan gave a simple reply. When he stretched out his muscles and bones, he didn't hide it at all. These were the basic movements of some of the most powerful combat skills, and he let him watch. Several days later, Yi Fan stopped the tempering of his muscles and bones. This was already meaningless to him. His physical strength had already reached great heights, and he only lacked the fragments of natural laws. In the remaining time, he only walked about as if he was measuring this land. He would walk for most of the day in this region, and when he had free time, he would give pointers to Bai Yi. Yi Fan sighed softly. There was still no effect. The pain of his heart being torn apart and his primordial spirit not apparent, so he couldn't rush into the heavens. It was still the same as before, without any improvement. Later on, he didn't insist on thinking so hard. He would either fish by the pond or walk into the fields to help some villagers plant seedlings. He would even hunt some wild game. That day, Yi Fan set out to take a look at the flying immortal battlefield. Bai Yi was shocked and hurriedly stopped him, saying that that place was extremely special and that it was best if he didn't take the risk. However, Yi Fan had already made up his mind, so he couldn't stop him. In the end, he followed him and walked towards the dusky limits of the great earth. At the limits of the horizon, the rain of light was still flying. The ancient battlefield's changes were still ongoing, and the nearby beautiful mountain peaks were already empty. The cultivators from a few small immortal sects had already withdrawn, fearing that they would be affected by the terrifying great battle that was about to happen. Two little babies, you two are quite daring. Why did you come here? It's quite dangerous. Could it be that you also want to enter the flying immortal battlefield to search for treasures and encounter immortal opportunities? A bearded man shouted from the front. There were more than 10 cultivators there. Their cultivations weren't weak. At the very least, they were much stronger than those from the immortal sects that fled. They were led by the curly-bearded man. Little fella, you haven't even stepped into the cultivation world yet you are too daring. Hurry and go home. Don't come here to be mischievous. A young woman laughed softly. Even though she seemed to be teasing him, it was actually a kind reminder. We only came to take a look. Bai argued. Then follow behind us. Don't run around randomly, just watch from the outside and gain some experience. The bearded man spoke heroically. On his back was a large sword, appearing quite bold and powerful. Thank you, uncle. There were old and young people in this group, all of them loose cultivators. They carefully arrived outside the flying immortal battlefield, and they all revealed serious expressions as they stared at the world inside. Up ahead, a rain of light scattered down, as if fireworks were blossoming one after another. When large amounts of light streaked past, they were like shooting stars that moved through the sky, extremely brilliant. Even Yi Fan was shocked. This place was truly mysterious. This world was vast and boundless, and talismans flickered between the mountains and rivers from time to time. It was as if ancient immortal caves were about to open one after another. Those exceptional experts should be appearing soon. I really don't know how the battle will end up in this world. An old granny said. Those people are indeed terrifying. After leaving this battlefield and recovering their original cultivation, they can pluck the sun and capture the moon with the rays of their hand, exploding stars. Their divine might is matchless, sigh. The bearded man sighed. That type of power was world-shocking, something only the most powerful individuals in this world could possess. Yi Fan discovered that it wasn't just their group of people. There were people coming from the neighboring regions as well. Some came in groups and some moved alone, carrying out a lookout. In addition, he discovered that there were people who entered, walking into the depths of the vast battlefield. Even though it was called a battlefield, the scenery of the mountains and rivers was extremely beautiful. There were ancient trees and great waterfalls. The only difference from the outside world was that the rain of light was scattering down, turning into talismans that were faintly discernible. They want to find ancient treasures and encounter immortal opportunities. The bearded man explained. The great battle hadn't started yet, so a few people would enter the battlefield to observe those talismans and comprehend the Tao. If their luck was good, they might even find divine objects from the mountains and rivers engraved in the talismans. It had always been like this since ancient times. Every time this time came, there would be people who would enter. Of course, they would face great risks because after entering, their cultivation would be erased, and after coming out, they would need several months or even several years to recover. During this period of time, anything could happen. Dying inside was one thing, but after coming out, they might be intercepted and robbed. Those who had already lost their cultivation naturally wouldn't have a good ending, and as such, normal cultivators wouldn't take the risk. As for ordinary people, most of them couldn't endure the overly powerful domain inside, and their bodies would quickly weaken and die. Hoping for them to find divine objects and bring them out was simply impossible. This was especially the case when the great battle inside started. Those exceptional experts would cruelly kill all those they didn't recognize, and the cultivators who entered to search for opportunities would be in a miserable state. That type of bloody scene was like a nightmare. Aho! A dragon roar shook the world, and even the rain of light in the Ascension immortal battlefield became chaotic. An enormous azure dragon swooped down from the distant sky. It was tens of thousands of zhang in length, and it was truly world-shocking. This made even Yi Fan's expression change. This was actually a great sage. That type of draconic might made many cultivators tremble. In the end, it entered the Ascension immortal battlefield. The moment it entered, its entire body shone, and its body shrunk several times. In addition, it couldn't fly anymore, and could only leap. Its cultivation was erased from the various mountain peaks. That's the Azure Dragon, Great Sovereign. Many people cried out in alarm. That Azure Dragon was an outstanding and famous expert of this world. Its fame spread far and wide, and it oversaw a region. Is it also going to try its luck with immortal opportunities? Yi Fan asked. No, it's going to participate in the battle. It wants to use its strength to seize immortal opportunities, Big Beard said. Some of the people in this world who were powerful enough would choose to enter the battlefield and fight against the experts from outside this region. They would engage in great battles and seize their magical artifacts and inheritances. This old dragon's physical body is unrivaled, and its body is so enormous. Compared to other races, a single crush would be enough to collapse mountains and split the earth, crushing one's bones and flesh. If it enters, it will naturally be extremely powerful. The great sage-level Azure Dragon innately held an advantage, and it had nothing to fear. That was why it dared to enter. Of course, it didn't want to sweep through everything. After it obtained what it needed, it would definitely withdraw immediately, and there would definitely be people outside to receive it. Dang. Suddenly, a bell rang, shaking up the human race's vast habitat. Meanwhile, the region bordering the Ascension immortal battlefield could naturally hear it clearly. Everyone's expressions changed at the same time. This place has truly become the most terrifying battlefield. The divine bell has already sounded, which means that some people from the outside world have already arrived. The bell is warning everyone that the mysterious confrontation, the hunt, and the encirclement have begun. Yi Fan's expression became sluggish. Then 2 streaks of light shot out from his eyes. It was because he saw several dozen enormous pillars of light descend from the sky, connecting the heavens and earth like gods. Those were golden pillars that supported the heavens. Every single one of them was thick and majestic, and they blocked the 9 heavens. That was the descent of experts one after another. Yi Fan's eyes swirled about. He sensed a familiar aura from within. That astonishing fluctuation spread outwards. Those people's cultivation hadn't been severed yet. Chapter 16:13. Those light pillars were all as thick as mountains. They rushed into the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 underworlds. The radiance was resplendent, and the aura was boundless. It was as if deities had descended one after another to suppress the mortal world. They're here, they're finally here. On the dusky earth, many people cried out in alarm. There were quite a few people who hurried over from outside the battlefield. At this time, everyone couldn't help but take steps back. They were trembling from the bottom of their hearts. Those auras were too powerful. For many people, those experts were like the reincarnations of true deities. These are deities from beyond the heavens. Every single one of them has the strength to look down on the world. I truly don't know how they cultivated to this level, and even more so why they would come to the flying immortal battlefield to engage in a great decisive battle every once in a while. This was the question many people had. The golden age outside made them shocked. The brilliance of the matchless figures was too dazzling. Races stood in great numbers, and there were many experts. The light in Yi Fan's eyes was extinguished and became dim again. He stood outside the flying immortal battlefield and silently watched without saying anything. The young Bai Ye's eyes were extremely bright and full of desire. He stared at those light pillars with incomparable hope. He looked forward to the day when he could also become such a powerful person. The bearded man and the others were all shocked, but soon after, they shook their heads. Those people were too far away from them, and it was a bit unreal. Those enormous light pillars were mostly located in different regions, and they were all quite far from each other. At this time, they slowly dimmed, and the radiance gradually restrained. Their cultivation has been severed, and their cultivation has been erased. Those people are being suppressed. Only now did everyone release a breath of relief. Those people were truly too powerful. Every single one of them was like a deity. It was suffocating, as if they were deities that descended into the mortal world. Vaguely, there was still a faint aura of the great Tao pervading the air. It wasn't truly severed, and in the end it was restrained by itself. There are some people who never lost their cultivation. This made everyone feel horrified. Just how powerful were they? Even the flying immortal battlefield lost its effect? There was actually this kind of result. It made everyone feel apprehensive. An old cultivator revealed a strange expression, but he wasn't too shocked. He said, "There have always been some people who had secret artifacts or special opportunities on them. They would always be able to retain a bit of their cultivation and not lose all of their magical power. Moreover, these people would take the initiative to give up the ability to use Dao techniques in the end. They wouldn't use their trump cards unless it was a moment of life and death, as if they were deliberately tempering themselves. This was a battlefield. After coming here, people from different factions and regions would do their best to kill other peerless experts. It was as if there was a terrifying competition. All of the light pillars had disappeared. No one knew what was happening in the depths of the flying immortal battlefield. After all, this region was too vast, surpassing the eastern wasteland that Yifan had seen in the past. There was only a rain of light scattering down, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. Boom. Suddenly, several hundred li out, rubble flew through the air. Dazzling radiance shone as several dozen enormous pillars of light descended. Two of them were too close, and before they stabilized, there were already people who took action, carrying out fatal attacks, directly starting a battle. The two streaks of light collided together. Magical Dao fragments flew everywhere. Their cultivation hadn't been severed yet, so when they carried out such a world-shocking attack, the mountains and valleys were naturally shaken. Even the great earth outside the battlefield was trembling. Enormous cracks extended outwards one after another, reaching several zhang in width. It was extremely terrifying. Many mountain peaks rumbled, and stone mountains collapsed. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. That type of great explosion left many people terrified. Everyone couldn't help but back up. A sorrowful roar sounded. It was unknown which race's expert it was. His enormous body moved through the air like a fire phoenix. His entire body was covered in raging flames, but it was covered in scarlet scales. His tens of thousands zhang body exploded with a honglong sound. Large amounts of blood scattered outwards, directly exploding at the edge of the battlefield. That type of fluctuation overflowed into the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. Ah! A few people cried out miserably. They were unfortunately drenched in the rain of blood, pierced through on the spot. Then, the great Dao fragments contained within the scarlet blood, even more so erased their life force. It was a matchless expert after all. A peak great sage was killed just like that. Too terrifying. Outside the battlefield, everyone's faces became pale, losing color. Just how powerful was that person? In such a short great battle, an exceptional expert like a fire phoenix exploded. It was truly shocking. Everyone backed up, all of them choosing to stay far away. Even though they were standing outside the flying immortal battlefield, it still wasn't safe. The people inside were too powerful, every single one of them as powerful as deities. Their blood stirred the heavens. Aho! In another region, 300 li away, there were similarly two supreme experts who encountered each other. A humanoid creature took a step out of the pillar of light. His entire body was covered in mist, directly passing through another enormous pillar of light. There was an enormous lion there that seemed to be cast from gold, even taller than a mountain. The two clashed and a bitter battle ensued. Pooh! In the end, the humanoid creature was torn apart. That enormous golden lion swallowed him in a single gulp. Blood splashed in all directions, piercing through the void. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was that person? Just how powerful was that person? The blood rain contained natural law fragments that pierced through the void. He was definitely extremely powerful. Yet he ended up becoming food for another. The radiance receded. That enormous lion that was as large as a mountain landed on the ground, disappearing from the heavens. It was clear that its cultivation had been severed. Just like that, pillars of light shot into the heavens from time to time. They were brilliant and dazzling, as if they were pillars of heaven and earth that had existed since time immemorial. Exceptionally powerful fluctuations spread outwards. In just an hour, people had already discovered the arrival of hundreds of extraterrestrial, true gods. During this period of time, Some of their light pillars encountered each other, and a bloody battle ensued. At least 5 or 6 true gods had fallen. Outside the ascendant immortal battlefield, it was deathly silent. Many people were petrified. These deities were too powerful, even more terrifying than they had imagined. They still hadn't discovered a single expert below the Great Sage realm. No one could say for sure how many enormous beams of light had descended. This was because they could only see this region, and it was only within the range of the heavenly eye's range. The ascendant immortal battlefield was too vast. Even though the light pillars reached into the heavens and could shake a territory, it was impossible to see everything from too far away. This is only a corner. Just how many people are there? Could it be that there are thousands, or even tens of thousands of such powerful figures? Or even more? Many people's mouths and tongues were dry. Then they felt a chill run down their spines. This type of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Just how did so many experts cultivate? Each and every one of them had blood energy as vast as the ocean. They weren't old fogies that were on the verge of death. Finally, the ascendant immortal battlefield gradually calmed down. There were no more light pillars descending, and there were no more powerful fluctuations of laws spreading out. However, it made people feel even more reverent. A rain of light sprinkled down, and a kind of auspicious aura appeared within the ascendant immortal battlefield. The earth that had just been shaken up slowly healed, and became flat again. The ascendant immortal battlefield was actually like this. It was as if it had a life of its own and could repair itself. This made people feel a wave of astonishment. A clamor sounded from afar. Someone was collecting some blood rain from the ground. That was the precious blood of the deities from the outer realms. Regardless of whether it was used to refine medicine or to extract fragments of laws to refine weapons, it would be extremely useful. Without a doubt, after entering the battlefield, just the exploded body of the great sage was a supreme treasure for many people. Some people were tempted when they saw the blood rain so close to them. In the end, someone entered the battlefield. Of course, there would definitely be relatives and friends outside to receive them. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they went out. In the following 2 days, terrifying fluctuations were transmitted from the ascendant immortal battlefield from time to time. There were people confronting each other and carrying out life and death battles. There was once a battle that affected the periphery. Many people saw a humanoid creature uproot a mountain with his bare hands and suppress a great sage-level tyrannical dragon. Unfortunately, he failed and was torn apart. Blood splashed everywhere. In this battlefield, there were some races that occupied an absolute advantage. Their bodies were innately powerful and incomparably powerful. Even heroes that were not weaker than them in the outside world had to retreat. They were not their opponents. The struggle for supremacy on the emperor's path first places importance on one's physique. Every single emperor's physique is the most powerful in the same era. They are imperishable even after tens of thousands of years. They are even more powerful than imperial weapons, Yi Fan said to himself. In the following days, Yi Fan would come here to watch every day. The young man Bai Yi would also follow. His heart was stirred. Even though it was difficult to see the most terrifying battle between deities in the distant outside world, he was still overwhelmed with emotions. Yi Fan did not enter. Even though he had sensed a somewhat familiar aura, it was not the people he wanted to see. He did not set foot inside. On the 5th day, a river of stars descended from the sky. A hazy figure appeared several hundred li away. A huge pillar of light pierced through the heavens. Another group of people appeared. There was a great Tao precious vase floating above that person's head. It was incomparably terrifying and directly absorbed his own pillar of light. That place became a terrifying black hole. Yaoguang lineage. Someone cried out in alarm. In that region, unfortunately, 7 or 8 huge beams of light directly appeared. Someone recognized the most special pillar of light. There was even one person who was close to that black hole. The result was very tragic. That person exploded, and all of the blood and broken bones were devoured by the black hole. It made people's hair stand on end. After that, the other pillars of light dimmed, and no more bloody battles occurred. Only a cold voice transmitted over, causing the surrounding 10,000 li to tremble lightly. If you can't display the heaven-devouring demonic art, You are nothing but prey here. The last of the great Tao fragments dissipated, and the heaven and earth returned to peace. Yi Fan's expression was without ripples. He still had no intention of entering the battlefield. He silently watched everything that had just happened, and revealed an expression of contemplation. During these few days, the flying celestial battlefield was filled with bloody battles. Many experts from the outer realms arrived. Almost half of the people were killed in the first moments. Some of them even fought to the outside of the battlefield. This place also attracted even more people. Even though the elders of the great cultivation sects had repeatedly warned their disciples not to come here, many people, including themselves, still came. The temptation was too great. Boom. On this day, in the depths of the flying celestial battlefield, endless divine light burst forth. There a huge divine gate appeared. It was faintly discernible. People could see a majestic heavenly pass. The sun, moon, and stars all revolved around it. The people outside the battlefield were stunned. What kind of place was that? Why did it look so similar to the southern sky city gate of the ancient heaven in the legends? Almost at the same time, a few more divine gates appeared in various parts of the flying celestial battlefield. Through the gates, they could still see the majestic ancient heavenly pass. The flying celestial battle. How can the people of this era be so powerful? They have connected the two realms so quickly. They can freely travel between the outer realms and this battlefield. How terrifying. This was the most important battlefield. Some divine gates could be built on some divine mountains that were engraved with ancient seals. Some of the mountains even had ancient caves left behind. Countless people had died here. Every golden era, there would always be powerful figures who would hurry over, fighting a great decisive battle here. There were too many inheritances, divine materials, and other things left behind. They were all sealed, only appearing when the battlefield opened again. This place had a special meaning for the deities from the outer realms. They could train their emperor bodies, obtain inheritances, forge weapons, and prolong their lives. In addition, there was a mysterious connection between emperors and emperors. It was related to the flying celestial realm. As one divine gate after another was built, the flying celestial battlefield was divided into many spheres of influence. They were occupied by some of the most powerful figures. Chapter 16:14. During these past few days, a few roars sounded from the battlefield from time to time. Even though many people had their cultivation erased, greatly suppressed, their voices still possessed terrifying penetrative force. Yi Fan vaguely heard the names of Tai Chu, Yao Guang, Zhang Byron, Golden Cicada, Yin Tianda, and others. It was as if someone was roaring out, shouting something. Soon afterwards, he heard a few more voices. Once my master appears, who dares to contend against him? There was someone who still had magical force left. His voice shook out, rumbling through the mountains. Meanwhile, there were more than 10 figures guarding that gate of light. That place became their divine land. Outsiders not allowed to enter. Isn't he fighting alone? There is also a camp, followers appearing? Yi Fan said softly. Now he was already sure that his suspicions weren't wrong. This was the only true path, an exceptional battlefield for the struggle for supremacy in the Emperor path. Meanwhile, he actually entered ahead of time. There was no need for the past impregnable pass crystal monument to summon him. He was already waiting ahead. When he thought about how this star was known as the first calamity star, this might very well be the #1 imperial pass, a place everyone had to fight over. A great sage came out. Someone cried out in alarm. That was an old Taoist who belonged to this star. He had previously entered to seize immortal opportunities, and he really did open up an ancient cave, but in the end, he was almost killed by someone. His entire body was covered in blood, barely escaping alive. Taoist Songyu. It is rumored that his original body is a barbarian bird with phoenix blood flowing through it. After refining his flesh and turning into a human, he became even more powerful. I never expected his injuries to be this severe. Everyone was shocked. A group of experts walked up, protecting him to prevent others from attacking him. It was because after coming out from the battlefield, one's cultivation wouldn't recover for several months or even years. The fiend race old Taoist left under everyone's protection, his face dark. Before leaving, He revealed quite a bit of information that left everyone stupefied. This world was different from the past. There were too many people who came, exceeding the past. Taoist Song Yu reckoned that there were at least 10 times as many as in the past. This number left many people speechless. Moreover, the people of this world were extremely powerful, every one of them heaven-defying. He saw a few creatures from an unknown race, but they were unstoppable. They could easily tear apart the great sage with their flesh alone. In the depths of the battlefield, it was extremely cruel. A rain of blood splattered everywhere. It was simply a tragic scene of hell on earth. Some of the talismans on the ancient mountains have great uses. They might be the greatest immortal opportunity. Every mountain peak that was branded with an ancient seal might indicate an immortal fate, or it might be sealed with an ancient tablet that recorded an ancient inheritance, or it might even be an imperial orthodoxy. The main reason was because there were just too many people who came in the past, and there was no lack of imperial princes and imperial Dao inheritors. After they died, some of their great Dao fragments turned into talismans, leaving behind some imprints. Apart from this, there were strange immortal things that grew here. There were blood crystals and divine marrow underground, rumored to be produced after unmatched figures died, nourished by the veins of the earth, containing great Dao fragments that could extend one's lifespan, even more so increase one's comprehension and perception towards natural laws. As for divine gold, it wasn't like there wasn't any. How could those who could come here be ordinary? Countless experts had died since the ancient times, their weapons broken or exploding. All of the items they left behind were sealed here. You absolutely cannot touch those gates of light, or else you will be met with a great disaster. This was Taoist Song Yu's final warning before leaving. The gates of light carried a type of power. Once it was opened, it would only recognize the mark of the one who opened it. Anyone who wanted to pass through had to obtain their permission, or else they would be obliterated. That was unless one could shatter it with explosive power. Meanwhile, at this time, the changes to the gates of light were still continuing. The mountain peak there was rising explosively. The gates of light were located at the summit, and a few pavilions appeared. Then streak after streak of light mist appeared, protecting that place. One could vaguely see that the imposing heavenly pass behind the gates of light provided a type of energy, protecting those regions. An unshakable fortress. Within a few days, several dozen sects appeared in the flying immortal battlefield. Each immortal gate a type of inheritance. They were all under the protection of the gates of light, making it difficult for outsiders to break in. Yi Fan already recognized the heavenly pass behind the immortal gate. It was the only true impregnable pass he had seen before, but back then, he only saw a grand city gate tower. Now it completely appeared. It was clear that those who left their names on the crystal walls all entered the impregnable pass, descending from there to fight here. The immortal gates were something only the most powerful heroes could possess. Every single gate belonged to a single person. Only with their agreement could they pass through. Now, through the gates of light, Imperial Pass turned that place into fortresses that were difficult to break through one after another. Is this to allow people from different factions to fight here for a long time? And also to survive and operate? This is simply one sect after another, while those regions are pure lands. After understanding a bit, Yi Fan felt more and more like the flying immortal battlefield was extremely cruel. Soon afterwards, the local expert who entered before, Azure Dragon, also came out. Even though his entire body was dripping with blood, his benefits were tremendous. He successfully killed 2 people, and after a short period of rest, he still had to go in. There are actually the insights of ancient emperors and great emperors inside, as well as their life experiences. If one obtains them, not to mention achieving the Tao along their paths, becoming a quasi-emperor is definitely not an issue. This was undoubtedly a huge commotion, making everyone understand why there were people who insisted on constructing the gates of light. Those experts looked like they were going to stay here for a long time, because there were unmatched treasures buried here. This was a struggle for supremacy in the emperor's path. There were some powerful figures who would have more than 10 followers at their side, perhaps even several dozen followers, all of them competitors they subdued along the way. It was all because some people were too powerful, those people unable to see the slightest bit of hope, willingly following them. Now, after just a few days, there were already unmatched heroes who had more than 10 followers, or even more. The more one understands, the more one will feel reverence. Even though this place has exceptional immortal opportunities, it is not fated with us, the bearded man said with a sigh. During these past few days, their group of people remained unmoved, reporting every day, watching from the sidelines. Bai Yi also always stood together with them, his blood surging every day, wishing to obtain that type of power. He was full of desire as he stared forward. Look, there is a talisman on that short mountain up ahead. It is so close. Unfortunately, we don't dare enter, the bearded man said honestly. Yi Fan had already watched for many days, his expression calm, not making any movements. However, at this time he took a step forward, actually about to step into the ascending immortal battlefield. Hey, where are you going? Your body hasn't recovered yet. Bai Yi called out, hurrying over, blocking his path. It's fine, I'm just going to take a stroll, Yi Fan said. But your body, even though you were powerful in the past, you can't even fly now. He believed that Yi Fan's injuries were very serious. Yi Fan shook his head, not saying anything more, taking large strides into the ascending immortal battlefield, not stopping even half a step. Behind him, the bearded man and the others all widened their eyes, not daring to believe everything. For many days, they had always thought that Yi Fan was an ordinary person, never expecting this sickly youth to be so daring, directly entering the battlefield. After the deities descended, the people outside were no longer willing to step in, unless they were the great sage, or else they would only be hunted down. Heavens, he's rushing towards the talisman on that short mountain. A young girl beside the bearded man said in shock. After Yi Fan climbed up the mountain, he touched the talisman with his hand, but unfortunately he did not get any reaction. There was no special manifestation. He did not hesitate, simple and direct, smashing the talisman with a palm strike, smashing the ancient talisman into pieces, causing the entire earth to tremble. Rubble pierced through the air. The peak of the short mountain was flattened by him. Huge rocks rolling down, turning this place into a mess. Behind him, the group of people were tongue-tied, shocked to the point that their eyes were wide open, all of them shocked, as if they had seen the most inconceivable thing. That was the ancient talisman of the ascending immortal battlefield. He actually directly obliterated it. This was too savage. Even those great sages might not be able to achieve this with pure physical strength, right? They still remembered that other people used their hearts to comprehend, seriously studying. But this person was so direct, simple and violent, smashing everything with a single force. Too savage. A young man said. Yes, too savage. The bearded man echoed. The group of people were already stupefied, instinctively muttering to themselves. After Yi Fan's palm cut off the mountain peak and obliterated the ancient talisman, a weapon that belonged to an absolute great sage was revealed. It was stained with blood, and even now, it had not dried up. He picked up this simple and crude blade, discovering that the deity inside was already dead, but there was a type of cryptic profound meaning, a passage of scripture, extremely profound. He silently comprehended it for a while, and then he turned around and walked out of the battlefield, flinging off the bloodstains on the ancient blade, tossing it out, throwing it to the bearded man and the others. This is for us? They were stupefied again. Who was this person? This was an immortal opportunity, yet he gave it to them just like that, not caring about it at all. After the bearded man and the others picked it up, they were incomparably excited, looking left and right, discovering that there was no one else, because the others had already rushed into the distance. There was a great battle over there, right at the edge of the battlefield. Boom, boom. Suddenly, enormous footsteps sounded from another direction. The great earth continuously trembled, and an enormous silver creature rushed over. It was unknown what race it was, but it was shaped like a fierce tiger, its entire body covered in silver scales, and on its head was a brilliant single horn. Yi Fan smashed the ancient talisman, previously making light rush into the heavens here, startling an expert. He directly slaughtered his way over, not saying anything, immediately fighting a decisive battle. The struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path had to defeat everyone in this region. And in the end, one had to step on the corpses of all experts to stand at the absolute peak. The silver-scaled tiger was in the great sage realm. Its body stained with blood, clearly killing more than one person. It was because its body was too powerful, possessing a great innate advantage here. However, the result of this battle was unexpected. Yi Fan saw it smash over with its silver horn that could tear apart the great sage's body, but he didn't move in the slightest, only smashing down at the last moment. Gotcha. That great saint horn was broken. One has to understand that this was a divine horn that was even more powerful than a great saint artifact, rarely seen in this world. It was hard to find more than a few in this world. Yet it was broken so easily, leaving everyone stupefied. Ow! The divine tiger roared, and an expanse of immortal light gushed out from its mouth. Its cultivation wasn't completely destroyed, and instead, it launched a fatal attack, wishing to slaughter Yi Fan. Unfortunately, the result of this battle left it in despair, and the dozen or so people watching from outside the battlefield were horrified. Yi Fan's method was simple and direct. His methods were overly clumsy, but they were extremely destructive. Hong. The immortal light was scattered by a single fist. Pooh. The silver-scaled tiger suffered a series of heavy blows. It flew out horizontally, directly exploding, and a rain of blood scattered everywhere. In the back, Bai Yi the bearded man and the dozen or so others were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were so wide open that it wouldn't be a problem to stuff half a fist in. Yi Fan took out a divine bead from the silver tiger's body and handed it to Bai Yi. It was difficult for the youth to guide the world's spiritual essence into his body, so he couldn't step onto the path of cultivation. In that case, he could directly cultivate with this tiger divine bead, and he definitely wouldn't lack spiritual essence. Of course, he would have to throw it away after a few months, because this divine bead had temporarily lost the great sage's vitality. After a few months, it might recover, and at that time, it would be a disaster for the youth. Who is that person? He's a true deity. The bearded man and the others only came back to their senses and cried out in alarm when Yi Fan's figure was about to disappear from the battlefield. If it wasn't for the fact that the terrifying divine tiger's corpse was still in front of them, they would simply be in a dream. Before Yi Fan left, he only said one sentence, asking them to help take care of Bai Yi. This made the few of them excited and moved. A youth who was even more ferocious than a deity entrusted them with such a task was an honor for them, and it was also an opportunity. Deity, no deity among deities, we will definitely do as you say and watch the battle from here. We look forward to you sweeping across the fairy battlefield. The bearded man and the others shouted. Although Yi Fan had lost his magical power, and the great Tao fragments were sealed in his flesh, he still possessed extreme speed. His physical body was too strong, and this heaven and earth seemed to be unable to contain it. He turned into a bolt of lightning, moving close to the ground. Very soon he saw a huge mountain, and there was a divine gate glowing there. And on the nearby mountain range, temples appeared one after another, grand and solemn. This was a Buddhist temple. A young monk sat cross-legged in the light gate, shrouded in divine light. He was like an immortal Buddha, standing above the mortal world. His white monk robe fluttered, and there was a kind of detachment in the light, untainted by dust. Golden Cicada, an extremely powerful figure. Yi Fan didn't ascend the mountain, instead stopping here for a moment before leaving. On the mountain peak, in front of the divine temple, there was a woman who saw his rear figure. Her expression was greatly shaken, saying to herself, "I seem to have seen someone who shouldn't have appeared in this world." She was precisely enlightened feeling, the most powerful expert of Western Desert Buddhist sect's younger generation. Someone who had previously stood side by side with North Emperor Tung. At that time, her reputation and strength far exceeded Yi Fan's. She encountered Golden Cicada in the Starry Sky Ancient Path, and then became one of his followers. Inside the Gate of Light, Golden Cicada opened his eyes. He was stabilizing the Gate of Light, borrowing the Imperial Pass power behind the Gate of Light to produce many temples and mountain gates. Enlightened feeling shook his head and said, "I saw wrongly, it definitely isn't him. 300 years ago, he died under the hands of an ancient supreme being. Even if an immortal came, he wouldn't be able to be saved." Yi Fan moved through the fairy battlefield, passing through many places. During this time, 2 more battles happened, but none of them could stop his advance. There was another divine peak with a gate of light on it, producing a Taoist temple. There was a Taoist seated there, as if he was overlooking the common people. There were more than 10 followers around him. Taoist 9 Tribulations, an extremely powerful figure. Right now he was looking at a youngster who claimed to be a disciple of the Cloaked sect. His eyes were deep, not showing any fluctuations. In the end, the Cloaked sect's experts left the mountain. Both sides wouldn't fight intensely for a short period of time. There were too many experts, and the most powerful didn't wish for a decisive battle to happen too early. It was because this wasn't the only place. There were too many opportunities in that imperial pass that needed to be fought over. During this period of time, guarding the Gate of Light and stabilizing the passage between the two realms was the most important. In the future, regardless of whether it was coming here to fight for life and death, or going to Imperial Pass to fight over scriptures, inheritances, and other resources, they all had to use this passage that connected the two realms. Why are you exactly the same as that person from the past? Who are you? When the Cloaked sect's disciples left Taoist 9 Tribulations Mountain Gate, they saw Yi Fan along the way. They were immediately stupefied. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention, continuing to advance according to his original route. This expert released a short shout saying, "Halt!" He chased after him, cutting off his path. He didn't believe that Yi Fan was still alive. The human race's divine body had fought a bloody battle against an imperial Tao supreme being back then, dying in the darkness chaos back then. How could he still be alive? What's the point of pretending to be a dead person? Who exactly are you? He shouted loudly. I am the dead person you spoke of. Not even the Cloaked sect dares to act so impudently towards me. Yi Fan said calmly. He took a step forward and released a palm imprint, sending this person full of hostility flying. Blood splashed through the air. Chapter 16:15. Are you really Yi Fan? The expert was lying in a pool of blood. His body was almost rotting. He tried to get up several times but failed. His face was full of shock and fear. This was a person who should not have appeared. How could he appear in this world? If news of this got out, it would shake the heavens and shake the entire starry sky. In the past, everyone knew that the human race's divine physique had fought against a supreme being. In the end, his blood was scattered in outer space and he never returned. No one believed that he could still be alive. Everyone knew that he had died in battle. It's just a name. What's there to fake? Yi Fan's face was indifferent. Although his eyes were dim, there was a kind of unswerving determination that made people feel as if they were looking at the vast ocean. The young expert from the Yaoguang school shuddered, and felt as if his soul was trembling. Back then he had not faced Yi Fan, but he had seen his statue. That kind of charm had been preserved. Now he was sure that the person in front of him was not lying, and that they were the same person. The ground trembled. The smell of mud and grass rushed into his nose. He saw Yi Fan walk over step by step. His strong and slender body was as heavy as a mountain. As he approached, he felt like he was suffocating and unable to breathe. Senior. Yi. The moment the young man spoke, he changed the way he addressed him. The fear in his eyes disappeared. I didn't think that Senior was still alive. I think many people want to hear this news. Perhaps. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. There was neither joy nor worry. There are also people who don't want to hear this news. How could that be? Senior, you fought against a supreme being and fought in outer space. You should be respected by everyone. As long as you appear, there will be a huge commotion. Countless people will come to worship you, said the young expert from the Yaoguang school. Yi Fan did not deny it. How did the dark upheaval come to an end? He began to ask about the past. This was what he was most concerned about. I was suppressed by a female empress. Suddenly, the young expert's body shone and quickly dimmed. It was a powerful magical power fluctuation. He had a secret item on him that allowed him to preserve part of his cultivation. His body burst with shocking divine power. After all, he was a great sage-level expert, so he could naturally tear the sky apart. However, he wasn't going to attack Yi Fan because he had already experienced Yi Fan's celestial Dharch fist. It was a supreme battle technique that had defeated an entire generation of heroes. Now that he had personally experienced it, He was sure that Yi Fan was invincible. At this moment, he wanted to escape and send back the terrifying news that the human tribe's sacred physique was still alive. He wanted his sect to make a decision and launch a big operation. However, even though he temporarily possessed qi and his qi shot through the clouds, he couldn't change anything. Yi Fan took a step forward. There was no light on his body, no energy ripples. His foot landed just like that, shattering the halo of light and causing a huge explosion. Boom! Yi Fan's foot stepped out, directly shattering the sky, blasting him out. He couldn't escape. Meanwhile, when his most powerful magical artifact attacked forward, about to fight to the death, blood splashed everywhere. He felt his vision go dark, and then he forever lost his senses. It was because a foot crushed him into a bloody paste, forever losing his life. It was that simple. From beginning to end, Yi Fan didn't have any expression. He didn't even look down. He walked into the depths of the battlefield, leaving behind only a steady and tenacious silhouette. In the ascendant battlefield, a rain of light scattered like sparkling flowers. It was as if someone was ascending to become an immortal. It was brilliant and beautiful. Yi Fan was like a lone wolf, walking silently. Back then, he had fought with ancient supreme beings and fought to the death. Naturally, his body was contaminated with a terrifying aura. When he was calmly alone, this aura was naturally released. Even though there were no divine force fluctuations, it still made one's heart palpitate. It was as if 100 beasts were facing a desolate beast king. They couldn't help but want to take a detour and avoid him. Even though Yi Fan lost the magical Dao fragment, he still didn't feel any fear. He walked forward coldly and alone, not fearing that anyone would come looking for trouble. Many years had passed. He hoped to meet his old friends here, longing to reunite with them. However, this region was too vast, even more vast than the eastern wastelands of the past. Now he couldn't travel through the void, so he could only slowly search. A blood crow swooped down from the sky, silent. Only when it got close did it reveal its sinister sharp claws, tearing towards Yi Fan's head. The enormous bird body was several dozen zhang long. Blood energy erupted from its body. Clouds immediately pressed down. Crazy winds stirred about. It was as if there were endless resentful spirits wailing. This was a great sage-level blood crow, one that made its way through the path of blood and bone. Its muscles and bones were naturally powerful. Its blood-colored feathers released kung-chang noises, casting large shadows on the ground. Yi Fan sidestepped, a single step crossing several dozen zhang, avoiding this attack. He coldly turned around, staring at the blood crow, not showing the slightest bit of expression. At this moment, all of the blood crow's feathers stood on end. It felt like it was now the prey, locked onto by someone. Hong. It released its final attack, its claws shattering the sky, leaving this place in ruins. Then it flapped its wings, about to rush into the sky. However, a figure was too fast, leaping up, even more ferocious than when it swooped down. That person's hands reached out, making it impossible for it to evade. It was directly grabbed. The blood crow released a long cry, shaking up the mountains. The inauspicious sound of death possessed a terrifying penetrative force, making a few mountain peaks crack apart. It wanted to break free from this terrifying human. Between its sharp claws, bloody light erupted, enough to make the peak-level great sage nurse a grievance, explode and die. However, that human didn't move in the slightest, instead firmly grabbing its claws. Moreover, his hands were exerting force, making it feel as if its bones were breaking, blood splashing out. And there was an irresistible power surging upwards, actually about to hack it in half. This type of power was too terrifying, directly extending, shaking upwards. That person grabbed its legs, about to hack it alive, so powerful that it was terrified. Don't. The blood crow had cultivated for 500 to 600 years, moving unhindered through several star domains, rarely encountering an opponent. When had it ever felt this kind of death threat? This was the first time it felt such fear. This human looked extremely ordinary, but within that slender body that wasn't that large actually hid such a volcanic, ocean-like power. Grabbing it was actually like carrying a little chick. Bang! Yi Fan loosened his grip, but his arm grabbed onto one of its blood wings, flipped onto its back, and sat on its back. He was calm and composed, not moving at all like a boulder. The blood crow was furious. It was a great sage, powerful and conceited, or else it wouldn't have the qualifications to kill its way here. It never thought that it would be treated like this. There was boundless killing intent in its heart. After so many years, who dared to sit on its back? It wanted nothing more than to immediately flap its wings, using comparable power to tear this person apart, and devour him on the spot. However, reason made it calm down. Even though it was angry to the point where all the feathers on its body were trembling, it forcefully restrained itself. Northwest. Yi Fan said. The blood crow was furious. This person actually treated it like a mount. Moreover, that kind of tone was so calm, without the slightest ripple, making it feel even more furious. It directly rushed into the heavens, all of its feathers standing on end, as if it was going to burn. There was a type of terrifying power fluctuation on the surface of its body, all of its muscles and bones moving rhythmically. It could definitely destroy the great sage artifact. However, this person was extremely powerful, completely difficult to move. No matter how violent it was, a single palm from the other party already blasted it until its entire body cracked apart, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Moreover, this person was incomparably cold, as if he was doing something extremely ordinary. From start to finish, his brows didn't even furrow in the slightest. This type of feeling was extremely bad, making it feel as if it was facing an ancient supreme being, and not an opponent of equal level. Meanwhile, the other party's temperament was also like this. The other party didn't show any fluctuations at all, directly sending another palm down, making it almost explode in the sky. Then he still only spat out 4 words, Northwest. The blood crow was terrified, involuntarily trembling. It knew that if it displayed any more hostility, wanted to kill the other party, it would immediately be smashed apart by this person's coldness, turning into a blast of bloody mist. For some reason, it felt as if it was facing an unmatched demon lord, its body actually betraying its heart. It couldn't help but start to convulse, feeling endless fear. You, who exactly are you? It really wanted to know this person's identity. It had heard about almost all of the people who fought their way up to the first Imperial Pass, yet it didn't know that there was such a terrifying person. Yi Fan. The young man on its back calmly replied, sitting on its body like a boulder, unmovable. The blood crow's body trembled, all of its feathers standing on end, even its voice trembling as it said, "Which? Yi Fan?" "The one you are thinking of," the young man on its back calmly said. "What you are, the human race's holy body you survived." At this moment, the blood crow's entire body was shaking, even its bones about to break apart, releasing jibang noises. It didn't dare believe everything, inwardly full of shock. It finally knew why this person was so calm and unperturbed. Even when facing a great sage-level divine bird like itself, he still treated it like this. It was actually this person, someone who fought against ancient supreme beings, so he naturally would be like this. That was the aura of someone who fought a bloody battle against a supreme being, like the king of 10,000 beasts in the forest, appearing on this battlefield. Even though his strength wasn't number 1, that type of experience and bravery was still something no one could compare to. Since it was this person, there was no need for any other reason. Everything was enough. He indeed had this type of aura that could overlook all others, all because he was Yi Fan. You survived still in this world. When it spoke up to hear, the blood crow couldn't continue. This information was too shocking, simply toppling everything. If news of this got out, it would make the entire battlefield tremble. Northwest. Yi Fan still said this. Good. Immediately afterwards, the blood crow flapped its wings, flying through the sky like a streak of blood-colored lightning, overlooking the mountains and rivers, taking in everything. It knew that Yi Fan was looking for old friends, which was why it headed towards some regions where pillars of light had previously appeared, tearing apart the piece of one region after another. On the boundless great earth, on every mountain peak, terrifying figures stood one after another, their eyes turning into beams of light, piercing through the clouds, staring at the blood crow that moved through the sky. Who is that person? He is sitting on a great sage-level vicious bird. Why does his rear figure seem a bit familiar? Why do I feel a type of trembling feeling? We are separated by tens of thousands of li in the sky. Yet it is like this. That person gives me a feeling of déjà vu. Is it him? How is that possible? He fought a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being, long buried in that most terrifying darkness turmoil. Shouldn't appear in this world anymore. Inconceivable. In a daze, I saw the most terrifying enemy return. Is it really him? He has returned to this world again. Is it that person who was previously unmatched in his generation? This isn't real. He was buried together with an ancient supreme being in the cosmos, blood dyeing the starry sky red. How could he appear again? At this moment, the flying immortal battlefield was shaken, as if a hurricane swept through the earth, shaking up the mountains and rivers. The others didn't feel anything, but the most powerful group of people in the past all felt a type of terrifying vigilance, looking towards the sky at the same time. Chapter 16:16. Great winds blew past the ancient battlefield. The enormous body of the blood crow carried Yi Fan into the distance, raising heaven overflowing waves. The hearts of the powerful sensed it, and they all stood on the mountain peaks, gazing into the sky. On the back of the blood crow, the figure was not very clear, and could even be said to be very indistinct. He was like a boulder, giving people a feeling of unshakable toughness. It was like a meteorite smashing into the vast ocean. Great waves engulfed the boundless heaven and earth. A portion of the supreme experts in the flying immortal battlefield saw it, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Many people were shocked, and at the same time, somewhat doubtful. Was it really that person? No one could be sure. 150 years ago, a man that looked exactly the same as the white-robed divine king had appeared. He had caused a great disturbance, but it was later proven to be false and that he had ulterior motives. I feel that this time, it is definitely true. There is no reason, just a feeling that this battlefield is going to have a world-shocking disturbance. Even the ancient supreme beings were buried in the starry sky. How did he survive? I believe that some people will not be able to sit still. This is truly a great accident. The blood crow traversed the vast sky, causing the regions it passed through to become noisy. No one could remain calm, and many materialized gazes shot towards the sky. Some were shocked, and some were excited. Everyone had different reactions. There were enemies and enemies who clenched their teeth, and a haze appeared in their hearts. The human race's divine physique suddenly appeared like a great mountain, immediately pressuring many people to the point of suffocation. They felt that this was definitely a peak that would be difficult to pass in the struggle for supremacy on the imperial road. There were also some who were joyful, and even moved to tears. In the past, the dark chaos engulfed the world, and the merits of the human race's divine physique could not be erased. Even if some people with ulterior motives covered up some of his glory, they still could not hide the truth. Yi Fan shed his last drop of blood, and was buried in the eternal void, never to return. Many experts of the later generations were influenced by him. They had never seen Yi Fan before, but they had heard of his legends. They were deeply moved, and now that they heard people whispering that he might have appeared alive, they were naturally shocked and moved. That person, to them, was a living miracle and monumental monument. Great winds rose, and the ancient battlefield was not calm at all. Did I cause trouble for you? The blood crow hesitated. Its words were filled with respect, as well as a bit of self-blame. It flew through the air without the slightest bit of concealment, so some of the most powerful people must have seen Yi Fan's true body. Nothing. Yi Fan said. There was no joy, no worry. He gazed at the magnificent mountains and rivers below, looking at the boundless territory without any expression. The blood crow had naturally heard of Yi Fan's past deeds. Although it was a member of the demon race and a ferocious beast that had always been conceited and didn't respect the laws of the world, it still felt a sense of respect when it found out about Yi Fan's identity. Back then, the difference between the human race's holy physique and supreme beings was too great. But he was like a moth flying into a flame. He used his blood and bones to demonstrate his fearlessness and unyieldingness. He fought against the green copper cauldron with his holy physique, causing the blood of a supreme being to splash the starry skies. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. At that time, the number of great sage in the cosmos wasn't small, but how many could be like Yi Fan, daring to pay such a price, splashing the heavens and earth with his blood. He killed a supreme being with the will to die, and yet he didn't shrink back. This required a type of boldness. The blood crow's feathers stood up, and waves of blood energy appeared, blocking the line of sight of everyone below. It was afraid that more and more terrifying experts would target Yi Fan. Yi Fan remained silent. Seeing the blood crow like this, he didn't say much and let it go. The blood crow came from a very distant ancient star region that was too far away from the human race's ancient road. Even though it had heard of Yi Fan's deeds for so many years, it didn't know about his old friends. This was because the cosmos was too big. Even if one was a hegemon of a region or even ruled over several star regions, it wasn't necessarily known by people further away. The reason why Yi Fan was known was because of the bloody battle 300 years ago. Let me think about it. There's a man called Pangbo. I believe he's related to you. He's the illustrious great sage of my monster race. He once killed millions of miles in a fit of rage. He caused a great commotion more than 100 years ago, all for the sake of killing those who discredited you. In the end, the blood crow only mentioned Pangbo after thinking about it, but it wasn't detailed. This was because the two places were too far apart, so it had only heard of him. How is he? Yi Fan was worried. He didn't suffer a loss. He was swift and powerful, slaughtering his way until a region flowed with rivers of blood. He didn't just destroy one orthodoxy. The blood crow sighed. They headed northwest. Behind them, intense fluctuations were transmitted from a few gates of light. Quite a few powerful figures received reports, all of them revealing serious expressions. Even though the news wasn't confirmed, making people suspicious, it was worth being vigilant. Someone who had fought a bloody battle with a supreme being survived. Just how terrifying was that? Forget about everything else. Just the experience of that battle was enough for him to benefit for the rest of his life, leaving many experts speechless. It was precisely this kind of person. If he really came back alive, he would definitely block many people's paths. He would be like a demonic mountain, blocking their way, impossible to climb over. Those who could come here weren't weak. Soon after, they thought of a problem. Why didn't Yi Fan appear for 300 years? He definitely paid an unimaginable price, surviving with great difficulty. Perhaps he wasn't as terrifying as they imagined, and this was most likely the truth. Several days passed. The gates of light stabilized, linking up the two realms, freeing many heroes with astonishing backgrounds who reigned supreme. They didn't need to personally guard the gates of light. In those regions, camps appeared one after another, mountain gates established, inheritances different. It was equivalent to dozens to over 100 great sects taking root here, officially establishing themselves here. On a mountain peak, the gates of light were stable, already taking form, no longer needing to be suppressed or protected. The palaces here were grand and imposing, as if they were grand heavenly palaces. One of the main palaces should have been dazzling with gold and jade, but right now, it was an expanse of darkness, as if it was an immeasurably deep black hole. One could vaguely see a great Tao precious vase rising and falling at the highest point of the palace. It was precisely this vase that devoured all light, making this place enter darkness. Meanwhile, that precious vase's surface was covered in symbols, simple and boundless, as if it carried a world, not as simple as a single artifact. This wasn't a magical artifact, but a great Tao symbol formed after someone cultivated to the extreme. Now it turned into this shape, truly taking form here. It was just that condensed, as if it was the most terrifying tangible Tao artifact. Below the great Tao precious vase sat a person. He was extremely terrifying, actually not having his cultivation severed in this world, able to form great Tao true symbols, turning into a black precious vase. It was clear that this person's cultivation reached the pinnacle of a certain domain, or else he definitely wouldn't have this type of terrifying display. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if two streaks of lightning tore through the void. In the radiance, one could instantly make out the outline of his appearance that couldn't be considered clear. His black hair scattered down extremely thick. His appearance was extremely outstanding, horns outstanding. One could tell with a single look that this was an extraordinary individual, exceeding those of his generation. Is it really him? His voice was without fluctuations, extremely calm. It shouldn't be a lie. Those who fought against him before all had intense emotional fluctuations, and their abnormal reactions were captured by others. There were other people in the Great Hall, but the male under the Great Tao Precious Vase was the most powerful. How strong is he? He shouldn't have broken through that shackle. It has nothing to do with Quasi-Emperor. Another person replied. They really did put in quite a bit of effort, coming to this conclusion through the battle traces Yi Fan left behind. Senior brother, should we immediately report this to Master? The male below the Great Tao Precious Vase sat in the darkness, his gaze intimidating. When he heard this, he said coldly, Master will have a bitter battle in Imperial Pass behind the Gate of Light, wishing to seize those immortal scriptures and secret pieces. Divine Sovereign Yin Tianda, Zhang Byron, and the others, which one of them is easy to deal with? He won't be able to spare any time soon. This was precisely the place where the Yaoguang bloodline descended. The male in the lead was the most powerful disciple under the Yaoguang bloodline, Mo Wentian. It was rumored that his cultivation was close to the Yaoguang bloodline. Golden Cicada, 9 Tribulations Taoist, Overlord, Great Mighty Holy Spirit, and the others have also returned through the passage between the two realms. It is because it is rumored that the immortal scripture might have been left behind by an Emperor Zun, something that has never been seen or circulated in this world. If one wishes to obtain it, they don't necessarily need to have heaven-defying strength, but rather truly comprehend the Emperor Zun's bewilderment, and only then can they obtain the true scripture. The absolute beginning and Emperor still haven't appeared. I wonder where they are. Is there really no need to ask for Master's help? That is the sacred body Yi Fan we are talking about. Someone from the Yaoguang bloodline said. There is no need. Mo Wentian shook his head. His eyes were like torches, and he was so powerful that it was somewhat frightening. He said, the sacred body of the human clan died in battle 300 years ago. He was buried in the universe with the supreme glory of a supreme being. He is worthy of respect. Then his tone turned cold as he said, in 300 years, there will no longer be a sacred body of the human clan Yi Fan in this world. Someone will pretend to be a fallen hero. Not only us, but many people in the flying celestial battlefield will fight for Elder Ye's innocence and glory. A heroic name cannot be tarnished. Many heroes will try their best to kill that person. But he really is a sacred body of the Yi Fan, someone said in a low voice. Mo Wentian revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and said coldly, in 300 years, there will no longer be a sacred body of the human clan Yi Fan. He is very powerful, someone else said. But he is still not the Quasi-Emperor. Mo Wentian said coldly and emotionlessly. The more powerful a person is, the more worth looking forward to. You have to believe that many factions will use this opportunity to train their own people. They will fight with him and will very consciously kill him for Elder Yi. I think it is better to report this to Master. He may not agree to this. Someone objected. However, after seeing Mo Wentian's coldness, he stopped talking. It is indeed a pity that Master has missed the opportunity to fight with Elder Yi Fan. However, Elder Yi still has a disciple named Yang Shi, who also has a sacred body. I will fight with him to continue the battle of the previous generation. Who is stronger and who is weaker will be shown in our battle. Mo Wentian said calmly and somewhat coldly. He then added, he will definitely be in the flying celestial battlefield. I look forward to meeting him. That will also be the conclusion of the battle between Master and Elder Yi. Not everyone was like Mo Wentian of the Yaoguang bloodline. Some of the newer strong practitioners were now looking for Yi Fan with the mentality of a pilgrimage, hoping to meet him. Elder Yi, where are you? Although some people were determined and had come to fight for supremacy on the Emperor's path, they were now wavering. This was all because of the appearance of Yi Fan. They wanted to meet him and follow behind him. However, just as Mo Wentian had said, there were people from other factions who firmly believed that there would no longer be a sacred body of the Yi Fan in 300 years. Many people were rushing over from all directions, gathering in a certain area. Chapter 16-17. The flying immortal battlefield was not peaceful. A large number of people were moving out. They belonged to different camps, but at this time, they all had the same goal, to find Yi Fan. The vegetation was lush, and strange beasts were roaring. This was a hilly area. A group of people with a murderous aura passed by. The coldness caused the leaves on the trees to wither, as if an autumn blade had swept past. They were clad in metal armor that flickered with a cold light. They were like a group of celestial soldiers descending to the lower realm. Each of them had the battle prowess of the great sage level, and they were not inferior to the strongest people of the ancient heaven in the past. What's the difference between a man who made the overlord suffer a loss? 300 years have passed, and many things have changed. They are no longer the same as before. A person said coldly. The iron clothes on his body clanked. These people looked ruthless and had a powerful aura. They were all experts. They came from the same camp and followed the same person. Each of them was a man of few words. They were like gods and devils who had broken free from the shackles of hell. They were very cold. They were the Overlord's followers. Some of them came from the Overlord's ancestral star, while others met him in the star field and followed him ever since. In the past, Yi Fan had experienced countless battles and swept through the human race's ancient road. He was invincible all the way, but the battle with the Overlord was undoubtedly extremely difficult. In that battle, his blood splashed across the starry sky, and he suffered serious injuries. Throughout his life, there were not many times that he was in such a dangerous battle, where his saint blood was surging wildly. Although the Overlord was defeated in that battle, it could not be considered a great humiliation. He was only slightly behind. Moreover, that time, Yi Fan had activated the divine restriction. Otherwise, the Overlord might have had a chance. In fact, the Overlord was definitely a peerless expert in that generation. However, many people only remembered that he was defeated, but they neglected the inside story of that battle, which involved the divine restriction domain. He was a peerless, fierce person who had been severely underestimated. In the Emperor's Road battle for supremacy, he had great potential and qualifications. If he had enough opportunities, it would not be a problem for him to become a sovereign in the world. In another region, there was a group of experts on the vast land. Black mist surged there, as if a group of unrivaled demon kings had appeared in the mortal world. Moreover, there were many of them, and there were already more than 20 of them. Wherever they passed, birds and beasts would flee in fright. All creatures were horrified, because the aura of death was too strong. The one in the lead was a death knight who wore black armor, and had underworld mist curling about him. The underworld is the home of all spirits. How can it be without a divine body? A cold and faint voice sounded out like the sigh of the god of death, and it caused one's hairs to stand on end upon hearing it. It was filled with the aura of death, and it seemed to have come from the netherworld. They came from the underworld, and only a few leaders had their own consciousness. The other Death Knights were powerful war tools that were summoned, and did not have their own consciousness. Of course, the Emperor Road powerhouse who hurried over from the underworld didn't personally appear, only a few of his followers. Right now he was fighting in Great Imperial Pass, fighting in secret, not arriving here yet. In front of the Grand Waterfall, a man's upper body was bare. His bronze body was exceptionally robust, possessing explosive power. His eyes were filled with a wild radiance. 300 years have passed, the times have changed. Human race divine body, you have already grown old. With a hong sound, the great waterfall flowed in reverse, actually flowing in reverse. The several thousand zhang giant waterfall was actually like this under a short shout. It was simply too shocking. It was because this wasn't the result of magical force, but rather the result of a type of terrifying sound wave. Moreover, his ocean-like blood energy surged, actually making the mountains and valleys tremble, many mountain peaks cracking apart. This was a representative figure among late-stage experts, one of the most powerful individuals in the last 300 years. His name was Tuoba, his words and actions all like a demon, completely unrestrained, extremely domineering. In the past he had previously killed quite a few old great sages, massacring undying holy lands. His methods were cruel, his actions vicious. At this time, his eyes were like a hawk's, thick black hair scattering down his bronze body, giving him a type of demonic nature. In front of a thatched cottage, a green-clothed youngster sat under an ancient tree, an ancient sword resting on his knees. He looked otherworldly, possessing a type of otherworldly aura. Everyone said that something unexpected happened to you. In that case, there is no need to inform my master. Divine Body Yifan, you've made my master feel regret for 300 years. Back then, I couldn't find you anywhere, unable to kill you with a single strike. Today, I will fight in my master's place, bring this grudge to an end. He was Yin Tianda's first disciple named Yi Ming. His attainments in formation patterns were profound, his fighting strength even more world-shocking, extremely powerful. He had previously swept through several ancient paths alone. Wang. The ancient sword on his knees released a light cry. Even without the support of Tao laws and magical force, it still rushed into the heavens like a waterfall, piercing through the clouds and splitting the skies, terrifying to the extreme. Is it really him? To be able to survive after fighting a supreme being to the death, this is simply a miracle. Wrong, from now on he no longer exists in this world. That is only a demonic evildoer, nothing more. We only need to kill him. The flying immortal battlefield was vast, magnificent mountains and rivers everywhere. The territory was just too large. The region Yifan passed through was a place of unrest, a great upheaval starting. 300 years later, there will no longer be a divine body Yifan in this world. Anyone who dares to use his name will be killed without exception. Wind whistled and beasts roared. The mountains and rivers were filled with an austere aura. Large groups of people were moving, killing intent covering the sun, making this entire battlefield tremble. All of the experts moved out, advancing towards a certain direction. Many people acted as if they were facing a great enemy, as if they were going to surround and kill a matchless demonic lord. Even though there were all types of rumors saying that there was a great problem with that person's body, or else he wouldn't have only appeared today, that name was too resounding, making some enemies not dare to act carelessly, all of them being incomparably cautious. This was a group of people who were hostile towards Yifan. Perhaps they had grievances with him in the past, or perhaps it was because his existence was blocking some people's path, so they had to forcefully move him aside. However, on the surface, not a single person dared to openly declare that they wanted to kill the divine body Yifan. They all raised the banner of fighting for Senior Ye's reputation and honor. No one dared to go against the general trend. If they were truly unrestrained and dared to do such a thing, they would definitely be drowned in the spit of the world in the future. And even if they didn't die, their name would stink for many years to come. This group of people were just this cold-blooded. In today's era, they dared to stand out and sharpen their blades without prior consultation. However, there were also some people who were afraid and beating their drums, hoping to eliminate them all. Of course, there were also many people who were pursuing Yifan's footsteps with a heart of pilgrimage. They were both excited and anxious. The flying immortal battlefield was vast, and this was only the great fluctuation in the outer regions. It hadn't reached the depths of the battlefield yet, and only the region where Yifan had appeared before was in turmoil. In the following 2 days, Yifan sensed a strange atmosphere. He had the blood crow descend onto the ground, turn around, and then return along the same path. You should leave, Yifan said to the blood crow, no longer using it as a means of transportation. I'm not leaving. I didn't know it was you in the past, and I've offended you, but now. The blood crow wasn't willing to leave. Yifan shook his head. Following at his side was destined to be extremely dangerous. Even though he lost his magical force, he still had a powerful intuition, and he sensed the abnormalities during these past 2 days. The blood crow great sage wasn't willing to leave, and was willing to become his follower. His attitude was extremely firm. Yifan gave him a look, and didn't say anything else. He took steps forward, entering the mountains and rivers. There were forests, silver waterfalls, and blood crows spread their wings. However, it was difficult to see his figure from the heavens above. A day later, Yifan officially encountered a large group of people in a spacious area. There weren't many words exchanged. There were more than 20 riders rushing over from the other side. The entire great earth trembled, and large cracks appeared one after another. This was a group of death knights. They carried a heavy deathly energy, as if they crossed through time and space from the underworld. The sound of hooves rumbled, as if thunder was exploding. This officially opened up the strange atmosphere of this day. turning a type of tacit understanding into a murderous disaster. The people of the underworld arrived first. They wanted to bring away Yi Fan. Only the leaders had their own consciousness, but the other death warriors all had the body of the great sage. They were all people who died in battle in the ancient times. Black mist overflowed into the heavens, carrying an ominous aura and deathly aura. It drowned out the entire open battlefield. Wind and thunder rose together, turning into the angry roar of fate. You have already died before. The end of reincarnation will see eternity. The underworld is your final resting place. The knight in the lead shouted. Yi Fan stood there, steady like a boulder. Only when he saw the 20 or so riders approach, that one Zhonglong black halberd about to descend on his head, did he start to move. Dang! A light sound rang out. The great halberd in the hands of the knight at the very front directly exploded. Black divine metal pieces shot in all directions, immediately injuring many people behind him. Yi Fan's face was expressionless. He rushed over, his movements inconceivably fast. He destroyed a great sage artifact with a single fist, unleashing a great massacre here. These people were extremely powerful. They were all formidable figures when they were alive, their names shaking a region. They all had great origins in the past. After they died, they fell into the underworld, turning into soldiers and generals, becoming tools of war. They had copper muscles and iron bones, possessing Vajra unbreakable bodies. Unfortunately, they encountered Yi Fan. His physique was even more tyrannical. He was like a phantom, flickering left and right, inconceivably fast. His palms surpassed the most powerful holy artifacts. A moment later, Yi Fan's fist pierced through the head of the one in the lead, continuously attacking with unmatched divine might. There was no blood that splashed out, only the body collapsing. They were all blasted into broken bones and bloody mist. Yi Fan silently stood in place for a bit, and then he continued on his way. His clothes were simple, given to him by the youth White Knight. Now he looked like an ascetic cultivator. I previously heard that you pretended to be the human race's heroic holy body Yi Fan. Senior's heroic name and glory cannot be tarnished. Today, I will crucify you to death on a bloody cross. It was another encounter. This time there were especially many people. People from many different camps gathered together, perfectly blocking up this ancient battlefield, surrounding this place until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man who held a spear. His voice and expression were fierce, seated on a green Qilin beast. The great spear was 2 zhong in length, making him look extremely bold and powerful. This was a peak great sage, one of the disciples Divine Hall's Lord took in without a true master and disciple relationship. He had also left his name on the crystal monument, arriving here. He and a group of people were all followers of the Emperor Lord Sun. However, the one they were protecting was currently in Great Imperial Pass, not appearing here. At this time, the great spear in his hands pointed at the space between Yi Fan's brows, hinting to the surrounding people. His eyes revealed a cold expression, preparing to attack. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, Yi Fan wouldn't tolerate anyone pointing a great sage artifact at his immortal platform. Even when facing so many people, all of them great sage, he still responded powerfully. He left behind an afterimage in his original location, and then took action from within the army of 10,000. His movements were too fast, ferocious like thunder, a single palm smashing apart that great spear. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was a group of great sage from many camps. Yi Fan's attack was fast and ferocious, but it made everyone's minds jump. Divine Hall's Lord's disciple in name roared out, doing everything he could to resist. However, it was futile. Yi Fan used a killing blow, his palm like a heavenly monument, directly hacking down. The great spear had long shattered, and this palm's power didn't stop. With a pu sound, this person's fists were smashed apart, and then it hacked down on his head. Without any suspense, the great sage's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splashing in all directions. Moreover, Yi Fan didn't stop, taking advantage of the momentum to descend. That green-scaled beast that was tearing at him also turned into a bloody paste on the spot. At this moment, the entire valley became quiet. It was just a single palm. Yi Fan's palm descended, smashing apart the great spear, smashing apart the great sage's head, killing the desolate ancient variant green-scaled beast. This place immediately became quiet to the extreme, deathly silent. In the distance, there were some people with black great Dao vases floating above their heads, some with their upper bodies exposed, some with tyrant blood flowing through their bodies. Right now, all of their eyes turned into blazing divine radiance. Chapter 16:18. Was it him? Was it really him? Right now, this was the question everyone was asking themselves. It was as if thunder rumbled within their chests. Those who previously believed that this was most likely Yi Fan actually had their suspicions this entire time. After all, 300 years ago, Yi Fan fell after fighting a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being. So how could he possibly appear again? At this moment, they were sure that this person was definitely Yi Fan. He really did return. This type of unshakable willpower, ferocious and unmatched methods, as well as that familiar style, apart from him, who else could it be? It was just a single palm. Yet he killed a divine court's illustrious great sage, moreover destroyed a great sage artifact. It was just too terrifying, making everyone shiver inwardly. The bloody mist scattered. A figure stood there, his body as if cast from divine iron, giving off a type of pressure, towering like a great mountain. They couldn't sense any Dao fragments from his body, not even the slightest bit left behind. Everyone stared blankly for a moment, and then they became convinced, guessing that it was true. He definitely paid a heavy price. Only then did he reappear in this world with great difficulty. Those at this level would be suppressed by the flying immortal battlefield, but it was difficult for the cultivation of a few special individuals to be completely erased. Everyone couldn't sense the slightest Dao fragment from Yi Fan's body. In the end, he paid an unimaginable price in that battle 300 years ago. After obtaining confirmation, everyone who was originally horrified released a breath of relief. In their eyes, this could barely be considered reasonable. Of course, even more people found it hard to accept, feeling like he shouldn't have survived at all. After confirming his identity, many people's eyes revealed strange expressions. However, not a single person took the initiative to act out. Just now, Yi Fan's display was too powerful, intimidating many people. A group of trash. A youngster with a bare upper body, bronze-colored skin that was robust like a demonic body spoke, his words extremely rude, clearly directed at everyone. Many people were furious. They were the lords of a region, individuals whose eyes were at the top of their heads. Who dared show them any disrespect? However, when someone recognized this youth, their expressions changed. He was one of the strongest people in the last 300 years, Tuoba Mo. He was a true demon king, and very few people dared to offend him directly. Many people were indignant, but they didn't erupt immediately. They came from the myriad heavens and myriad realms, and they could be considered the strongest experts in their respective star fields. However, they were all at the same level here. Their past glory was nothing. Otherwise, there would not be so many experts following others and giving up on the emperor's path. Tuoba Mo stood there with his arms crossed. He was as dangerous as a ferocious beast, causing the people around him to involuntarily back away from him. Although he hadn't made it clear that he was targeting Yi Fan, his gaze was filled with aggression. As he scanned Yi Fan's body, there was a kind of wildness and coldness. On the other side, Yin Tianda's disciple, Yi Ming, walked over with an ancient sword on his back. That sword seemed to have a life of its own, and was one with him. With every step he took, the ground would tremble, accompanied by the humming of the sword. Although he had come for Yi Fan, he also wanted to kill Tuoba Mo. Yi Fan scanned the crowd, and sensed a familiar aura. There were people who were similar to the Overlord, disciples of the light-shaking realm, and sacred spirits. They were either the inheritors of his enemies, or they were fated to be enemies with him. Are you all going to surround and kill me? Yi Fan's eyes were dim, and did not have any shocking luster. However, that kind of calmness made people's hearts palpitate. We are here to fight for Senior Ye's reputation. The hero from 300 years ago cannot be tarnished by someone like you, someone shouted. The black bottle above Mo Wen's head trembled, and talismans spread out invisibly, secretly strengthening the body of the person shouting in the distance. His words were like thunder shaking the sky. Where were you 300 years ago? Did you go to the starry sky to help him fight? Yi Fan asked coldly. We admit that you are very strong, but please do not blaspheme the heroic senior. Please respect yourself. Another person sternly reprimanded. There was no lack of people like this at any time. Yi Fan looked at them, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he sighed. Rumble. The ground trembled, and more people from the other camps arrived. There were even more powerful cultivators, and they surrounded the area like an iron wall. The people who were alive were not as important as the reputation that had been buried 300 years ago. He was here in person, but he was not recognized. Instead, he had become the main culprit that had tarnished his heroic reputation. This was truly ironic. Yi Fan did not say anything. He only looked at these people. There were no powerful ripples emanating from them, and they did not have the soaring blood chi of a divine physique, but they were still frightening. After Senior Yi died, even his heroic soul could not find peace. Friend, you have gone too far. Under the black bottle of the Great Path, Mo Wen's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the entire battlefield. There were so many people, but only he had a bottle formed from the Great Path. That was a combination of cultivation and imprint. It was truly astonishing to be able to have such a performance in the flying celestial battlefield, which was suppressed. Yi Fan looked at these people for a long time. In the end he smiled, but it was a bit cold. In the end, these people were afraid and did not want him to return. Now they were lying through their teeth, and they only wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him. However, could he really kill them? Yi Fan took a step forward, and it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He looked at everyone, as if he was the king of 10,000 beasts patrolling the forest and facing a pack of wolves. Do you think this is interesting? Yi Fan stopped, and his eyes became very cold. There was a suffocating aura, and many people's hearts trembled. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Even though so many years had passed, and they knew that there was a problem with his body, they still felt a bit scared. Do you think this is very extraordinary? You humiliate your predecessors, and you are making everyone in the world your enemy. Another person in the distance shouted. At this moment, many weapons flickered with cold radiance. Many people decided to take action, surrounding Yi Fan here, joining hands to slaughter him. I am Yi Fan. Do you all feel like you can succeed by doing this? His calm words carried a type of dignity. Yi Fan stood there, overlooking everyone. He looked calm, his words not loud, but this was like a clap of thunder. He took the initiative to bring up the matter, not feeling anger, not feeling grief. He actually had this type of attitude, exceeding everyone's expectations. Nonsense. Senior Yi already died in battle 300 years ago, not even his corpse remaining. The entire world knows this, so who would believe you if you pretend to be him like this? Someone shouted fiercely, loudly berating. Yi Fan really didn't know whether to laugh or feel bitterly disappointed. The expression on his face was extremely complicated, making one feel a bit scared. 300 years ago, heroes shed blood one after another in the cosmos battlefield. Void Emperor GZ, Gaijioyo Jiang Taishu, fighting bloodily against the restricted region's supreme beings for the sake of people like you really isn't worth it. Yi Fan's voice was this cold for the first time. 300 years later, there are no longer any human race holy bodies left in this world. He has already died, can't live anymore. Someone directly shouted, but this was a bit too impatient. Who is profaning the holy body, Senior Yi Fan? A great roar sounded from the distance. Figures leapt over one after another like resplendent stars, all of them carrying a type of powerful aura. There were some whose cultivation hadn't been completely erased. At this time they appeared, auspicious colors moving through the sky, auras boundless. There was a group of people who had previously searched for Yi Fan with the heart of a pilgrimage. Now they finally found traces of him, quickly hurrying over, every single one of them incomparably excited. It's Senior Yi, it really is him. Someone cried out loudly. They had never seen Yi Fan's true body before, but they had seen his stone statue before. They had seen that type of charm, and it was exactly the same as the one at the center of the battlefield. What are you all randomly shouting about? The devil-like expert Tuoba Mo coldly shouted, sweeping his eyes over those who rushed over. Everyone was shocked, never expecting this devil to be here. They all slowed down, as if they were facing a great enemy. A group of trash. Tuoba Emo spat out these words again, still directed at both friend and foe. Then he walked over step by step, finally going to take action against Yifan. 100 years ago, before his demonic arts reached the great completion stage, he had previously been chased after by the blue flame spirit. In the end, he miraculously survived. Someone said softly. In the past, when Yifan was training in the human race's ancient path, he had also suffered the hostility of the blue flame spirit, wishing to kill him, yet he survived unharmed. They had both provoked that existence before, so it was naturally easy for others to associate them together. Hong. Like thunder, blood energy rushed into the heavens from Tuoba Mo's skull, flourishing like a vast ocean. When his step descended, the great earth collapsed, and the distant mountain peak trembled, about to collapse. No one expected him to be so powerful, exceeding all expectations. The power of his flesh was simply heaven-defying. Could it be that the rumors are true? 50 years ago, he killed several divine spirits alone, and it wasn't just a rumor. Many people were shocked. On Tuoba Mo's bronze-colored body, every tendon was like a horned dragon. His powerful blood chi surged, making him look like a demon king. With a cold look in his eyes, he took a second step, and the mountain not far away finally collapsed. Many people were horrified. This was pure physical power, too powerful. When Tuoba Emo took his third step, the mountains and rivers swayed, and even the sun and moon lost color. The blood energy around his body rushed into the heavens. Everyone's expressions changed. Was it because his cultivation hadn't been completely severed? Or did his flesh truly possess such world-shaking power? It exceeded common sense, making people suspect that he was the one with the divine body. 30 years ago, when he wasn't far from the great completion of the heavenly art, it was rumored that he had provoked Yin Tienda, and was chased by an incarnation created by the Three Pure One's secret technique. In the end, he survived. Is this also true? At this moment, everyone thought of those rumors. Now it seemed like they might all be true. Daring to provoke the blue flame spirit, killing many divine spirits, challenging an incarnation of Yin Tienda. These were all accomplishments from hundreds of years ago. When they were added together, it was truly shocking. Tuoba Mo's aura became more and more powerful, like a demonic god. Flames surged around his body, and the power of his bloodline rose to the peak. He rushed towards Yifan, causing the heavens to tremble. Hong. He took action. Many people quickly retreated. Fist winds surged, and the pure power of his flesh caused several mountains in front of him to explode and shatter. I know he came from the eternal star field and has the Brahma battle physique. These words immediately caused an uproar. In the universe, the Brahma battle physique, primitive devil physique, supreme immortal physique, and others were the most terrifying bloodlines. It was just that they hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. Yet Tuoba Emo actually had this kind of physique. No wonder he dared to fight against the divine body. The heavens exploded, the mountains collapsed, and the earth shattered. However, Yifan didn't move in the slightest in the face of all this. He calmly waited for the Brahma battle physique Tuoba Emo to attack. Have you forgotten about the eternal star field? I am someone who was born in response to calamity. I have the strongest battle physique. Tuoba Emo coldly said. Yifan didn't say anything. He struck out with his palm. An incomparable light erupted between heaven and earth. This was because it collided with the battle physique's fist. An enormous sound rumbled like a tsunami, exploding the heavens. Blood splashed everywhere on the spot. Tuoba Mo's hand was covered in blood as he was sent flying. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. His hand had already been fractured, yet it couldn't block a casual strike from Yifan. This was too shocking. In reality, he could be proud of himself. If it was any other great sage, he would have been smashed into pieces by Yifan's attack. However, he had only injured his hand. Clang. The divine sword split the sky. Someone else made a move. A sword slashed through the mountains and rivers, aiming straight for Yifan's head. Wang. The great Tao Aquarius trembled. Someone from the Alcade lineage also made a move. 300 years later, there is no longer a divine body in this world. Tao brothers, join forces and kill him. Someone shouted. At this moment, many people responded. They were either the followers of the overlord physique, the Cloaked lineage, or the people from the divine court. They all stood against Yi Fan. Murderous intent pervaded the surroundings and froze this place. You dare to be disrespectful to Senior Yi? Senior Yi, we have come to help you. At the outermost periphery, the experts who came with the heart of a saint shouted. They had just arrived, and there weren't many of them. However, they couldn't be ignored. There's no need. You guys can just watch from the side, Yi Fan said calmly. After 300 years, he didn't think he would have to start a massacre again. This was no longer the dark chaotic era. He wanted to kill the Void Sovereign, Gai Jiuyo, and the others who had once protected him. Chapter 1619. The battle has begun. Everyone rushed forth with only a single goal, and that was to join forces to kill that terrifying man in the center of the battlefield. They didn't want to give him a chance to recover and rise up. Back then, this man had already dominated an entire generation and shouldn't have appeared in this world. Their eyes were cold, and there were even some who went crazy. Today might be their only chance to eliminate him. At this moment, the sounds of battle shook the sky, causing the earth to tremble as an aura that could suppress the 9 heavens gushed forth. Yi Fan moved. At this moment he changed. His expression was cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. He became more and more cruel and ruthless. He decisively attacked. In just an instant he had already sent tens of weapons flying, including a dragon sword that was mixed with azure gold. Pooh. At this moment he was extremely ruthless. When he truly decided to kill, he showed no mercy. He was like a bloodthirsty devil lord, resolute and sharp. With a punch, the person at the very front was directly shattered into pieces and exploded with a loud bang. Fresh blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. This bloody scene caused the hair of everyone to stand on end. However, these people didn't stop. After coming here, there was already no path of retreat. They judged others by their own standards. In the future, Yi Fan would definitely settle the score with them. Hence, they might as well eliminate him while he was at the lowest point of his life. The earth trembled as a few primordial beasts rushed over. All of them stood on their hind legs and stomped towards Yi Fan's head. The experts on them all raised their sharp weapons and stabbed towards Yi Fan's forehead. They were cold-blooded and cruel. In this place where one's cultivation base was suppressed, they gave up on many miraculous techniques and used terrifying combat techniques to attack Yi Fan's immortal foundation, wanting to kill him. The sound of iron hooves thundered through the air. Those sharp saint weapons gleamed with a cold light, resembling the scythe of the Grim Reaper from hell. All of them slashed down. Clang! At this moment, Yi Fan was like a demon king. He lifted his right foot and stomped down forcefully, causing the ground to crack open. Moreover, thousands of layers of earth and boulders were swept up, lifting up all the wild beasts and sending them flying. The great sage, who was riding on top of the ancient beast, also lost his balance and was sent flying by the huge shockwave. He almost fell into the crowd behind him. It was truly a complete mess. However, things did not stop there, because after Yi Fan stomped his foot, he had already leaped into the air. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, and he launched the most terrifying attack. Pooh! His speed was too fast. Those riders were thrown into a state of disarray. Before they could truly fall to the ground, Yi Fan had already caught up to them, a foot stepping on one of their heads. That place was like a blossoming peach blossom. Red blood and white brain mixed together, splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Yi Fan only left behind an illusion in his original location. He stepped over the head and soared into the air, landing on another person's body. Without any suspense, a large expanse of bloody mist splashed out. It was another fatal blow. Moreover, his body did not land on the ground, and was still in the air. With a swing of his leg, he swept past. The man and mount on the other side immediately cried out miserably, splitting into pieces. Pooh! Yi Fan's body was in midair. He conveniently seized the holy spear and threw it out in that instant, piercing through the last man and mount, firmly nailing them to the ground, dripping with blood. With a pung sound, Yi Fan landed on the ground like a javelin. His body was perfectly straight, his clothes untainted by blood. His hair was thick, and his gaze was emotionless as he swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They were used to clashing with the Tao. Now that they were carrying out this kind of battle, they felt a bit surreal. How powerful were they, able to control the life and death of others? Yet today, before this man, they were actually so petty. Every time he shifted positions, he would definitely kill one of them. This was very surreal, making them feel like they were living in a nightmare. How powerful was this person exactly to have such confidence? He was facing all of them alone. Yet he was unperturbed and calm, even exuding a type of coldness. In the clouds, the roar of a dragon rang out, blasting into everyone's ears, causing their immortal foundations to tremble. That was a type of terrifying fluctuation, condensing as one with the heavens and earth, becoming one. It was like he controlled the will of heaven and earth, controlling the divine punishment of the heavens. An ancient sword descended, its entire body jade green like a jade river. Ripples of the great Tao spread out, suppressing Yi Fan. It wasn't a slash, but rather a suppression. Yiming made his move again. He didn't purely control the sword, but rather he circulated his Tao, infusing it into the sword, refining it in the air, bringing with it the will of heaven and earth to kill Yi Fan. He was a special person. After coming here, his Tao wasn't completely severed. There was a terrifying aura within his body, like a sealed sea. At this moment, it completely erupted. The sword was like an azure dragon, hanging down from the sky dome. The enormous sword was taller than a mountain peak, terrifying and astonishing. Strands of azure energy pervaded the air, the might of immortal gold. Before this enormous sword, humans couldn't even be compared to it, as small as ants. Everyone was shocked. Yiming was too powerful. The Tao he preserved was extremely powerful. Even if he didn't say that he could sweep through everyone here, he should be close. Dang. However, the following scene was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. That man's eyes were dim, not releasing any astonishing radiance. However, he dared to face the azure sword head-on with his fists alone. Under everyone's shocked gazes, that ancient sword trembled intensely. The radiance on its surface quickly receded, shrinking rapidly. All types of Tao laws directly collapsed. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Quite a few people almost cried out in alarm. This was the most powerful secret technique Yi Fan established in the past. Once a fist was released, no one could stop it. Back then, it truly gave everyone a headache, difficult for them to face it head-on. Now this type of secret technique reappeared, moreover seemingly even more flourishing than before. There was clearly no magical force support. Yet there was a type of indescribable aura, as if it could even shatter this universe. Lawless, without heaven, without Tao. Everyone was horrified, feeling a bit of fear at this moment. Could this be a cultivation path to sharpen one's body? Just by relying on the body's foundational force, everything could be destroyed. That dragon sword mixed with feather azure gold already shrunk, fine cracks appearing one after another on its surface, ready to explode at any time. A streak of blood flowed out from the corner of Yiming's lips. He supported it with his Tao skills and mind stigma, but he never expected this result. That person really was like a demon lord. Whoa. The ancient sword trembled, and then it shattered the sky, immediately turning back. If it was a step later, Yi Fan's fist would have blasted it apart. Yiming retreated, using both hands to catch the sword. Another streak of blood appeared at the corner of his lips, making everyone feel horrified. However, everyone saw hope in dealing with Yi Fan. This time, he used his fists to face the enemy, attacking more than once, no longer killing with one strike like before. Using natural laws to deal with him, using cultivation to suppress him. This might very well be the only hope. However, how many people in the ascended immortal battlefield managed to preserve Tao fragments? Hong. Suddenly, heaven and earth darkened. Black mist surged, and a death angel appeared with a pair of enormous black wings on its back. It descended from the heavens, violently attacking towards Yi Fan. He was extremely powerful, making people wonder how exactly his cultivation was preserved. He possessed immeasurable power of natural laws, shattering the sky. In his hands was an iron spear that was entirely black, only the edge of the blade shining snow-white. It emitted dense killing intent, and as it swung downwards, it split apart the mountains and rivers. The black mist of death covered heaven and earth, immediately covering the great earth. Killing intent surged in that area, as if a sea of undead was surging. However, Yi Fan stood in his original position, not retreating even half a step. His skin was sparkling, and the source of energy within his body circulated. When he brandished his palms, it was as if he coexisted with the entire world, and was not suppressed. He seemed to be at the same level as the great universe, possessing his own unique source. At this moment, his attack stirred up world-shaking waves, allowing many people to see some clues. Hong! A pair of flesh palms shattered the power of natural laws in the sky, challenging the order of this starry sky. A rain of light that defied the heavens shot upwards. The Death Angel could not kill him. At this moment, Yi Fan was as fast as lightning, retrieving the divine artifacts of the people he had just killed. Then he tossed them into the sky. Spears and iron swords pierced through the void one after another, entering the heavens. Under the support of this kind of enormous power, the divine artifacts were actually damaged and set aflame. One could well imagine how terrifying it was. Kill. The natural laws can suppress him. If we continue to fight, he won't have a chance. Someone from the Yaoguang bloodline took action. At this moment, weapons shone brilliantly. Blades were like mountains, swords like a forest, cold and glaring. They all aimed at Yi Fan and slaughtered their way forward. This was a wave of steel flood. The mountains and valleys were all trembling, shocking everyone until their minds became unsteady. Not a single one of them was weak. It was as if 100,000 divine generals descended from the heavens, slaughtering until their hearts trembled. Kill. This place erupted with chaos, and shouts of war shook the heavens. Pooh. The weapons that Yi Fan tossed towards the Death Angel did not all miss. A spear pierced through the Death Angel's chest, blasting him apart and causing him to fall down. This was undoubtedly a horrifying scene. Even the great sage who still had some cultivation couldn't avoid it. How terrifying was this? However, since they already took action, there was already no way out. Quite a few people frantically rushed forward to fight against Yi Fan, who was at the lowest point of his life. This was their last chance. However, Yi Fan's power exceeded everyone's expectations. He was cold and decisive, and his attacks were swift and fierce. He slaughtered everyone without the slightest bit of mercy. A streak of bloody light flashed past. Yi Fan's palm sliced open the neck of a great sage. Blood splashed everywhere, and that head directly flew more than 10 meters into the air. Meanwhile, the body that was charging over flew over 100 steps before collapsing into a pool of blood. A bright red blossomed. Yi Fan seized a heavenly blade and hacked forward. That person and mount were both split in half, and boiling hot blood splashed out. Pooh! His right leg swept out, and like an iron pillar, he smashed a great sage into a bloody paste. Then, the shining demonic blade in his hand flashed, and 3 more people were hacked apart in succession. Blood splashed several dozen feet into the air. This was a land soaked in blood. Even though some people still had some cultivation left, it still wasn't enough. They couldn't shake Yi Fan's true body. In just a short moment, there were already several dozen corpses beneath his feet. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. No one could stop him. He had previously fought a bloody battle against ancient supreme beings. There was a terrifying aura on his body that made people tremble. After experiencing the most terrifying darkness chaos, even though his strength wasn't number 1, he still possessed a temperament that looked down on the common people. It left some people so shocked that they couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan mercilessly harvested lives. These were all people that the Void Emperor, Gai Jiuyo GZ, and the others had protected. At that time, some of them might still be in swaddling clothes, but now he was going to personally end their lives. Flowers of blood blossomed. It was incomparably beautiful. This place became an azure field. Corpses fell one after another, dyeing the great earth red. Meanwhile, at this moment, Yi Fan's heart was strangely calm. There was no sadness, no joy, and no waves. It was as if he was doing something extremely ordinary. Kacha. Unknowingly, he had already crushed 2 great Dao vases with his bare hands. Experts continuously fell, and blood splashed everywhere. There was already no one in front of him. It was completely empty, and there were countless corpses below his feet.